I'm the one that up the score. Mm, wanna be one. Ain't you tired? Mm, they not like us. They not like us. They not like us. We got the industry. All these damn things. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, 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 run for your life. Stay between, stay between. Stay, stay between. All right, all right. Let me get a couple of these in red meat. Don't even change the. Did I change that? Did I change that? Okay. Mm, 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 mm. For your life. Mm, 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 for your life. Mm, 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 mm. Everybody say, yeah, this way. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Didn't do that. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. Everybody say, get the invites out. The invite. Get these invites out. Mm, 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 mm. All right, there you go. Wait. All right. Change that up. Change that up. Yo, step that way, step that way. Alright, my friend. Alright, this thing to you. Got Moni. What's the deal, Moni? Send these invites out real quick. That's all the people. Let me see, make sure. I've been all right. I've been all right. I've been chilling for the most. You know what I'm saying? Chilling. Same old stuff. Still grinding it out. Getting more stuff going. Step out every now and then to breathe some fresh air, just like I did today. And I'm back at it again. And try to push this page out and stuff. You know, make my run. The looks. I think I missed the icon. I think I missed it. Yeah, I missed the icon. Let's see. All right. I'll make sure I send it to everybody. I think it's to everybody. It should be good. Yeah. Now we about to see something real quick, man. I'm trying to see. Which this is what I believe it anyways. I asked it as a question, but I just want to see how much. So I highly believe that men are more patient than women are. Just overall, I would say, especially with each other. You know, I think women are willing to give up quicker than men in general. Uh, they also willing to stick around for whatever reason they stick around for. You know, so many different reasons why they're willing to be patient. Also, I would say being even patient in the way of just putting up with certain things too. You know, putting up with because they have attitude or something like that. They're willing to push up with that, put up with that. I believe if the shoe is on the other foot, what's the deal, Rico? I believe the shoe is on the other foot that like women are a little bit less tolerant when it comes to putting up with people's um like if they was to get treated the same way that they treat the person, they less likely to put up with it, you know. And they most likely to justify it for you just justify it to make it fit them and say the reason why I was this way and stuff. But you know, they really not have a short fuse when they come on the other end and say, no, I will not tolerate this, I will not do this and stuff like that. So I believe it's that way. That one with the I do want to see what that black love though. Is black love the best love? I hear something. Why and what is it? What is black love? I want to see what that. Cause I think everybody got their own point of view at that. What's up with these simp topics? I don't know. Don't make sense. I ain't know what topics can be simplified. I don't know. That's weird. Deal conscious. Hey, run for your life. Hey, run for your life. I got that song stuck in my head. My friend, let me get these likes up real quick. If it's, I see it's 9 of y'all in this building, if y'all can hit them likes for me, try to get me to at least see if we can do 5K. I'm helping. I'm helping, guys. I'm helping with my backup. Share to some people, get some more people up in here if y'all can. Some more people up in here. Everybody got their own reasons or purposes why they go to different spots and stuff. Why they on live for. Everybody got their reason. I'll get them in here. Let you up. You ain't got enough followers, buddy. Uh, Good looks, baby Peach. Good looks on the shares. What's the deal, Robbie? Good evening. Good evening. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just getting started and stuff, so trying to get these things on before we get the party started for real. Little deep topic, get some people to thinking and stuff. So I'll kind of even it out a little bit. The first few things about the woman, and then you got to add that at the end about the man. One of the biggest problems I believe. So I think that's one of our main things overall, just in men in general, right? I think the lack of discipline is the biggest. That's why the way the world is right now, and that's emotional, that's physical, all that stuff, man. I think that's one of the biggest problems. So I can understand some of them panders of what they be saying and stuff, but that's the only thing they push though. Like that's one sided. Man is dangerous and all this other stuff, but everybody dangerous depending on where you put them at. Yeah, so coming forward with that situation. What's up? What's up, Peach? How you feeling? Man,
Hello.
what's up? What you got up this Saturday, man?
Went to the Caribbean Festival.
Hey, what was there? Like, what y'all be doing? You eating stuff or
Yeah, dancing,
dancing all that?
eating.
I'm scared of they dancing though. Never mind. I thought
Yeah, it's a little hot, but
about that. I ain't gonna mention that part. I'm gonna keep that one.
Yeah, man be looking, but
Man. And they let you up at I just know. Oh no, I was up here at 100. I'm like, what the heck? How you get up here with 100 followers? You done broke a code or something. I think different areas and stuff.
Mm.
And trying to get some more people. I'm trying to get these lights up before we really get this junk started for real. What to call it?
Yeah, I like the last topic.
What's that?
If men were disciplined and
Yeah,
led by example.
yeah, most definitely, most
That
definitely.
is not talked about at all. That's the damn problem.
Yeah, I mean you'll hear it from the Panthers. They say it all day. Or they no, never mind. They don't
Yeah.
do that.
But the
What they
first
say is men
one,
are bad.
yep. Then the first one, I guess we only want to hear. Man only has to hear what we got to say, but they ain't got to hear. We ain't got to hear shit they got to say.
Yeah, that's real. And I
We're just,
notice
oh,
it.
we're more important than y'all, man.
I think so. I think they believe that because they put it out. Well, we're more emotional, so listen to us. You take
You're like,
it.
oh well, you have to hear my emotions,
Or
or I'm gonna just shut your ass down.
right, and then use the manipulation game as
And then the
so you're
thing
trying to
is, when we get
invalidate
in,
my feelings. I
and
can't
then
come talk to you.
and then
Boy,
when we get in a big ass argument, they'll throw your trauma and your shit back in your face.
yep,
I
yep.
don't know why women do that. It's such mass manipulation.
It is, and it's like unintentional too. I think
They
some of them
they
don't
are
realize it, some
intentional.
of them do.
They are intentional as hell with that
You
shit.
said they intentional. I ain't getting it. Right. I usually get by with this. They'll be the same ones be asking for leaders and all this other stuff,
Yeah,
but
like man,
then
you crazy.
I want a leader, but
What's
I
up with
want
the
you to bend
second
the
one?
arm. The second one.
Yeah, judge a man's height.
Yeah, why is it okay for women to judge a man's height that you can't change, but a man can't judge a woman's weight they can
Damn, hold
change?
on.
Yeah.
That fucked me up right now.
Yeah.
Look, no cap. I don't give a damn how tall a man is, but at the same time, if you 4'11", we gonna have to talk about this.
So let's talk about it. He said,
Look,
let's
I ain't
do a
gonna lie.
negotiation. You got to walk on with boots around and stuff.
1.5. I'm plump, a little plump, because you know I'm Jamaican, but that don't even matter. I'm just saying, I'm a little
Yeah.
plump, 5'1", a little shorty. I ain't grew since middle school, but shit.
Mm-hmm.
I like, he gotta be like at least 5'7", 5'5", you know.
5'7".
I can do
Let me
that. I
say
can.
you about 5'2". Mm.
Mm-mm.
I thought it was magical powers or something like a.
You know them thighs, they make your legs grow shorter, but anyway. Especially when Christ. I
You said
grew
what?
shorter. I think when I had my son, I grew 2 inches shorter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, blame it on the kids. That's cool. That's cool.
No.
My grandma did the same thing.
No. But period, I've been short all my life, so
Oh.
yeah.
Mm.
Been short
Well,
all my life.
that's a good
Everybody
thing.
taller than me in my house, so
Uh,
even my twin sister.
Not your twin sister passed you up.
Yeah. We built like a bar graph, just ooh.
Not the bar graph.
Yep, that's how my
Mm.
family is. Ooh, everybody tall and then short goes down to me.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. But these some good topics.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to
This is
dig
this
in
is
on
gonna be a
this one.
good debate. Ooh man, I
Oh
like
yeah,
debating.
especially that bonus, man. I just want to see what everybody's point of view is on that one.
Ooh, the bonus. Ooh, there it is.
E.
Is black love the best love?
Yeah, I want to see where everybody gonna
Hell,
go with.
yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
Yeah, I
to
want
them
to
white
see.
women, they can't get enough of us. Shit,
Interesting. Interesting.
they really can't. That's why it's called jungle fever. But yeah, I gotta listen to my boy Morris King sometimes. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all miss. Shit. Mm-mm.
Yeah, we gonna get somewhere, man.
Yep, it's gonna be
Slim
so.
in
It's
the
gonna be a good night.
building. What's the deal, Slim?
It's gonna be a good debate.
Where
All
was
right.
you at? You supposed to came to karaoke night, Slim, the other day. You could have did some of them dance moves you be doing. Yeah, I seen your page. Yeah, you could have came
Ooh.
on there and show that talent. There's multi-talent over there, man. You ain't got to sing all the time. Yeah, no, yeah, feel me. But I think there's some more people. It seems like it's that thing. I don't know. This number be just weird, but
Yeah,
if it's y'all, some
you got a lot of likes.
mm,
Jeez.
going good looks. Don Bonita, Don Bonita. I feel like he's Mexican food after that. You feel?
Oh
So,
my
nah,
god.
how you feeling, man? But yeah, we gonna get to it, man. I do. I highly feel that way about just the overall topic question. Are men more patient than women? I think, and it just, I
Mm,
think even one like if you want to say a bad man or good man, I think they both patient to a certain extent. Oh, well, it just depends. But I think it's
it
like,
depends.
okay, say if it was a guy that was just only looking for,
A good
some
time.
something, right? It
A
was
good
looking
time.
for some dudes willing to wait forever
Hell
until they get.
no. Hell no.
What's the deal, Slim? But there's some like even, but in general, I think like especially in a relationship, I think men are willing, and it's kind of gonna tie to like the first topic though about men having to understand women the way women communicate because we hear this all the time. Well, be a little light. They more sensitive and
Mm-hmm.
you gotta do this and all that stuff. But then
Talk to
like
me slow,
vice versa.
please.
Hmm? You said what?
Talk to me slow, please.
Right, exactly. Talk to me nice, stuff like that. They love that. That's their
Like you
favorite
just
one.
talked to me like a whole fucking man.
Right. Got done going crazy, then justified it and said, well, it was just the way you
Like, huh?
sniffed around me.
Get your
Just make up some
emotions
stuff.
in your way.
And yeah. Yeah, that's what it be like. But I do believe so. They teach it. I think they even teach men to be patient. Like even like how
Yeah.
we got to be with our kids and stuff. And only thing
Mm-hmm.
I don't like and what the world doing and justifies like treating women like kids. Like, dog, we adults. Like, it's like if you ever notice, like, right, look, if you talk to someone, they got to do that little. I said that I was thinking about this earlier. Like, it's kind of awkward. Why we think that's cute that a woman's is acting like a baby? You know what I'm saying? I just want you to do what you do, stuff like that or
Who the
whatever.
hell
But I'm
do
like, how is
that?
that? Like, why do we make that cute?
Who the
Or
hell
they do
do
the little
that?
pouting stuff. I don't know though. It's been like that since I was young. But
Maybe the
like, why do
opposite
we do
side
that
of
though? Just
this.
imagine a man doing that. Baby, you do you. He probably get slapped
Maybe the
so
opposite
fast.
side do that.
He said, "What?"
Ain't the opposite color side do that shit.
That's probably. Oh yeah, probably is. They had like
We
dogs
don't
and
treat
everything too. So
look. We
I guess it
treat our
makes sense.
men like kids.
I guess so. Yeah.
Plant.
That
Look,
junk.
some of
I
them
don't
be acting like.
know.
Sorry, goddamn.
Boy, I think the inner.
Well,
I
some of
think
them
it's
act like
the
little
inner child
boys.
in both. Oh, okay. Hey, I can tell you, I be tagging child at the wrong times and stuff.
Slim ain't
I
lying
just
on
want
that
you to
one.
do me your boo boo.
Slim ain't lying on that part. She said it's inner child in both. Hell yeah, we got some inner child.
Said it's the health. It's health. It's health. Oh, is it healthy? You saying? Is I'm reading wrong? My bad. Is it healthy? You saying? But it's just that joke is just so funny, man. Uh, you treated me bad. I want you to know that you treated me bad. Why would you do that? Oh, healthy. You said it's healthy? I don't know. I think it's harming more than anything nowadays. Acting like a little baby or being very sensitive and stuff. I think that's hurt. I think they hurt themselves too, even being like that. Why do you talk to me like that? You know what I'm saying? And then even like say this. That's why I be saying the patience, right? You gotta. It's like the patience gotta work the opposite way. Or gotta work just one way, right? Because it's even um, like even with that, like it's like I think they just teach men just to be like. Treat them like, and I understand, right? Man's supposed to be a little tougher.
Some men
Woman's
were
supposed to be more,
coddled as
uh,
children by their mothers.
huh? The what? Say it again. What the heck? Is that- You muted?
I said some men were coddled as children by their
Oh,
mothers.
oh, most definitely, though, most definitely. I think, yeah, everybody done got, especially dealing with especially if there's no man in the house, yeah, they usually get caught up. Both ends, both of them get caught up. Well, I'm talking about as an adult, right? As an adult, I think the only person going to coddle them is their mother. The world
Yeah,
not
because
gonna coddle them.
we're the
But
coddling queens. Hell,
yeah, but the world will coddle just it'll start off with the mother coddling, especially with women, but then the world will help coddle the woman too. That's what make it bad. You know what I'm
mm-hmm.
saying? Because like even with and that's what I'm saying about the patience, right? That if they be like, you have to. It's weird because I swear the schooling always seemed like it be just on the man side, and I can understand it, right? But I feel like they need to. And if you notice, right, now that a lot of women waking up and saying, are they trying to understand men, right? Is that now they getting called pygmies for trying to understand men? They getting called all type of names and stuff because they like you when like especially like a woman be like, hey, with Mandy, they a little direct and stuff. They know they gonna say what they mean. They gonna, when they actually say the parts that men do, you know what I'm saying? They understand. They gonna be a little rougher. They gonna be this, whatever. So this is how men operate. But then as soon as we say, we can say how women operate all day. We all learned that, right? Sensitive, all that stuff. If they say how men operate, then that's when a girl get called a pygmy and all that stuff or whatever. Or, stuff like that. So it's like, dang, the only way a woman can understand a man is they get called a pygmy. That's messed up. Welcome to the world we live in, man.
Yeah, all these out here, all these babies out of wedlock and this and that
True, 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 true,
and failed
true, true.
marriages.
Yeah, I think a lot of us rush into things. That's what it is. We rush into things.
So
Not ready for it, and I can understand it though. That's just all
I'm
of us
saying if
gonna
you
make
don't
our.
you gonna make a baby with somebody, please make sure they not just a one night stand. Jesus Christ.
Oh my, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Goddamn one
I
night
feel
stand,
bad
don't
for
know
that.
who the father is. I'm like, shit, you fucked the man. Shit.
Yeah, Slim, what you got for me, Slim? My
Hey,
homie right there.
hey y'all. I was just hopping up just to kind of like chat in with y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, want to say a little something about the where you were talking about acting like a child.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's unhealthy to do it outside of a relationship. But I feel like when you're in a relationship, something
Mm-hmm.
solid, I think it's kind of like letting your hair down. I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
that makes sense. So
I get you, saying.
it may look different when a woman does it and it may look different when a man does it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like she said, like we coddle our men.
Mm.
Playing a game to me is, y'all don't beat me up on the panel, please.
Oh no, yeah, yeah.
To
You
me,
don't, yeah, don't say,
child.
don't even finish it because you about to get dropped. Nah, it's like nah.
It's like the inner child though, like it gives inner child. Like
Yeah.
my son loves the game. So I think it just looks different
Mm-hmm.
from women than it does for men. With
Yeah.
girls, it looks like, oh babe, come on, let me have that. Like in a cute, kiddish way. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like, but you do that in something safe, right? You're not just out in the world, just like doing that and expecting people to respond. I'm like, no.
Oh, okay. I get what you mean by that, though. Yeah, so it is a little different in a relationship. I can get that, though, because like even like sometimes a man will sit there, usually if you find the right woman, you'll get a little softer with her anyway, though. Put your head all on it. So I do that every
Yeah.
now and then if I when I was in a relationship and stuff, so I can feel it though. You open up a little bit more. So that's a little bit different though. I think
Yeah.
it's becoming so bad, like in reality outside, right? Just like if you listen to the music, and I'll be talking about this all the time about like with that girl SZA, right? Just because she got a cute voice and talk all light, and it's two songs I heard now. They get to be allowed to say, "I just unlike my ex, not the best I did," and stuff like that. Like, though, I was like, imagine a man saying some stuff like that, they'd be done for. But it's
I
just
just be
like
listening to
we
the
think
lyrics.
it's
I'd be
cute,
like,
you know?
oh
Huh?
snap. I listen to
Yeah,
the lyrics and I
yeah,
was like, I don't even listen to the actual song. I listen to the lyrics closely and I'm like, ooh,
yeah.
I'm
Yeah, it
good.
ain't no joke when you look at the lyrics.
I was like, did this guy say he just killed a nigga?
Yeah, it
Hold
slide
on.
past because we think it's cute though. You know what I'm saying? They be saying some stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I
But
haven't
no
heard it.
different. I mean, all the music be something else though.
Terrible. Sexy red. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh my, not her. Please.
I goddamn demon.
I can't go lie, I can't stand sex red music.
That Drake demon. She think her
Yeah.
baby
I
daddy
still
Drake.
don't understand like how she. I don't know. Whatever.
That
I
was
think I
that
think
was
society know
just
what they
like
doing with her
Glorilla.
though.
She just like Glorilla. They all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
You look for small.
In the video game thing, god damn, they turned into a job.
Hey, I need y'all to slow down. I'm getting triggered now. Y'all need to slow down on that part.
Oh
Slow
my
down. Slow
bad.
down.
I'm just saying, 12 hours a day, but you can't get a job. Holy shit!
Okay, that's different now. That's when you just
Hell
messing
yeah,
up. Nah, yeah,
that's a
you
little ass
messing
boy
up.
to
You ain't
me.
supposed to be like. That's supposed to be a little spare time.
That's
You
a
know what I'm
little
saying?
boy to
A
me.
little hobby. Looking for small. Let me see her.
I know it's fun, but goddamn, pay attention to a motherfucker sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, Sean, you already know I'm always looking for smoke, man.
Mm.
Man. But yeah,
So,
it's all about awareness though, low key. So that's what it is.
Kev, can you expand a little bit on the second part of the first one that you got, where it says men have to understand the way that women communicate. Women don't
Mhm.
have to understand men. Like, what do you mean by
Yeah.
that?
I think it's like more acceptable in the world just for men to understand women. Like I'm put it this way, like they always teach like even at the if you look at the game and stuff, well not even game, but they always got videos of how to pick up a woman and all that other stuff. But it's just like we always or just men in general, right? Men just it's taught to, hey, you do this with a woman, yeah, that with a woman and that with a woman and all that stuff or whatever, but I hardly see until recently, right? They started to do it now, but you don't really see like women. They have a thing on YouTube trying to teach women how to get men or try to understand men or how their ways is and stuff. But then once they do understand, like I was mentioning before, that's when they get called pick-me's and all this other stuff. And it's like, no, we supposed to understand each other. It ain't supposed to be one way.
I get that. Well, I will
Yeah.
say this to that. I think that women, from my perspective, when I want to understand men, I go listen to men. I don't go listen to women. So I don't think a reason why I think you don't probably see a lot of women doing it. Well, now you do, right? Because we're
Mhm.
trying to do it, but it comes off different. Like when you hear a healthy man talk from a healthy place, a woman can receive it.
Yeah.
But when you hear a woman talk from a place of, you can hear a woman talk from a healthy place, and it can almost sound judgy. So I
Mm.
think a lot of women probably won't accept it because of past trauma, past pain, right? Past
Right.
relationships. But when you, because they want the love from the man,
Mhm.
they're more susceptible to hearing it from a healthy man, a healthy standpoint that standpoint from a healthy man. So
Mhm.
like, because that's the person they want to date. Like they want to date the opposite sex. So women, I feel like women are more susceptible to hearing it from men. So I like to listen to healthy men talk about men, because y'all know men. Obviously, if we knew, we'd be married, right? So who
Facts.
really get in
Facts.
the game? Like we get, like the daughters learn the game from their fathers. Like that's who you learn from.
Yeah.
You have to
That's
learn the
supposed to
opposites of
be.
that.
Yeah, that's most definitely how it's supposed to be though. But hey, good thing like this stuff been getting pushed out for the at least the past few years now. But sure, we need more that's like that low key. We do. Because it's just like the other stuff is like, well, hey, if a man can't put up with you, that stuff getting taught nowadays.
Mhm.
And this also time with the topic itself, are men more patient, because they do teach kind of like men to put up with women rather than, and all this stuff really happened just like the opposite way. Now they not telling men to put up with stuff or whatever since the past 4 years, just like they getting women to understand men. So everything is starting to happen opposite, even though it's about to be super hard now because you see how these wars going and stuff. But they usually tell men back then, because of happy wife, happy life. It used to be that, but they be like, hey, if hey, you gotta, you basically put up with her. And then the opposite, if a woman's to try to put up with a man, they can be like, nah, you need better than your life. You ain't gonna settle for less and all this other stuff or whatever. And it's like, it's like, why do they just teach us so backwards nowadays? That's probably why it is not, because some of them, the thing is, some of them is tired. They get tired and they realize it's just not even in their nature, like to just keep on, bending back. Some of them bend back all day and keep on, because eventually the trait's gonna come out like, all right, I'm done. I'm done being a stepping stool. I'm done being all this other stuff. Cause I don't know how to say this. I ain't trying to put it that way, but I know there's like, depending on who in power and stuff, or especially, I see why the Bible like that, why they have, like, if a woman is in the head instead of the man, and if they just operating off their feelings and stuff, that's a hectic thing. That's gonna be hectic though.
Yeah, that's why I think that we need balance, right? And
It
that's why
do.
that household with the men come, because we in a household with, most of the times it's like a lot of household with women, for the boys
Hmm.
and for the girls now. So it's not really that healthy balance. Like women have not been really taught by their fathers, by men. So they think that they can, like you said, have that little um but it's like you have to be a woman of a certain caliber. Like, you have to work on your character. There's a lot of things you
Yes.
have to do. Yeah, you deserve that, but you also have to do the work to get that. Anything worth having is worth fighting for. So that includes you and working on your development as a woman.
Hmm.
And so
Got to.
Well
I,
said.
I think overall people just got that problem. About to get
About to
kicked
get kicked
out.
out.
Give me a second, y'all. Yeah, I tricked y'all. Y'all thought I was gone. I'm still here. TikToking me right now. Hold on. I'll be right back. Let me see. There we go. Oop. Oh, oop. I gotta turn that on. I don't even know where I left off at. I was saying something. That's why I don't like when TikTok do that to me though. But what the heck I left off with? What's up, Jibby? Nerve, I see you down there hitting them likes. Hey, y'all, real quick, if y'all can keep on tapping and share it out, go ahead and share it out. Y'all don't know how to share. Hold your finger where my prompts are at. You can hold it for 2 seconds. You're gonna see a list of friends pop up and share it to all of them. Go ahead. I don't care, you know. Try to get up to like it's 14 of y'all, so you can give me the 10K real quick. Yeah, no, it ain't gonna hurt that bad. And I'm trying to remember where I started off at. Maybe a couple hashtag FYPs too. That might help me get on this For You page a bit quicker. See something? Let me throw one in for myself too. But hey, what the heck did I leave off with? Sean, what you got for me, my brother? You at? Is you at work? It's Saturday though.
I'm at work, but I got a little time.
Oh, okay. What you got for me, my brother? Man, we about to get this topic started. Yeah.
Which one? Which one first?
What got your visual? So
Eee.
we could start off with the do you believe men are more patient than women?
Uh, I hate. Well, you know, I hate questions like this.
I know. Or
Uh,
you could say what everybody impatient in or whatever. It don't matter. You can balance it out.
if I'm looking at like as far as relationships, I would say men are
That-
more patient.
That's what I should have just put relate, but I don't have enough room to that. But that's what I was getting to though, because I
Oh,
didn't want to make it sound like it's broad though. But yeah, relationship.
as far as in society, I would definitely say no. We are not as patient because when you look at just how like you just look at the crime rate of how men are unaliving each other and women are
True.
not unaliving each other like that, it
True.
shows that we don't have patience at all and women do. But as far as
True.
relationship, I believe we are more patient.
Yeah, okay, I feel it. Okay, we can rock with that. I like that. Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Sean? I want to know why are men more patient when it comes to relationships?
Mm.
Kind of like what Kev said at first when I first came in that men, especially from little boys, we are taught that since we are the ones that's chasing the women and we have to court the women, we are taught to know the nature of women, learn how women are, and in return, women don't have to learn anything about us. They only learn about us when we get into relationships with them. And the patience that you have at that time is very thin. We are groomed to have kind of patience and understand you from a little child.
Okay.
But that don't mean, damn, I hate. Well, you can trick me with these questions.
I do it on purpose.
I guess once again, I'm gonna say men in general, yes, but it's kind of like it take a certain type of man. Like if a man don't have when in a relationship, if a man don't have better patience than the woman, I think that their relationship would be very unbalanced. And then there's nothing wrong with a man having emotions, but if he's very emotional, you won't get anywhere as far as conversation or building with a type of man like that.
Hmm. So it sound like balance, right? Men are more slower to things and women are more faster. I don't know if the faster part for the women is always a good thing because we can be like 10 years ahead of men. Like we
Mm.
thinking about all type of stuff. But do you
That's
think that
weird
that
because
has
my experience is a little bit back. That's crazy. I don't know why my experience is backwards though, because I usually think ahead, and then it's like some or the woman I guess the woman I was dealing with, they was like they was like, I want this now, and but basically like I want this now. I want to get this house, I want to get this car, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, I be thinking about like, hold up. I'm like, but is we gonna have enough money to keep up with this? Is we gonna have enough? So I be thinking about stuff like that. That's weird how so it's the opposite. No, I gotta go in your area then.
But you know what I think when I was saying thinking ahead, I was thinking more like I don't want to say childish. Uh, I'm talking about the he my man and we finna thinking about baby names and all type of crazy stuff. Just
Oh,
way
okay, I get what you on
ahead
that. Okay, I get what
of
you mean on that.
ourselves when it comes to like courting or getting a man but I also think that it's a lot of pressure put on women too. Like it's a lot of pressure put
Mm.
on women as far as like just every time we see movies it's fairy tale. It's like it's always it's like embedded almost.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think that's why a lot of women are pushing now education, jobs, trying to make something else the forefront because it's
Mm-hmm.
been pushed for so long and then they've been rushing the process and getting like real bad outcomes on top of not having like, you know, healthy representation to even know what type of man to even look for or even just building that type of character that attracts the type of man that you want.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we can. That's why I like it like this. So we can have many perspectives. For sure. Hopefully, maybe I'm wrong about this topic though. We're really making a question on it, so it's like I am asking this, so I ain't never made it for sure though. But we gonna see. We gonna see who really patient. Hawkeyes, what's up? Welcome to the live.
Hey, what's good?
What's
But just to respond to you, host, I heard what you said in
mm-hmm.
regarding to, dating women that just want everything right now.
Mm,
I see everything here in the westernized culture, like in the States. Women just want everything like quickly, whereas women out like overseas, they'll build with their man. Like my cousin,
mm,
I made that as an example in a panel. Like she's Dominican, and her man was just starting off as an engineer and she was just starting off as a doctor, and they both got together with no money and now they're living their best lives because now they have money. It's been so many years, they built together. So women here just want the man to have everything, and I mean they want this type of house, this type of car. I get it, but it's like let's look at the finances. If you cannot do it by yourself, then you should not make that purchase.
mm,
Okay, because I live in Fort Lauderdale where there's a lot of high class folks in downtown, and they said the same thing. Hey, if you think about if you're gonna make a purchase, let's say buy a house or buy any type of property, you better make sure
mm,
you and this and this individual could do it by yourselves
mm.
in case something happens. So yeah, it's
And
just
you got me thinking about more and more stuff too. I'll be thinking about, you got me. So I'm thinking I'll do that a little later, see what everybody gonna come with.
It's
All
just
right.
asking the right questions. That's what I think the men in this country need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Ask the right questions, and because females nowadays they're ridiculous in these
Mm.
panels.
I think in asking the right questions, as in like you mean like, as in okay, let me see what you mean by that. Asking the right questions in what way? Like for example.
Okay, what type of house did they grow up in? And if they grew
Oh,
up
you
in
talking about
trouble,
those? I thought you was getting there, right? So you can know who to deal with, right?
right,
I was
right,
wondering if you was talking about that too. That's why I had to. Yeah, I get you. But
right.
then again, I don't think like some of the men, right? I don't even think they. That's what I be mean about that put up stuff though. They don't because they not even right themselves. Some of them not even right themselves. So
That's
they
real.
not even thinking about the question. They just thinking about let me I think she cute. She made me smile. She looking thick or so other. What it just depend on? Depending on, but most of the time they not asking all them serious questions. You see now it's like we getting men that's uh learning more about themselves and trying to, be more of a leader, stop being all impish. Because we all of us got a lot of us. I ain't gonna lie, we got born to be imps. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna say panders. You know what I'm saying? That's why they got born. But now we getting taught to, yeah, you know your value, all this other stuff. Because women got taught to know their value since they was younger and stuff. Even though I don't know,
Well, I met a
maybe. Well, when
gentleman.
they get called princesses and stuff, I don't know stuff like that.
I,
I don't know if that's
that,
considered.
Yeah,
oh, please let me chime in on that.
Go ahead.
Lord, you said, I think the getting called princess, that part is like really overrated. You can get
Mm,
called one thing, but if you don't know how to embody that, you're not that. So
mm,
women being called princesses because it's been thrown in our face is not look at, and this is just me speaking, but look around. How many princesses do you really see?
ooh,
Not a lot. So that's the reason why we even having these panels. So looking at one thing and embodying it is two totally different things. So even though women have been taught that, they have no clue how to embody that. So they haven't even been not an inkling close to that. Because it takes a lot of self work, which we kind of talked about. So and the what she was saying, I think it kind of goes both ways because we don't have a lot. I think it's just different calibers of people. You got
right.
people that You got look. I don't want to call them low class. That's kind of mean. But you got just different calibers of people. So, like you said, some of them are not asking those questions because they're not. They don't really care.
Right.
So they're attracting that type of woman. Because if you care, you're gonna ask certain questions and you're gonna be like, okay, I know a woman of good character. So how do you get into a relationship with a woman that doesn't have good character? Either you don't know what that is, you're not worried
Mm.
about it, or you don't embody it yourself. Because if you
Yep.
are of a certain character, you're gonna look for something of a certain stature. So when you get them two people together, it's because they're mirroring something.
True. There's something in them, right? I do say you
Exactly
are who you accept. Yeah.
that point.
Yep.
And
I get you on that.
I was also going to add to that, like, I met a man that told me that he would not date women that have low credit scores. And I was like, that makes sense.
No, they got taught that. Don't even know why. But then dating with other silly reasons. But yeah. Yeah, I think that, and that's why I'm glad these past few years everybody been on it. It's a hassle. Though. I'm not gonna lie, it's hectic, and you see how it's kind of separating the victim mentality versus the people that's trying to like the communal people and stuff or whatever. It's going so you got the people that's it wasn't my fault, it was them, and then you got the people that it was me. You know what I'm saying? We need to change this. We need to change this about all of us and all that stuff. So it's like if you ever don't notice the war on here, because like if you see me in, that's why I don't want some of my peoples following me in different rooms because I'll be in some rooms that be just they be saying some wild stuff. I'm not gonna lie, man, but it's just interesting. You know what I'm saying? I also go there to try to test my own because I talk about emotional control and stuff and see where I'm at. Sometimes I got to test it to see, you know what I'm saying, if I must get triggered still and all this other stuff. So I'll be trying to test it sometimes. Cause they be coming at me. they
What?
don't like they don't
What?
like kids.
Who you
You was
telling?
Man, you was in a room, and I get what you're saying because you was in a room, and I looked up on my thing, it show you your friends and who they if they on somebody's live, and I went into that man's live. That man was crazy. Oh my god! I'm
Oh, you
like,
was you was in there
yes, he
then.
blocked me. He blocked me real quick.
Oh yeah, you already knew that was probably going. A lot of my people got blocked in there. They got some sensitive, soft, some people in there.
Ooh.
Like you got to really tread lightly in there.
Yeah,
What was the
that's
topic?
the type of man. He's a very dangerous.
Yeah,
Like
he
his
dangerous.
mindset
That's
is
fact.
dangerous to women. Period. I'm like,
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts. And it's like I don't be trying to say some strong words and stuff. I rather like pray for people like that, but it's like man, they do not need to be around because it's like people doing anything to get numbers and stuff and all this other stuff. I do go in there just to. I ain't gonna lie, I still go in there until they block me and stuff because it's like I be trying to see if I could talk through the chaos. I'm put it that way because they like the chaos group. And then I actually got away one day, you know what I'm saying, without a piece of scar because they wanted to get me. They wanted to get me a little bit. But I was like, I came in there smooth, like, you know what, it is that, trying to make it sound balanced a little bit. Even though I always naturally try to be balanced anyways, but I just try to come in a way so I didn't come off. Because sometimes I can't do that, try to talk smart and stuff, but I just did not want to trigger them this time. So I'm like, I started talking to them and saying, but they actually agree with me because I'm like, no, you got to remember, like some of the times, like, even though we know men is horrible, you know what I'm saying, but it's nothing we can do about it. You know what I'm saying? I wish it was something we could do about it, but since the beginning of time, men been taking over this. So I don't know why we keep going back to this. So I go in there every now and then just to test it, man. But oh man, no people do not like me. I be laughing so much, man, that joke's so funny. It's just sad that people is like that though, because they get mad. They only mad at themselves, low key. They not mad at me. They mad at themselves because of like when I do come around, I make them see something within themselves. Within themselves. That's why people don't even try to come to my room that much too, because I'm gonna have some topics about looking within yourself, which everybody's scared of. A lot of us gonna be in denial about certain things. But I did enough time on this thing to know, like, hey, this what it is. Like, we got to overcome these things that we know that's an issue. Even if the issue is within us. But a lot of us don't want to take that time. We rather say, who are you to judge? How can you tell me this and all this other stuff? Yeah, I try to be, man. I try to be, you know. But it's just like I guess nowadays some people are like, hey, it's your tone, it's the way you deliver. You come off condescending and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like people be funny though, because it's like they be one of the worst ones, but it's just like, but they enjoy it at the same time because it's like they want to hate me at the same time. But the fact that I kind of slip a little, because my personality, I always be trying to joke around sometimes. I don't want to be too serious all the time. And then I preach when I have to preach. You know what I'm saying? I just try to make a little balance in the situation because, like, I guess that's why the name is really like that, laugh and learn. But it's just like I just made that as a personality though. I love it. I love it, and it help people. I love seeing people smile. I love love. You know what I'm saying? I love even help learning and learning and teaching. You know what I'm saying? For all I know, you know what I'm saying? Because I really don't have to even be on this app. I tell people that I don't have to be on this app. I done found stuff within myself. I could listen to motivational videos all day and help big myself up. But then again, I be on here and I do learn. I was coming on here just to teach only, but then I started learning like, dang, it's so many different mindsets. It's so many things, and it's helping me prepare for like real life. This is like kind of real life because everybody on here projecting and whatever they saying what's really on their mind that they ain't saying in front of their family and stuff. That's just what that is. But it's just depend on how you use this. I was even talking to one of my peoples earlier about that. Like it ain't that the app ain't it ain't it's not gonna mess you up. It's not it don't even be whatever you want to call it. But it's just how you use it. You know what I'm saying? What are you on here for? That's just all that really is though. But you can grow. You can grow. And if you got the mindset to grow and be open minded, you can learn a lot. So I'm like, dang, I didn't know these people go through that. I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Then it come repetitive after you do it. Like, oh yeah, I know what type of person you is. Even though you try your best not to make prejudgments and stuff, but it just become repetitive. Oh man, but let me get some people in. My bad, I talked too long.
You know what's disappointing
What's up?
too? I would like
What's
to
that?
add. I went into a group of these
Hmm.
women. They were like encouraging each other like violence. Like, oh, if a best friend cheats, like I guess goes behind your back and dates her ex boyfriend, oh, that would beat her ass. And I was like, why?
Oh
Do
my
you think
god.
about the charges that like could come like because of that? And these
Hmm.
women, they're like, oh, why did you jump in this panel with like-minded people? I'm like, yeah, y'all are low vibrational. I'm out.
Yeah. I just say everybody different, man. I try my best to try to, and I don't even use those terms. Like literally, I am growing more empathy or I would say compassion for people, man. Even though people be doing me wrong and talking crazy and all that stuff, I still feel sad for them, man. I literally like in the process of understanding myself and all the healing I did or whatever. It's just I am like I do be just feeling bad that people just can't find it because people I think they is searching. People are even when they go to rooms like safe spaces and you know uh I need to validate this or whatever. I understand they just searching. They really searching and they don't like the pain they going through and they don't want to take the real route. Or they probably don't know the route, but I do feel bad for them because it's like, dang, if I could say a couple words and you just yelling your brains out, like, dang, I can imagine how this affecting your real life. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a person that you don't even know. So I can imagine the people you do know and how you feel. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, I do feel bad for them. I feel bad
That's the
for them.
spirit of God, though. That's the spirit of
Yeah.
God on you,
Hey,
Tab. That's
Kev.
the extending the grace. That's the extending the
Yeah.
grace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mr.
Kev.
P, what you got?
Before we get off of this conversation about you, really quick, I just want to point out an observation, and you can take this observation how you want.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you're a fan of this individual, and I don't really care if you're a fan. The observation is valid in my opinion, so I'll just give it to
Yeah.
you. You've tapped into a unique type of of presence when you're hosting.
Yeah.
It's almost the same type of methodology that you see with like the Joe Rogan podcast, in the sense that
Interesting.
Joe Rogan isn't necessarily a genius, but he's not a complete layman in everything. But
Yeah.
he asks good questions and gets people to uh, answer those questions from their perspective. He's really good at listening and getting people to talk about topics.
Hmm.
And you've tapped into a very similar type of energy in the way that he does. Maybe not to his scale, obviously.
Hmm.
But I think that's why your room is successful in the way it is because uh, you're willing to say, this is what I know, and I'm willing to learn more. What
Hmm.
can you bring to the table? That's at least the vibe I get from you.
Yeah.
And there's people who get really offended by that because they themselves have a hard time questioning their own ideas of what is correct and what isn't. And when people have a difficulty doing that and they see you doing it so easily, it's very easy to hate on that. You know, because we generally hate what we see in other people that we lack in ourselves, in my opinion. So, you know, you provide a very unique space of providing your own thoughts, your own knowledge, but you're also willing to debate and argue and learn. And I think that's very similar to, like, if you watch Joe Rogan, how he navigates. You know, you don't have to be the smartest person in the room still to run the room and keep the questions, the dialogue going. You're really good at it. So that's my observation.
I ain't never. You got me want to watch him now. I mean, I seen Joe Rogan, but I ain't never really watched this part. I'm about to. Now you got me about to watch him though. I like that because like I like hearing different things though from like from different podcasts. I like podcasts. I ain't gonna even lie. I do like them. I'm gonna start leaving. But look, I'm actually be a fresh fit head though. I ain't gonna even lie though. But then the more I hear them now that I healed a little bit more, them dudes sound hurt. They sound so freaking hurt, dog. I'm like, dang, and they making it. And I ain't gonna. I don't know if I'm wrong for this, but I'll be waiting for people to kind of because there was some deep stuff I just disagree with them on. And I'd be waiting for people to tear them down like, dog, y'all sound selfish, and y'all sound like y'all kids though a little bit. Like they be on point. I'm not gonna lie, they be on point on certain things, but they too competitive. They be trying to compete with women, and we gotta catch up. I need the candy store analogy, and you used to have your value, so now I got mine, and I'm gonna get to do what I want and all this stuff. I'm like, dang, like y'all just sound like y'all don't even sound like real leaders or how y'all saying it though. But that's why I always wanted to be on a podcast for the stuff I didn't understand.
If anybody on the panel disagrees with that observation of how Kev his energy is, I'd love to hear it because I've been on his page for a long time, and this dude will entertain people who are literally the polar opposite of his perspective, and he does it with decorum. And you're like, I've seen it, dude. Like I've seen you give people space, and you know, if someone's got to disagree, I'd like to argue it out with them.
He said, "I'll fight." He said, "I'll fight."
I'm not that person. I ain't you. So, but you know, that's just my feelings, and I feel like I'm correct.
So I was cutting Kevin off, being rude, cutting Kevin off to actually give him even more flowers, right? Because like my first week or so on this app, I kind of found Kev's page on my For You, and like the inspiration that I got to watch someone with clearly a lot of knowledge. So I actually saw Kev first in a live, and I followed him from a live. He was in somebody else's live, and I saw a man that was navigating people that were clearly his intellectual, to say inferiors, I guess would be hate speech, but I'm gonna just say what it is because I don't really care, right?
Intellectual subordinate.
Yeah, so they like he was navigating people that clearly could not tie his mental shoes, but the way he handled it made me want to follow him. And then I ended up in a panel, and it was one of the very first nights that the algorithm changed and they were suppressing positive lives on that night. I don't know if you remember that, Kev. It was about a month or two ago. And your numbers just drastically had just dropped. And we were talking about the fact that if we were talking on that fresh and fit, let's debate type level, the numbers would probably be through the roof because there were other lives going on that very same night that had numbers in the commas, right? But you chose, like the crazy thing is the prompt that you had, if you would have kept it up, it probably would have incited comma type numbers. But you chose to go a route of teaching people why that was eventually going to be destructive, right? And you inspired me to, I am like dude in the top box in front of me. See, I'm that argumentative dude. Like I'm built for this. Like we can go rounds, and I know how to make you feel a certain way with your own words, right? I'm not as gifted as you as being nice about it all the time, right? So because I'm a salesman, so I want to get the win. To me, it's a win thing, right? So but you taught me how to be more respectful, and I just wanted to give you your flowers and tell you that you have inspired me to take this more seriously, and as a result of that, I have grown in ways that I didn't think would have been possible. But I really want to say you inspired all of that, so thank you.
Oh yeah, appreciate you. Dang, what's going on today, man? I'm over here. Where did this come from, y'all?
Yeah, Kevin.
I'm a thug,
I
y'all. Y'all
haven't
about to make me turn into a butter pillow over here, man. What the heck going
I
on?
haven't got
I
here to get
appreciate
too
y'all, man. I
crazy
needed
in
to
the
hear that. I guess.
guy.
Guess I needed to hear that, man. Yeah, I ain't realize I've been
Yeah.
making it. Y'all making me want to push on this thing even more now. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize how I'd be, and I hear it every now and then, but I didn't know I'd be impacting people low key because I make my rounds, I say what I say, and then I'm just trying to spread out, man,
Yeah, brother.
just to build up for real.
I already
Huh?
told you, but I don't get on live a lot. But when I
Yeah.
get to your live, I either get on a live that you running or that you in the room, and I say, okay, if Kev up in there, and I feel like it's cool for me to come up now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I rarely get on other people's lives. You know what I mean? But you know what they said about you just being like, I feel like it was yesterday we was on live and I saw someone jump on this one lady for her opinion, or
Hmm.
y'all was kind of going back and forth. They was kind of going in at you, and it's like I don't get in these spaces, and the reason why I don't get on lives other than yours are ones that you are that you're on, or you people that actually come on your live. Then I'm like, okay, I know they cool people. I can go in there, but they like to jump on people back when they have a difference of opinion. Like it's just one triggering thing that person says. They don't even get to finish their thought. They say one
Hmm.
thing and then all of a sudden, hey, hey, like let the person finish their thought process out, then return a challenge question. And I feel like they were trying to jump on you yesterday, and like the other gentleman said, like I don't understand what the deal is because I don't see you be argumentative. I don't see you like cutting people off or whatever. You just kind of like laid back, and that's kind of like how I am. I ain't finna be arguing with you to fight for my opinion and how I'm feeling. If we all on the panel, like it's not no need for that. But a lot of the
Yeah.
rooms, the echo chambers, man. But yeah, man, yeah, I mean, what they said about you is right, brother.
Yeah. And you remember the other thing though? You remember, remember I appreciate all y'all for sure though, but it like literally this take it was taking time. And like I said, I told myself that I just wanna you gotta lead by example, right? What it looked like me speaking on emotional intelligence or controlling your emotions and then snapping the next minute, that make me look bad. You see what I'm saying? Like what the heck? We supposed to follow a guy like you or something like that? Because I realized that is one of the things that we all have to figure out. You know what I'm saying? We got an ego and pride issue. That's one of our main things. We scared of accountability. That entitlement mentality is the other thing. Them are the four things y'all gonna always keep hearing me talk about in here. And emotional control, right? So I think those are the four things. The reason why a lot of us just can't connect, man, because all of us be having points. All of us think different and stuff, but it's just like we gotta build understanding that we ain't gonna understand each other all the time. You know what I'm saying? So you and my thing is, I did like when I first started off on this app. I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't real bad, but I did say I snapped maybe one time or twice, maybe one time, and that's like cussing somebody out, right? It was, and then well, I don't even cuss nobody out. I wasn't even cussing nobody out. I think I said the B word, right? I was in one of those rooms on the other side. I don't know if y'all know what I mean by the other side, right? And you know how they act over here. They very emotional and what do you mean? Call me by my letters and all that. Let me not make sure because I know that hate speech ain't no joke though. But you know what I mean. Now they come with all these things and stuff, and I was like, so one of them, I don't know if it was a boy or a girl, I don't know, but they said something, and it was like they just kept like it seemed like they was coming at me and saying different things, like trying to make me look silly. They try to make me look silly, and then one time I like let me just re-say it over again, and then next minute they was like after I said it and I expressed myself and everything, they was like, man, you sound. They said you sound I'm trying to man TikTok man, they got me talking weird. You sound basically silly, and I was like, man, I said, you sound. Then they dropped me out the panel quick in the mud. But from there, look, from there, my whole point is, it's like the thing is, we can't make excuses. So I learned even in that room, they let me back up, and even though they kept saying, I'm like, dog, y'all know they kept coming at me, and then now I snap, y'all want to go on me. But what I learned out of that is like people gonna do what they want to do, right? It's up to me how I act. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one. Even like if people that believe in God, like God ain't gonna be like, um, nah, you right. Susie made you do that and all that stuff. You was, I'm gonna give you a pat. They don't work like that. He only worry about how you reacted and how you will try to avoid it or anything. You know what I'm saying? So that's just all around. And that's what I had to learn because it was so hard. That accountability was real. When I wanted to be positive and a motivator, that junk got real on me. I'm like, dang, this is what it is. I really got to eat this up. Why my stomach hurt? You know, it was so much stuff. I wanted to snap. I ain't gonna lie though, but I had to build a habit out of that, right? Because all of us can do it. We can. That's why I be even with my friends that be in here, the people that I be seeing, and sometimes I be allowing some things in here too, just to see if how they gonna handle it. Because there's some there's some unhinged people in here, man, and they be doing it. But I be like, all right, I know that they're unhinged, but I know that you're better than them. But my thing is, don't let them take you out your character, and that's my thing. Because I mean, I see it in a lot of people. The simple fact that we can all listen to one another, I know they got it in them. We always talk about things like, well, I'm not that strong enough. I'm not that well. At the moment, you're not, right? We can always get stronger. We just got to talk to ourselves and let it be known. Use that same mentality when we trying to prove somebody wrong, and prove yourself wrong and say that I can become better. You know what I'm saying? We can just talk to ourselves that way. Say, call yourself weak when you do snap. Not say, oh man, I had to do that because of that. No, I was weak. I did that, and I got to become better. You know what I'm saying? That's just how that is. But all of us can do it. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's a journey though, and it wasn't easy. And I'm human just like the rest of everybody else. It just all of us got it. We got it. We could do it. So, but yeah, I had my little struggle though, low key. Hey BVO, you remember when me and old girl got into it? But that was the first time holding it. But that's when I really learned to stick with what I stick with. I said, I don't care who you are, I'm holding you accountable.
It's been a minute ago when you had got into it with old. Oh yeah. I remember that. I remember
not the enemy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, man. And that's crazy, man. But guess what? When people say certain things and it kind of tests their insecurities, like you said, like everybody's projecting in some kind of way, but we just try to, be constructive in what we say. But yeah, I remember that. Yeah, because I was like, she cool people, Kara cool people. But then like in that moment, they just opinion just didn't interact. But I don't think you took it as hard as she did. But yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah.
No, I didn't. But
I know you did.
it was eventually coming out because, like I said, I take my time with everybody, low key. I take it with everybody. I try to understand who I'm talking to. I got to, and I realize how people get triggered. I pay attention to all that because, like I said, I have to do that with myself first, and that's the best way. That's come with vetting and all that stuff that we do with everybody. And I noticed the little things about her before I did, and I was like, today's the day. I'm going to tell her what she did was wrong. Like you just don't go because somebody picture look like this and then say. Huh?
What was the difference? I forget what it was though. Like I forget what it was. I remember the argument, but I forget what it was over.
It was because not that I took up for the girl, but I just told her what she did was wrong. Because she was telling this woman, she was judging this one girl saying, your picture looked like that you use men. I was like, what? How you gonna just go off somebody's picture and say that? Like, I understand, like, she do stand strong on what she is, but I could tell that even her messages, her name is, we know the name, right? I don't want to put her name, stuff like that. But her name is like that. She took up for the man, all this other stuff, but it's like, I could tell she was hiding something. I could tell she was just putting on a front just so she can, because she was always keep talking about, I need to do this, I need to make it, I want to do this stuff. I'm like, dog, you got to let this go natural. You got to go genuine. Don't force it. I was telling her all type of things. Then it keep on looking like she was looking for attention on there too. She like, man, I don't know, a woman like me, why am I so single? Why me? Can I ask y'all and all this? I'm like, dang, he's like you reach. But it's just, I don't know. But like I said, I'm pray for her. I pray for everybody, low key, man, because I know all of us, we gonna figure it out, Kev. I only got 30 minutes, can all that hit. Okay, for sure. Yeah, let's get it going. Let's get the party going. But hey, yeah, man, boy, I got stories on this thing for real. But I love it, man. I just try to become better on that situation. What you got for Mr. P?
Oh, I'm leading. All right.
Yeah, you say you go ahead. You can run through them.
Or do we just want to go one at a time?
You can run through. I know you say you only got 30 minutes, and I don't think we're gonna get through all them 30 minutes.
Well, I mean, if I can call it, I'd say let me just do one, and then we just go through.
Okay, we could do that, dude.
I don't want to just monologue. I'd love to hear other people's ideas. But I'll start off with the top question: are men more patient?
Charlotte, hit the box, man. She always was. She's funny, man. Ever since I met her,
man, I'm gonna say yes because I think that modern society shows that patience exists, and if you look at patience, what it means, what the traits of someone who is patient, I think one of them is going to be self-control. And I think that statistically, if you look at how the majority of men that are living in self-control, regardless of the emotional state that they're living through, is so high. You know, it's overshadowed by the reported violence that is a horrible travesty that I will stand up and fight against at any opportunity. That being said, the majority of men are living with an extreme amount of self-control, and it's not necessarily self-control towards women, it's just self-control in general. That the consequences of modern society are a lot more severe for men who school at higher rates, graduate college at higher rates, are excelling in the C-suites at higher rates, have a lower unaliving rate. The marketplace for dating is a lot more advantageous for women. I think that that's definitely the benefits of a society that has a lot more patience towards women.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you also weigh the fact that men are typically the expendable gender, and what I mean by that is we're expected to just sacrifice mass bodies into the infrastructure system that everybody drives on and uses every day with no concern, which is a thankless job. The people who do it don't do it to be thanked. They do it because the society that their children are going to grow in are dependent upon it being done.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of patience being exhibited and destroying our bodies over a 40-year career for an infrastructure we'll never be thanked for.
Ooh.
In fact, it'll be thrown in our face that we're not needed in society because of the lack of knowledge into what goes into maintaining what we live in as it is. So I'll land my plane on that I think that men have shown that patience has the rewards, and the rewards of patience is that women get to participate in the work environment, they get to participate in society, they have equal rights, they have equal representation, and they're able to flourish. I think it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I ain't thinking about it. We
you
about
know,
to get somewhere. There's so many angles from this thing.
I'll land there, and we can see where it goes.
Okay, yeah, I'm liking all the takes. Let's get let me see. I'm trying to think all the people that didn't go. I think BVO BVO, then we got Nerd, then Grind Time, I think. Or was it BVO, then Grind Time and Nerd?
Somebody can go ahead and go. I'm just
Okay.
gonna lead off, y'all. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Grind Time, we gonna do you. No Diddy, that was weird.
Nah, I mean, I think that the way that we got to look at this is the fact that we need to understand that men and women we're not communicating properly because the system that we are operating in was not designed for us to communicate at all, right? So it's a systematic thing, right? And it's not us as individuals. There is a whole air of inadequacy that exists in our society right now. No matter if I'm in a room where I'm talking about people who are learning how to trade Forex like me, if I'm in a room where they're talking about relationships, we're talking about business, marketing, whatever room I'm in, there's always the spirit of somebody raising their hand saying, I'm not good enough to participate in this. Right? And that by itself brings about so much anxiety because everywhere in our society we see areas where we don't measure up. Like, who doesn't want to put premium gas in their car? But the gas pump at 78 a dollar a cent more, right, for the premium gas means that I'm putting regular in my whip today. Right? And we make these minor adjustments. So I think that when we stop looking at this as a singular issue of male versus female, we'll be able to solve the problem, because all that is just a different example of crabs in a barrel, right? So we have to communicate not about how we're communicating, but about what we're communicating about. I'll land my plane there.
Okay. Nerd with the teacup. You there? My
Yeah, I'm
gamer
here.
roaster. I ain't forget about you in the other room. I
Oh
said the
Lord.
gamers got the roasting powers, boy.
Yeah, we
But
do.
yeah, I realize that's probably what I was wondering I think that's where it come from too. We just so used to being on that joke. You gotta have a quick mouth on that thing, man. You got to. You got the little kids over there calling you the N bomb and all type of stuff. But what you got for the topic, man? Are men more patient than women?
Yeah.
simply because men are more prone at a younger age to like they're taught to like save money, get a car. Women, we just spend, and we're not like at an early age. We're not thinking on the same lines as men as establishing ourselves. Not all women, but men are more prone to get their life together, and saving up for certain things and for what you need takes patience. Even down to having discipline. When men are taught discipline, that also requires patience. So everything a man is taught and getting prepared for life requires patience. Some women, they use pretty privilege, so they're not really patient. They just get what they want without having to earn it, and that's how I feel.
Mm. So I was about to let so I know Charlotte's about to drop a bomb, man. I know before I get to you, Charlotte. Yeah. Let me get one rush, and then I'm gonna let Charlotte drop her bomb, and then we're gonna do an open panel from that point before we get to the next prop. What you got, one rush?
Thank you, Kev. Because you know I'm a TikTok whore. I like to walk the TikTok street. So, I'm ready. The first question. Men have to understand the way women communicate. I don't understand where we even got have to, because men don't have to understand anything about women to a certain degree, in my opinion. But we don't even understand women. If us ladies really sat here and really fucking thought about it, we don't fucking understand each other either. Some of us are batshit crazy. Some of us are dumbass shit. We don't understand. There's no logical sense. There's no even logical, emotional sense to some of the shit that we hear about these women be doing. So don't sit here and act like we even understand. There's some real women out here that have some real brains on their heads that don't understand the bullshit that y'all ghetto ass baby hair to the eyebrow bitches don't fucking understand.
Whoa, you're going too crazy now.
Ain't not one on this panel though, so I don't give a fuck. Kevin, don't you should look. I'm up tonight, so don't.
This Saturday, I forgot. Oh
don't
man, I can hear the Saturday in you, man.
But okay, am I
I'm
wrong?
about to say you let something out.
Anyone in the panel? Am I wrong? All right, so yeah. So I'm gonna go to the second part of the question. So women don't have to understand men. Men are the most fucking easiest creatures on this fucking earth to understand. So what's the problem? What's
I
the
don't know,
problem?
man. It's Saturday, I guess. Okay, Rush. Okay, you was waiting on that one. You like, let me get down now. That's my said this one up your alley, man. What you got on the table, man? What you sipping on? I already know you sipping something, man.
Amsterdam.
Don't laugh. You sipping on?
Amsterdam.
Oh, not the damn.
Hey, look, y'all want to drop me? Y'all want me to drop? Hey, y'all want me to keep talking?
No, I love what you
No, we gonna open the panel up real quick. You can do your let me give you a chance though. I'm gonna go to Charlotte, see what she got though real quick.
Yeah.
What you got, Charlotte, man? Welcome to the live, man.
One Rush. Hey, y'all. I don't think a lot of women understand each other, but I think what matters is if you understand yourself, because half the time other people are not going to understand you, because half the time people don't understand me. I think honestly, it's people think I'm like on a high horse, but I'm very like chill. People get me started, especially when I go into certain people's panels. So I be trying to fill out the room, see the conversation. I love the energy you came in with, One Rush. I haven't been on the panel with you before, but I have been on the panel with some other people, and I swear some people do stuff for clicks and views. They argue for just no reason. They don't know you in real life, right? They just make their assumptions based off of what they see. They claim all these things, and like they can't. It's probably because they're not happy in their real life. So that's what I see, and that's why I don't even try to understand women half the time, because we could hardly understand ourselves. But
Not you over there saying accountability up in here, boy. Oh, let me find out. I'm gonna tell Ty.
I think a lot of people should be more accountable. I hate when people make excuses for themselves. They be like,
Thanks.
"Oh, this is the reason. It's a system, or it's this, it's that." I don't.
Mm.
I think all people should, take accountability on how their day to day life goes. It's like, oh, how are you like advocates for women, but women join your panel and you allow women and men to bash people you would potentially want to talk to. And I
Mm.
think people do that because they realize the access is limited to you. So on the internet, access is limitless. So they try to use that and they take advantage of that, I think. So the internet is ruthless till this day, I swear.
Oh, all the time, yeah. That's why sometimes it's good to stay off of it sometimes too, so especially if you're using it right. Um, let's go back to this before. Now, you ain't about to act like I ain't. There's some reason why you up here. Hold on, what did you put down when you first came in here? That sounded cute. I like how you did that though. But let's see what you're talking about.
Hey,
What you got, Mr. P?
are we doing open panel, or is
We
everybody
about to
else
do open
addressing
panel.
question
I'm
number
gonna answer
one?
this question though. We about to do open panel though. Hold
Because
on, real quick.
I think only 2 people did question number one.
I don't
Oh, you
think.
talking about the question number one? Well, yeah, 2 people ended up slipping it in there though, so I didn't want to start it yet, but uh, unless you want to answer it real quick, then
Was it my fault, Kim?
nah, it's all right, it's all right. It be so fast, I can't stop in the middle. I'm like, all right, they on the roll already. They go ahead. What was this right here? I'm glad that was the first thing because I couldn't scroll up no more. Charlex, yes, said a lot of black men bash good women. What you mean by that? Where you popped that from? And then what was that? What they come from on the topic? I didn't even see that on the topic though. Oh, my
Look,
cousin in the building. What's the deal, cuz?
it don't have to be a topic. It's just a topic of my
Yeah,
discussion.
I was like, you ain't know I was gonna put you on the spot like that, but I'm gonna let that ride. I'm gonna let that ride.
Well, it
No,
just
what you
depends.
mean?
I think people wear a mask. I think people wear a mask. Like for so long, they'll like they'll have a platform. They say they're for this or say they're for that, but I don't think they're for productivity at
Yeah.
all. I think at the end of the day, they're trying to play the blame game. If it's all about accountability for these platforms, you gotta like put yourself first and then apply yourself in those situations. Most of the time, people point the fingers and then try to be like, yeah, 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 you, this, like it's always someone else. It's never themselves. It's never about the host. It's never about,
Mhm.
you know,
Do you
accountability.
believe people have masks, or a lot of us just lack vetting skills?
Right.
Because I ain't gonna lie, I got tricked by some people, and then
That's a
if you
heavy
really pay attention,
question.
right? Huh?
That's a heavy. I feel like that's a loaded question, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I know. It's really just to look within self though. But I do believe people try to have masks, but I think you spend enough time and keep hearing how people talk, they eventually tell on themselves though. But it take time. It literally do take time though.
Let's take
Cause
time. That's why vetting
you
is
do.
so
Cause I'm like,
important.
no, you ain't tricking me no more. Now I know where you stand at. I
But
actually lost friends like that too.
so Kevin, am I being judgmental because I don't understand how people put so much energy into being anything other than themselves? Like
Um,
I'm not
benefiting.
gonna put. I understand, and this is not including where melanated people in this country and we're having certain jobs where we may have to code switch. I'm only gonna code switch for a little bit because I do men's hair, so but a lot of guys, they fuck with me. I can maneuver it, but there's some of us that we really got to code switch.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
why
It's
is
different
it
between
that
code switching and being fake, and that's
is it
different
not?
though.
Well, I mean, is it not? Is it being fake or not? Is
No,
code
I
switching being
mean
fake?
it's like I would say like when you switch in talking points, right? You stand if say you stand for something like, oh yeah, I'm all for this and all that, and then the next minute you against what you just said you was
Or
all
you're
for. Now that's
deflecting?
not code
Okay, you're
switching. That's
talking about a
just that's
different aspect. Okay.
yeah, that's what that is. Code switch, that's part of life. Sometimes we're not about to act the same way as I act at home at a job. That just you can't do that. That's how people get fired anyways. Oh, you
Okay,
got your feet
okay.
up, you comfortable.
I was just misunderstanding. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. That's all that is, though. But yeah. So open panel, let's get it. 25 people. Wait, before we
You know what?
started though.
Yeah, it's
Before
just funny to me.
huh?
It's just
It's
funny.
just, here you go, gotta keep messing with me, man. I'm mad at some people finding out about it. I'm gonna try to make sure nobody heard you when you said that though. But people find out about it and they keep teasing me about it.
But listen, let Kev. I told you that before. I thought that was I legit when you kept saying it's just funny to me. It's just funny to me. Like I just think it's funny.
Leave
I
me
look,
alone, man. Stop paying
listen,
attention,
look,
man.
listen, Kev. Your screen name is Laugh or Learn Kev. So I thought that was like part of your like little tech lines. I was like, oh, Laugh and Learn Kev. It's just funny to me. And so I'm like, but then I realized you don't even realize you was doing that shit.
I didn't realize I was doing that though, but I notice I do that when I get irritated. Just like I probably even laugh sometimes when I be disappointed and stuff. I just turn my like that trigger into like laughing instead of just getting mad and stuff. But everybody gonna have their things though. So, but leave me alone.
I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm gonna leave you alone.
But real quick, I'm doing another mile break real quick. Tap the screen is about 20, was 20. I don't know. Y'all keep wavering and stuff. It's like 20 people. I'm just going to rock with that. Keep on tapping the screen. Give me the 10K real quick. Hold your finger for like, all right, you say be right back in 1 minute. Got you. Hold
Hey,
your
Kev.
finger. Huh?
Hey, Kev.
What's up?
You have yet to add this account as a mod, but even though you haven't done that,
You know what? I got you, Mr. P. I got you, though, because I had to
if
fire a lot of
everybody
people. I ain't
looks
going
at
to
the
even lie.
bottom right-hand side of their screen, there should be a little arrow.
Okay, and I
You tap
understand.
that
I
arrow, you
understand.
can share it to 15 people pretty effortlessly. And it also helps if you throw a hashtag FYP into the comments. There's 22 people in here. We can get these likes up. That's totally free. If you love, agree,
Mr. Print, you
disagree, or
YT.
hate what you hear, I don't
Well, if you
care.
don't,
Just send a like.
random question, man, messing up a good old mob break right there. What that
Right.
concern?
Do
Now,
you
who was
have
trying to
biased
talk to me
mods
about
in here?
something?
Because I hate when I
Yes,
go to a
I saw his.
panel and they have
You
like
said
biased
bias
mods.
mods? No, not usually. No, I don't. No.
Okay.
Don't be scared, Charlotte. Dang.
Look, I
What
have
the
to
heck?
read the room.
Answer the question I just
Be
asked.
like that. Just as long as you're respectful and try to keep the cussing to a minimum, Miss Rush. Man, you be going berserk. I don't want to get my stuff flagged. But yeah, as long as you be respectful and we can have differences of opinion. That's one thing. All of us think different.
I
So
forgot. I'm gonna try. Okay, I
yeah,
forgot.
yeah. It's just funny to me.
Listen.
But yeah, no, it ain't like that, man. Yeah, I try to be as fair as I can. Uh, otherwise, but yeah. So anyways, I think if we got the shares. I see. Okay, Slim, a good looks on the share, Mister.
Yeah,
All
if you
y'all
have to do it,
shared.
that was
Okay,
a smooth
cool. We might get some
segue
more
into the
heads up
mod
in here
break.
real quick. So it's open panel. How y'all want to start this, man? Anything y'all heard or y'all wanted to add to or take away or something that's on y'all mind?
I want to
Go ahead
add
before we
really
get to this
quick
next
before
prompt.
it gets too open because I'm going to be busy. So I'm just going to add and then I'll listen to what everybody else has to say. On
Okay.
that first point, I'm just going to answer the question in a useful manner. I'm assuming I'm talking to people who are listening because they want to actually work on the communication with their partner.
Mm,
So, anecdotally, from my experience, and you got to remember, anecdotal experience is just a singular data, self-reported data. But the bulk of data is a bunch of anecdotal added together. So, anyways, take it for what you want.
mm,
I understand how to communicate with my wife because she understands that she needs to express the type of form she's communicating to me in. She'll express, this is just a listening conversation. Like, that doesn't mean sit here and be silent. That just means my feedback should be geared towards the fact that she doesn't need me to solve a problem. She just needs me to be able to listen and let her get out whatever's on her mind. So, from my perspective, the man, yeah, I need to understand, what is she trying to communicate to me? Is it a problem that I need to be actively searching my brain and solving as she's speaking? Or is this a situation where she just needs me to be a sounding board or an ear or something in a more supportive realm? Not necessarily fix the problem, hear the problem, help her identify, because the way that generally, from my understanding with women, is they process their problems differently than men do. And
Do you let us hop in or not?
I mean, in a long-term relationship, it helps when we identify what we're trying to express.
You
So I think it's
figure out
important
anything.
for
If you loved
men
her,
to understand
you would have had it figured out already. So what is the problem?
there isn't a problem. I'm answering the question about the
You're not
importance of
answering anything. You're
communication.
actually okay. Kevin. I'm
Don't
sorry.
rush, man. You got one time, man. You already know I'm patient.
What is, am I saying something that is not making sense?
No, you good. You good. No. This.
I'm just saying that, from a useful standpoint,
Gotta
we
be
need
able
to
to
both
handle that liquor,
understand each other.
Rush,
You need to
man. Gotta be
understand
able to
who you're
handle
speaking
that.
to. As the woman, you need to understand who you're speaking to, and from the man's perspective, you need to understand what's trying to be discussed. Women use language different than men. There's tons of data to support it. So,
True. Feel it.
if we're talking about relationships between us, if we've got a long-term investment, it helps to convey what type of conversation you're trying to have.
Rush, don't drop, man. Well, for now, yeah. When you sober up a little bit, you can come back up. It's all right.
I don't know why she was so turned up. She just wanted to go off on somebody. I don't know. I don't know her, man. On a
Saturday
sober.
vibes, man. That's all, man.
She wanted to rush.
That's
She wanted
my
to
buddy.
rush.
That's my
They like, all
buddy.
right, enough
I
is
love
enough.
her. But man, she down there clicking, man. That's good. Go ahead and keep tapping it on up. Get the shares out. All right. Everybody good, or do y'all want to start on the next prompt? Uh, okay. Okay, we'll take that though. Um, Nerd, you back? I don't know if she came back. I don't know. I thought she said she was gonna.
Prompts are so long. So
Huh?
I said your prompts are long.
That's what she said. All right. Okay. But what's so long about it? What you? You got.
I don't know what to
It threw my
answer
brain.
first or
Oh no, it's in order. I usually do it in order though, for the most part. So yeah, if we just going right to the prompt, then I guess we could start it off with that first one.
yes.
Nerd, you there?
Yeah, I think women
Here.
communicate way
Oh,
differently
okay. We
than
can start with
men.
Charlotte.
Oh, someone else could go before
Go
me.
ahead now. Go ahead. Sorry, you already talking already. Go and get your thing going. Then I'm gonna get the order going.
Okay. Yeah, women they communicate most of the time non-verbally. And a lot of men
Mm,
get mad. They be like, "Oh, what are we supposed to do? Read your brain?" Da da da. Da." Actually, yes. I want you to.
of course.
Not
Of
in
course.
a way where like
I
you
swear that's
have
like
to.
pretty privileged talk. I'll tell you. I already
No,
know.
it's
That's what
not
they.
where it's
I
like
noticed that too, man. Yeah,
passive
you gotta do. That's
aggressive.
what you're supposed to do. Duh.
No,
Get
not like where
telekinesis.
it's like passive aggressive and I'm like, "Oh, I want you to understand." But like if I was talking to a man, I noticed like the small things, like if he clenches his jaw or if he starts to like shake his leg or do something, like I notice like the little things and I pay attention to those. So with me, another thing is that why I'm super observant is that I have to take care of basically babies who cannot communicate. So your assessment skills have to be on 10. I'm not saying I'm a baby, but I want their assessment skills to be on 10 when they're assessing me and observing me and understanding my mannerisms.
Mm,
Just because a lot of stuff doesn't even need to be said, especially what's already understood. And I think that's what people are missing. And I feel like the more you could speak to someone without uh, actually communicating with words, the more you truly understand that person. I know I might sound crazy, but yeah, I want people to understand my mannerisms as well. It's almost like, do you not understand? Like, what is it? I think what is it, autistic people or some people that's just off the spectrum, they don't understand cues. Like someone who's uncomfortable. Some people don't understand that. They don't read that well. And other people are super sensitive to those cues. So yeah, I like for men to get a little bit better with that in general.
mm.
That's the first question. And I don't think it's unrealistic or pretty privilege. If I was ugly, I would want you to pay attention to me too. If I was mediocre or anything, I don't even think half the time when people say pretty privileges, I don't even think they exist. I don't know if it's because um, if I'm not there yet, or if it's just or if it's just a thing that everybody think is there. But like
Mm,
people who have who is somewhat attractive, they get a lot of negative attention based off of their character. Like they get harshly assessed and harshly criticized even more than a person who is not doing much with themselves. The more I actually do, the more I get criticized, like on my brains and my looks, and oh, she probably, you know, is doing X, Y, and Z for money. Like the more I do, the more I get criticized. So I don't know. That's the first question.
all right. So with
Could
that, I'm gonna let because I think people want to say some stuff after that one. What you
say
got?
something.
Lower in the building. I know it got to be serious. Now I got lower in the panel.
Yeah, I'm gonna be in and out, bro, because I'm taking a shower. But I was listening to what she said. She just really proved to me that women are totally what they always want to be emotionally intelligent. They emotionally stupid.
What?
She just proved it. She gave everything other than be able to communicate like adults.
Mm,
She said everything but communicate like adults. You supposed to figure it out. What's on my mind? That's crazy. It was bad. She don't even realize what she just said was crazy. Did you hear? Was I the only one that heard that?
No.
that's
Because
all I'm about
most
to
Nah,
see
I
what
was trying
everybody
to be
felt
cool,
about that.
man.
let me just say this: men want to figure out, like, okay, like if a woman is mad, most of the time is
I
something
thought
that
she go shake the room up. I know Charlotte now.
and most of the time it's something they did, and it's like, well, you did it, and if you don't understand that I wouldn't have done the same to you, I'm already irritated at the fact that you don't even know what you did wrong when you did it wrong, like you did something wrong. Then if I have to go to the extent of telling you, then you still lack understanding, that's why I just be like, well, I might as well kept my mouth closed in the first place and
Right.
got over it on my own time.
Do
Most of
you
the
notice?
time,
You realize you kind of changing the story now. You justify in your head why you don't talk to me like an adult because
most
he's not gonna listen anyway. He's not gonna pay
most of the
attention
time,
anyway.
right? So
But
it's
I
just
kind of,
like,
get what she's saying though. I kind of get what she's saying in a certain aspect of you got to know your woman. Like my woman, like she not really talking, and
Bro,
a lot of women don't be trying to speak on
brother. You
certain
break.
things.
Wait, brother, you're breaking the bro code. I'm trying to act. I'm trying to get them to act like grown ups. You trying to give an excuse not to act like a grown up.
No,
Don't
no, no, no.
no.
Listen,
do that.
listen to
That's
what I'm
exactly
saying.
what you're
You
doing.
didn't let me finish what I'm saying though, brother. So listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that when you know your woman and you know her mannerism, her everyday thing, then you know that she has certain things and certain ways she acts. Just like if you come home and if you usually talk about your day at work, and then now you ain't talking about your day, and then she come up to you and like some women gonna feel like you got an attitude with them or feel like it's something that they did, but if you understand your woman and she do the same thing, you like, hey, what's up, baby? Or hey, I know a certain mannerism of my woman where I could be like, oh, she just need this. She just want a hug. And a lot of times she'd be like, I thank you, I really needed it. I just didn't know how to communicate that.
Right.
But see,
Which one?
that's nothing to absolve her for communicating her
Right.
real feelings
What?
about how she real about real serious. But I'm just saying
Which
sometimes it's
brother?
not always you gotta read the woman.
Right. Which brother gonna let him know he just fucked us up by 5 more years?
Yeah, I will.
Who
I'm
gonna
not.
let him know that he
I'm not
just
scared.
put us back 5 more years by justifying her not communicating like an adult? Which brother gonna let
Well,
him
I
know?
think I get what you meaning though.
No,
I think y'all
no,
actually talk about two
what I'm
different
saying.
things though. The more I keep
No, we
listening
talking
though.
about communication.
Yeah, I think he talking about like I think on both ends, right? When you get to a certain point in life that it's not much you have to communicate after understanding your partner, right? Because you don't want this is like a job, right? After you done learn how to communicate with the situation, you're not going to sit there and keep on be like, are you sure you want to do this? No, you're gonna start building understanding. Because I always say understanding is the key of life anyway. You know what I'm saying? But I think he talking about that, but she wasn't talking about what he
No,
talking about because she
no,
changed it.
he's talking about what she said. He was talking about
Yeah,
you
but I
already
think he
figured it
only
out.
caught the wrong end though. I don't know about that though. I don't understand that part.
Ask him, brother. Didn't you just back up what she just said?
No, when she said that about her, Like sometimes you just have to like. I'm not asking you to read my mind, but I know you enough. I know your emotions. I know your moves. I know your like. Oh, what's up? Did you have a hard day at work? Did it was something that I say earlier or whatever? Sometimes you just need a hug. Sometimes you just need. You got to know your woman. So I kind of get that point. Everything like you don't. Everything I'm like, okay, this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. No, I can just feel your vibe, and then I can see what it is. Just like my woman do the same thing for me. She just knows something's up, and she gonna go and support it. I don't have to really communicate that. Then that may make me more open to even tell her. Or sometimes I don't have to tell her. Oh, whatever it is, baby, it's okay. Come and rub my bald head or something like that. You know what I mean? So I thought that was what she was talking about. Maybe I was wrong on that.
No,
Yeah,
she
correct. It's just like
no, no,
imagine.
no. You're trying to add what you said to what he said. What you said was figure it out. You said figure it out.
No, I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
imagine
I
being
know
in a
you're changing it
relationship.
now, but you said before
Okay.
we need to figure it out.
I'm also
Oh,
saying imagine being in a relationship where you have to ask for everything, right? And you have to, that's just ridiculous. There's some things that should just be understood. And I think like it just goes with nonverbal communication is actually the loudest form of communication. I don't know why y'all don't understand
Right.
this.
Now, so fellas, do y'all hear her now? She's saying you should just figure it out. Do you hear it that time?
oh, that's why I say I get that. Now I see what you mean on that.
That's
That's
crazy.
different though. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
Why are
case
crazy.
by
you
case. But
why
real
are
quick,
you
I
in a
think Slim was trying to
relationship?
say something, and then Grind got something.
I just wanted to say it all boils back to communication. Not communicating is communicating and communicating. Like, but the thing is, what's a healthy form of communication? Opening your mouth and saying what needs to be said. Now, I
Right.
do believe that yes, women are way more detailed when it comes to things like how she was kind of describing. Like we watch a lot of things. I think it's just a woman attribute. I don't know. Men are not as detailed like that. So I don't know if it's a man thing, but I think that comes with time. Like knowing your partner to that extent comes with time, but it still should be a healthy form of communication. I wouldn't necessarily say I would expect like somebody to know. Like I'm gonna just open my mouth and say like, hey, I'm gonna communicate it. Okay, well, say I communicated, and now you know this is what it is. So going
Mm,
forward now, we shouldn't keep having the same problem because I communicated it. We communicated it like adults. Now after
mm,
that, then yeah, the I'm not gonna keep saying it, but and that's vice versa, right? Because if my husband is saying, "Hey, this is what I need," and he communicates that, and then I don't follow through going forward, then that's a problem. That's an issue.
mhm.
But I do think it needs to be communicated
Got
verbally.
I
you. Yeah.
agree, but the same man that
Okay.
asks for you to communicate it
What's
with
your Lord, man? You already know.
verbally, they'll be like, "Oh, you're nagging," or "You're this, you're that." So most of the time, like if you do, or if they do something that you do not like, they did it in the first place. So you just have to kind of get over it, like because they the one who did it, right? So if they did it, if they know it was wrong, why did they do it in the first place? And in the second place, why would I have to communicate what they did wrong if they the one who did it? Like, you know what I'm saying? How do you not know? You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to explain, but I get what both of y'all are saying. Like, I know I could be difficult, so hey.
You gotta talk to yourself a little better, man. Dang, you gotta stick your chest out. If you say sometimes we know things, sometimes we don't. Just stick your chest out, and if you gotta learn something, no, just say you gotta learn it. It is what it is. We can't be like, oh, I don't know if I'm confused, and that might come off weird. No, don't do that. We can't do that to
The great
ourselves.
thing
Uh,
is you don't need one partner, so you don't have to prove that to a whole plethora of people, right? You want a man that knows to think and know what your thoughts are, then hey, like you might get a man out there that does that for you. So it's not, you don't have to adjust that, and I'm not
mm,
saying that, but I'm just saying like you marry one person. So
right.
your partner is whatever you want your partner to be if you find it. So if she want her man to read her mind and know certain things, then hey, like sky's the limit, have that.
Yeah.
You got to.
I heard a bit twilligus or something like that. It's
Okay.
like, but I
So
get you though. Everybody got their own match, so that is what it is. And the dude better not be mad because you know what I'm saying. So it's all about trying to find your match. Cousins, go ahead and boot my boot them out. And you can take that spot. Boot my my backup page. Before he get booted though, y'all follow my backup page too. 23 of y'all in here, just in case some things happen on. So my backup page is the Joker. That man does that usually.
Can I respond to what she said real quick?
Right.
Can y'all hear me?
Nerd, what's the deal, man? You finally back? Let's get it.
No, I was talking, but everybody else was talking over me. I guess I couldn't hear me.
Probably couldn't hear you. Yeah, you probably. Yeah, that's what it was. That's probably what it was. What you got for us?
Yeah, it's one thing to ask a man to be observant and to learn you, and that's another to just open your mouth because sometimes men go through stuff too, and his mind may not always be on coddling or trying to read your mind. If I want something, I just ask. It's not hard. I don't understand the concept of telling your man what you want. Like, hey, I need a back rub. I'm not feeling good. Leave me alone. I need a few minutes. I really don't understand the whole read your mind thing. And I've been married 14 years, so I know.
I feel you.
I open my mouth. I grew up a tomboy. We were straightforward, straight shooters. It's no guessing with us. If you have to take your time to learn a woman, and especially as moody as we are, and we switch up a lot, it's going to irritate the crap out of that man trying to figure out what you want all the time. It becomes stressful. Just say what's on your mind and speak what you want to this
And I
man.
feel it. I feel it. I think even with what y'all talking about, this case by case, because I be like, some things I be like, I feel like that person should know already. Like, why do I keep on have to say the exact same thing? So wouldn't use the word read my mind. This stuff, like when it get to a certain level of communication, I don't like repeat. Like, okay, say if I express to you,
what
right?
about this term instead of read my mind? What about recognize behavioral norms?
Right. True. Exactly. So I can get it. I don't know if that's what so she's saying exactly, but the way you put it though, it does sound like you just straight up said, read my mind, I'm gonna shut up, you better understand me. And it is a lot of people that believe, or well, I'm not gonna say people, I'm just saying women, I'm gonna be real. It's a lot of women be like, you supposed to know this. You know what my food is I like or my favorite. Like, how the heck, how is that possible? So stuff like that, that's what we get kind of irritated on that. And I guess, I feel like that's probably what Laura was feeling like where you was coming from with that situation though. But I do get like we saying like, because I be like, I be having certain stuff like, oh, how the heck, why do I gotta explain this to you? Why we gotta keep communicating the same exact thing? And we done talked about this so many times. So like that becomes irritating too. Some stuff you should just know after we talked about it so much. If we both trying to understand each other, why do I gotta keep letting you know? Just like that word that I'm about to trigger some people though. But the words of affirmation, people like words of affirmation, they like all these other things. It's like, no, how many times I gotta tell you and I'm showing you that I love you, but I got to keep telling you this. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you got to figure out how to love yourself so you can even understand what love is when you get it. But that's a whole nother thing, though. But I'm just saying, I do get it. Some things just need to be already, you got to be aware of, and I shouldn't have to repeat it or something. I shouldn't have to communicate it, especially we communicated it already. So I can get it on that end. But I think it was grind time, then it's Mr. P, because I got to remember all the orders real quick. Mr. P, and then I'm going to get blood in, and then we can get it back going, though.
No, I think that we have to realize that the prompt that you put together was put together to have a lot of different levels. So you put a prompt together that says men have to understand the way that women communicate, but women don't have to understand men, right? So if you look at the wording, we're not even talking about understanding men and their communication style. Like women don't have to understand men at all if you're really looking at the words that are on the screen, right? But in order for us to have a healthy relationship, yes, men do have to understand the way that women communicate. And the way that most women communicate is circular, right? So they go around and around and around to get to the point, where men have a very diametric, right? We go directly to the point, right? So it's not the fact that our communication is lacking and theirs is better or whatever, right? And understanding the way that we're going to go on this journey is going to allow us to navigate. I like what the brother said when he was saying about framing the conversation. I don't need you to solve this problem. I just need you to listen. Right? That does allow us as men to know which compartment are we functioning from, right? So yes, it is important that we understand how women communicate, but there's no accountability, according to the words on the screen, of women understanding men at all. I'm done.
It's funny. I talked about that earlier. I literally talked about that earlier. I said you don't see no YouTube saying how to understand a man, but they always say how to game up a girl and all this other stuff. Uh, Twin, what's the deal, Twin? What you doing down there? I see you down there. Uh, who? Mr. P. I think you had something that we gonna get blood in the building, and then we gotta make sure Cuz say something too after that. Uh, no,
Yeah,
I
I
know
just,
y'all ain't tapping.
I mean, I kind of lost my train of thought sitting here for a while. You know what I mean? I mean, it was just basically, a rehash of everything that we'd already really discussed. Bottom line is the question is coming from, I guess, societal pressure, but the answer is that we all need to understand who we're speaking to, our audience, and as listeners, we need to understand what information is being presented to us. So, in other words, give each other grace.
Oh, do need that and patience. That's the patience thing I'm talking about. I don't think I don't even think all of us really answered that first one. That patient stuff is real. Like I don't think I think they even teach. I even think they teach women to like, hey, don't settle, don't settle for anything less of how you feel or something like that. But then when it comes to men, we got to be like, hey, women, you got to be patient with them. You do that thing. Sometimes they're gonna be like that or something like that. But then it's like they teach women low tolerance, no tolerance. So I'm kind of sticking with that because I see that to this day still getting pushed out. They teach men to tolerate women, but women don't have to tolerate men. Even though I feel like nobody, to a certain extent, it depends on what you tolerating. Neither one should be tolerating certain behaviors and stuff. But just
But it's
overall,
like,
they always just teach the opposite. Like be a little bit kind, and they're a little bit more of a handful. So I need you to open your hands wide and make sure. But then when it comes to a man, you ain't putting up with no less, and it ain't that you're better than this. You're you're. Dog, we can't act like we don't see that. Joe. But blood, you next.
Yes.
What you
So
anything you want to talk about that you want to address or hit that first prompt?
yeah. Everybody basically was smooth. How everybody doing? By the way, hope y'all good. Most of y'all. Let's see here. Men have to understand the way women communicate. Shut the fuck up, Charlotte. Men have to understand the way women communicate. Women don't have to understand men why. Uh, that's kind of wild. I think everybody needs to understand how everybody communicates. More importantly, verbal communication is very much key. You got to understand, like people got to understand something. You got a mouth for a reason. If some rub you the wrong way, open your mouth and say that it rubbed you the wrong way for real. Like I know we think it's harder than it looks, but it's really not rocket science. If something pissed you off, if I'm in a relationship and I did some shit consistently and it pissed you off and you kept taking it, who's at fault for constantly taking the shit? When you could have easily just opened your mouth and said, "Babe, we gotta talk. I don't like when you do this, that, and the third." It's not that hard. I know we make a lot of shit harder than it don't. We make a lot of mountains and molehills. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to sit down, come up with a proper way to approach your partner, and let them know, hey, I don't like this shit. Let's figure out a way to stop it if you can stop it. If you don't know how to stop it, if you don't understand, let's go down this rabbit hole together. Not you go down the rabbit hole by yourself and figure the shit out and then make the shit worse. No, no, no. Let's go down the rabbit hole together and understand why do you do it. This also creates a what? A vortex of where you what? Get to know each other. You get to understand each other furthermore than base level. Scratching the surface, you go beyond scratching the surface. Like it, there's so much properties behind doing some shit like that. Like we forget that some people are complex. Some people have layers. It depends on the partner that you get with. You got to understand that. If a lot of folks don't want to understand it at all, they just want, hey, I want the shit fixed right now. And it's like, but bro, I don't know how to fix it. You know what I'm saying? So that's problem number one. Number two,
Yeah, we ain't
uh,
on that yet. We
oh,
ain't
we
there
ain't on
yet.
that
Not
yet,
yet.
but yeah, no, like communication is very much key. Verbal communication is the key to a lot of the key to
Mm-hmm.
solving a lot of problems in relationships that easily could be solved if folks would just open their doggone mouth and
For sure.
properly say what the hell that's bothering them. I
Yeah.
mean, for real.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
also, I didn't come
So
up here to troll like Charlotte think I did. Fuck you, Charlotte. Go ahead.
So really quick, I just want to get this out before we move away from it. It was about recognizing behavioral norms versus reading my mind. I think that, you know, kind of backing up what BVO was saying is like you learn your partner, and for instance, my wife goes out of her way to make sure that the house is peaceful because of, you know, the effort that I'm putting in at work. When I come home, she wants to make sure the house is peaceful. And when things get a little hectic or a little bit hard, sometimes her physical language, like the way she's moving and stuff, will show. And she's not wanting to burden me and with whatever she's going through. But because I recognize that maybe she's struggling, you know, I'll say something to her like, hey, what's going on? Do you need help with something? Whatever. And then you know, she'll express that, you know, but it's not like, um, gosh, it's not me reading her mind though. It's me recognizing that, you know, the physical body language of that she's struggling, and she's trying to keep it quiet because she doesn't want to disturb the peace in the house or whatever. So it's like, as a good husband, I don't want her to go out of her way and be struggling more than she needs to. I want to extend the help out to her and say, hey, what's going on? That's not me reading her mind. But then again, sometimes I'm oblivious, and she understands that sometimes you have to speak matter of fact to me. You just have to be direct with what you're trying to get to. And, you know, like someone was talking about how you need to be able to correct behaviors. That environment that you have to create is one where you can air your grievance with somebody, and the person who has to hear about their behavior being corrected doesn't instinctively deflect into their hurt feelings about what you said. They're willing to hear the criticism and recognize that how can we correct it. They give their partner the benefit of the doubt for being strong enough to say something they know that could be hurtful, and in order to protect the relationship. So it's like, you know, but you, as the person who's giving that information, you have to be able to take those criticisms too. You have to understand it's a very delicate environment.
Right.
And women have a sharp way with their tongue. You know how to be smooth with it, and you know how to be jagged with it. You know, so when you're in that environment with men, you know, don't overdo it. You know, get to the point. And men, you're the same way. You know how to land something that needs to be landed properly, and you know how to be harsh. So, you know, I think that if you can get past the point of arguing about what was said that hurt my feelings and how can we correct behavior so that our union continues to go forward good and doesn't cause resentment, I think that's a beautiful place, but you got to maintain it.
So I don't want to. Back to what he was saying is like a lot of people. A lot of times, I'm not just saying I don't want to be biased, but from my experience, it's usually women. They think because they saying a lot of words or they saying a lot of information that they actually communicating, and just because they man don't say as much, that they're a better communicator than their man, or vice versa, or whatever the case may be. But it's not really the words you're using, is really like understanding that person and understanding how to communicate with them. You know, just because you just can, you know, say a lot of words to win the argument or get louder with somebody or to try to make all these points, we may not be communicating. We just talking in circles. We're talking. We spent 45 minutes on the phone, or we spent an hour on this conversation, but we didn't really get anywhere. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you just saying a lot of words. But it really comes down to like what plenty of people have said on this panel is like understanding your partner and understanding what communication means to them and what it means to yourself and how to come to a happy medium.
Yeah. Dang. I about to tell my boy I seen you in here. If you watch on the, I don't know if you watch on the outside or not. The Minion, my brother. You can talk over here all you want. I know I can get cussed out in your room, but you can come over here. And that's that live I was talking about earlier. Come on in, Dominion. Come to my side.
Yeah.
I
Damn,
promise I'll let you
that's just
talk,
fucked
man. I'm gonna
up.
show you how to run a live where you don't have women just running your live for you. You feel me, my brother? Yeah, I'll show you how to run a live.
Damn, Kev, you was getting cussed
That
out
dude don't let me talk
again.
over there at all.
Kev, you was getting
You
cussed
can
out
come back,
again.
brother. Come back, please. You said what?
You was getting cussed out again, bro.
Yeah, no, I be going over there always getting towed out the frame, man. He be having his women always tearing me up, man. I be having fun over there though, Lucky.
Me,
He be
Vicky.
blocking all my peoples and everything. Everybody that got about 14 people that I knew that got blocked from over there. They can't say a word over there. I get muted when I'm over there.
Hey, yo,
I be
Kev.
muted and be inside the box. Like, dang, what the heck, like, bro.
If you
Why
do
aren't
it,
people
But
liking it?
hey, that's
Like,
what
why
happened when you give
24
emotional people
people?
powers. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all need to be liking the live right now. Everybody. Let's get to
Yeah,
15.
y'all better listen. This the new mod up in that boy. Even
Come
though
on.
I knew him
15K
for a
really
while though,
quick.
but
There's 23 of us. It should only take like 30 seconds. Come on.
uh,
And then we need to get Cousin in here because he's going to take over as mod because I'm going to drop out. My 30 minutes was up like 30 minutes ago.
it was.
But I'm going to be here for just a little bit while longer.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. So I'm gonna get cousins in the building, then Nerd and Slim. I don't think they had said the first one yet though. So I'm gonna get cousins in, then Nerd and Slim.
What's happening? What's happening, everybody?
What's the deal?
What's up, Print? What's happening, everybody on the panel? Hope everybody good. Hope the weekend going good and all that. It's almost over, but
Good
you
to
know,
see you, my cousin. Good to see you.
yeah.
Good, man.
So I just been listening for a minute. Communication, huh? Yeah. I would just say, you know, I don't know about that one. What is that? Patience. I'm in the car, so I can't really see that little small one.
The first one is are men more patient than women?
In certain things, and in certain things not. I think that's one of
Mm,
those things where, you know, if we talking about just relationship wise, I think that it just depends. Like I really definitively can't say that one is more patient than the other. Like that's just,
okay.
you know what I mean? Because you see women that will be in relationships that ain't going nowhere for 10 years, and you say, well, why the hell you stay? That's patience as fuck. But then at the same time, you got a dude that will put up with that, you know what I mean, for a long time, depending on what he's going through. So I just think it just depends on circumstance. Um,
Interesting.
yeah, and it just depends on what we're talking about. But and honestly, I think that goes pretty much with all the prompts. We can get to it, but you know, when we talk about men having to know what women or how women, communicate, and women don't know how or not having to know how we communicate. I think, to be honest with you, I think by now we all know how each other communicates. Like I just sat here for 15 minutes and everybody has explained how everybody else communicates. So at this point in the game, in 2024, most men know how the quote unquote women communicate, right? In general. And most women know how men get down in general. The problem is when you have a relationship, it's not general. And motherfuckers is still sitting up here trying to listen to how we need to do things in our house compared to what the world says we need to do. And you're listening, and you know what I mean? And then you got a lot of people who just want to be heard and not listen themselves. And I think that's where the communication breaks down because Print got a whole different situation than I do, right? My relationship is way different than Kev. If somebody else is on the panel, our relationship I could tell you, hey, do this, do that, and third because this works for my relationship, but that might not work for you because y'all two different people. But we like to take things that we hear and apply it without any type of adjustment. like it's just supposed to work because we heard it on the internet or somebody told us or whatever. You know what I mean? And I just think that that's probably the biggest issue. It's like we don't really take the time to understand that our partner is our partner. And if you pay attention to the details, like Prince said, it's not reading somebody's mind. It's just more or less understanding and recognizing how they do, what they do, their habits. You can understand somebody like when adults, when we have kids, right? Y'all know what y'all kids is going through. By the way, he come home from school or she come home from school and they got a certain look on their face, you know something went down. It's not you reading their mind. It's that you paid attention to the details of how they act, right? But when we're grown in relationships, we don't pay enough details. We start getting comfortable. And once we get comfortable, we get lazy. Once we get lazy, we get complacent. And once we get complacent, we stop looking at the details. And that's when the communication breaks down. And that's really what it is. If we want to be honest with it, it's not about understanding some magical, language that we all speak. It's really about understanding who you with, understanding those details, and then being willing to put in the work to adhere to those details. That's it, in my opinion. But I'll rest there.
Okay, okay. We got nerd next. What you got?
Yo. Okay. So, I don't believe a lot of women put the effort into learning or understanding men. So they feel like the way they communicate. Oh Jesus! I hope
You
you're.
know you communicating over there.
I don't believe they really try to keep their communicate. They complicate simple conversations.
Mhm.
Like it'll be extremely long winded, or they mix a lot of feelings or over explain themselves, and it kind of makes the man mind drift off. So you gotta learn actually in your tone. Like you can't just
Mm.
you just can't talk to your man any type of way and then think that he's supposed to receive the message. So if you master or if you have any bit of femininity in you, you're going to get your message across a lot better than somebody that's yelling and screaming and showing frustration. You have to master yourself. Um, so when it comes to women um, that don't know how to take the time to learn her man and how he moves and everything else. She's all about herself. So of course she's not going to consider how he may feel or consider how she's saying it is not being relayed because of what she's saying could be offensive, or she don't feel like she crossed a boundary, or she don't feel like she's disrespecting him because she's so used to just blurting out whatever, and there's really no consequence for women that do that type of things to men.
Mm. You about to get. Think about. Oh, I know they try to do. So when women start talking like that, pick me. Say no. You already know you cannot talk like that. You hit that spot on, and that's my point right there. You just said that part. Like, what was the part that got me? You said that because if they did understand, man, right? You said some of them talk so long, right, that a dude would drift off. And I never hardly hear women saying it. They rather say, "You're not paying attention to me," but that means you took time to understand a man. Like sometimes that's gonna happen like that. It's not, but they internalize it, they take it personal. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. That's some real stuff you just said right there. That jump just that was a good one right there. I like how you just said that though. Slim, you next. What you got for us? Glasses game. We gonna take that. You see what I gotta pay myself.
Got the nerd look going. Um, I agree. Especially what cousin said. He said it's case by case. It is case by case, right? But I also feel like it's unbiblical, right? The principles of God, right? God told the man to love your wife as you love yourself, or love how Christ first, right? But he also said to women, don't tear your house down with your mouth. We talk too much.
Thanks.
We talk too much, and it's a thing, right? But also, we go back to what is the healthy balance and who's teaching, because a lot of it is it's adults, little kids in adults' bodies, and they're just doing
Mm.
what they've been doing, right? So when we see a lot of this, when I think about my daughter right now, just looking at her, she gets what she wants, right? That's going to affect her when she get older, because she's going to
Mm.
think that she can just get what she wants because she put on this cute act. But and there's nothing wrong with, you should have things that you want, but you just can't do things and get what you want. So, but that balance comes from a two-parent household, healthy
Mm.
woman, healthy man, displaying what that looks like, and then implementing it on a day-to-day basis. We have a lot of grown adults walking around trying to figure that out, yet they've been doing it all their life. That's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time, because most people don't even know that they do it. I didn't know I was doing it. And women, we do talk a lot. So, and I know men, I've heard men say, get to the point. Men are more straightforward. Women are more, like he said, go around in circles. But now that we know that, we got to figure out how to balance that, because it is a thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing. Is it right to say, okay, women don't talk too much, just get to the point? Or is it like, what is the right or wrong way? Or do we just communicate and know that there's a time to be long-winded and there's a time to just get to the point?
Yeah, I tell my
I
wife
like that.
literally, I say, you need to land your plane, otherwise I'm drifting.
He said, I'm
Like
going
straight
straight
up,
with it.
like I communicate with her like, you're losing me, like you need to get to it, hun.
Yeah, that's the balance, man. It just depends on who willing to give in, though. But both sides supposed to make sacrifices for one another. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes your girl might be like, "I want you to explain it a little longer, so I can understand that too." But it gotta be. That's still that balance thing she talking about, though. You do. We gotta, if we really interested in one another, we gotta figure this out together. You know what I'm saying? Not take everything personal because it don't go the way we want it to and all that other stuff. But yeah, we getting somewhere. um, well, we could do I guess open panel until anything y'all want to add and take on. What you got, Slim? It look
What
like
are
you just
y'all's
unmuted.
thoughts on
Oh, I thought you
the
unmuted.
idea
Did you unmute? Oh,
I
of
I'm sorry.
there's
There's
a
something.
time where I just need cooperation without comprehension? Do you think that that's a valid idea in relationships?
Trust what
Yep.
you're leading, you know.
I was.
Like you can't just have cooperation without without her trusting your sense of leadership. She's gonna question it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
To
I'm
some
assuming
extent.
that premise is already there by asking that question. You know, I'm assuming that there's trust established already. I mean,
mm,
I'm
Then
just
the
saying, like,
expectation should already be there. Most men,
there's times where it's like my wife will know that I don't right now we don't have the luxury of explaining why I need it done this way or why I need you to do something a certain way.
That's the thing.
I just
Yeah.
need cooperation. There's a
Yeah.
time when we can get into deliberation about it, but there's moments where it's like I just need you to cooperate. And it's like my wife's really good at reading when that's my energy. And
mm.
I don't know, to me it's been super beneficial. I don't know if anybody else agrees that that's,
I
or if
agree.
that's, an
You
arrogance
trust your leadership.
or what.
That's what it is.
That's the thing. Like, and I'm sorry. I like to always go back to biblical standpoint, but that's why we have to trust God, right? We don't always understand what God is shaking us, but you still have to lean into Him and trust that He's going to lead you properly. God
Mm,
wants you learn that through God. So when you get in a relationship, you learn that, hey, my husband is called to lead the same way God leads us. And I'm called to, trust him. I might not always know where he's going, but I have to trust that he's being led and then he can lead the family. And it might not always be him explaining every detail, but you just got to know, like, okay, I married this man, so I trust him to the extent. So we can't cry about, oh, I don't trust you, but you picked the man and then
right.
you married the man and then you say you don't trust the man.
I
That's
mean,
a you thing that you might have to, like, okay, where did and I get it, like, women are called to help, men are called to lead, but that's just the dynamic. That's just how it goes. Like, we don't make the rules, we just got to follow. Period. I mean,
that's why I agree too. But like they say that okay, we supposed to have their man lead, but what they fail to realize is that they're not as observant as they should be. Like, um, that's why we have to speak our mind. That's why we have to say certain things. They say, "Oh, speak your mind like an adult." But if you are as observant as you're supposed to be, you should probably already understand what needs to be done, and nobody needs to say anything. You already know what needs to be done. So it just kind of takes away from the sense of leadership if you do have to say, hey, I don't like X, Y, and Z, or I don't like, it just kind of takes away from the fact of someone actually paying attention to details. Um, I just don't see the sense of that, like, at
Well, we
all.
called
Like,
to be helpers, so there's like we're called to be a helpmeet. So we don't just sit there and we don't sit there and expect them to have everything figured out, because if that's the case, then they might as well be alone. So we're called to help, but then there is a time and place. Like, even though we're called to help, we still have to give them room to be a leader, and that may look like falling sometimes. But I still got your back when you fall, right? So we women, we know a lot of stuff. We have good intuition. The men might not have as good as we do, but we just got to know how to balance it. And
Man,
women,
a woman be in her job, listening to her bosses or her supervisor all day, and then her man say, she get home, her man say, hey, I need you to go do this. Well, why we gotta do it that way? Well, why we gotta do it this way? Well, why? You know, nah, bro. Like when that YT man that was on your job said this and that and the other, you just did it. Okay, you ain't gotta go question everything, you know. But I mean, if it's more serious stuff, where I'm not saying that you don't just follow without a sense of direction. And if it's something more serious, yeah, you may need more details. You telling me to do something that seems just way out of place, then yeah, you can question that. But it can be the most simple stuff, man. They'll be listening to your boss all day and come home and want to question you.
So there's the thing where women feel like men are born leaders. That's not something that they're born with.
Oh no. Oh
They experience that through life experiences, and especially if he has never been married before or had a serious relationship and you're his first or second, and the first woman was like super controlling to the point where he could not lead, you have to be patient. And that's
no.
one thing that we're not giving these men. Is like, we just, oh, well, he's a man, he's supposed to know how to do this when we get together. No, that's not something that all men have the luxury of learning. Just like motherhood and fatherhood, that's not something you're born knowing how to do. Those are things you learn through trial and error.
Mm,
So we had to give men the same grace we ask of them when we ask them to understand us and our emotions.
mm.
I want to ask Shar down there, just so I can understand her perspective, where she's coming from. I don't disclude my wife from like decision making or anything of that nature. That's not the context in which I was asking the question. But you brought up that that women are perceptive of different things, and that women have intuition. And I think the intuition is a very interesting topic, because it never happens until it happens, and then when it happens, it's always right. We just don't notice when it doesn't happen. Doesn't get clocked as much as intuition happening gets clocked. So, I think it's kind of hit or miss. I think what we're actually talking about is pattern recognition, not necessarily intuition. But, I just think that's it. I just want to know, like, if you're giving advice to your husband because you disagree with the direction he wants to go, and he hears your advice and he says, okay, we're still doing this, are you going to support him in his decision to lead the union that way, or are you going to be combative and stand your ground?
most of the time, I don't like to say too much until the outcome is like, okay, this is a desirable outcome or no. And if it's not a desirable outcome, I'd be like, see, you could have gotten some kind of input, but we followed what you wanted to do, and this is the outcome. Can we try it my way now? That's probably the way I go about it. But I don't like to be like, oh, told you so. I'm like the type of person, I'm long-winded too. Like I would fly across Alaska just to get to California so you could see the scenery. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of those people that gets straight to the point. So yeah, I'm a little bit different.
Oh,
So I was
she sounded proud
All
when
right, I'm
she
gonna
said that
drop
too.
down. You guys, y'all have a good evening. Y'all be blessed. You have a great one. Thanks for having me up, Kev. Keep them in
Good,
line, cousin. Keep them in
Hey,
line.
all right, Brent.
Lala,
good
you
show,
keeping
Mr. T.
space? Come on, Lala. There you go.
Right.
Hey, Tara.
What's up, Alta? What's happening?
You know, the favorites is in the
No.
building, you know.
So I'm
Oh,
just, I
man.
don't know. I've been listening, man. It's just, I don't know. This idea of
We
leadership,
squatted today. Oh, my,
yeah. The idea of leadership and this and that, and it's like, I don't know, man. I just think people they have these ideas of what that means and what they need to do and how they have. My thing is, I've never been in a situation outside of high school where I had to keep explaining why I wanted something done this way. Right? I live my life in a certain way, and if you on board because you can feel how I'm living and you want to be a part of it, you're gonna ride with me. And what that means is I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna be, but you're gonna see my effort. You're gonna see what I'm doing. You like that. If I see that you have a better idea, I'm gonna automatically gravitate that because I want to be the best result is what I'm looking for. You are the same way. You are intelligent, and we are all in the same motion. We are both going to see it that way, and it naturally rolls. But when we get to a point where you are looking at life in a total different direction and way than the person that you're with, and everything has to be a long out discussion, and everything has to be I'm making a decision. Why are you making it? Y'all ain't supposed to be together. I think somebody chose wrong. Like that's, you know what I mean. And I could be being hasty here, but it just maybe that's what the problem is because we're not taking time to really. We say this word all the time: vet people, right? Maybe we're not vetting the right people. Because if this is the problem that, you hear so many women don't want to let you lead. Why should they let you do anything? You should just be doing what you do and they should be gravitating to that because they're on your same vibe, because they're on your same frequency, because they see what you're doing. But if we are not being and living as leaders, how the hell are you supposed to just let somebody supposed to just let you lead them? Right? I don't think anything works that way. You know what I mean? Vice versa. I think that we need to just start to see that maybe if we live in our purpose, right, and we are doing that, the people that gravitate to us are going to be more susceptible to rolling with our purpose. But if you are, oil and you looking at water all the time, it's always going to be popping in the oven or on the stove top. You get what I'm saying? It's like it's going to always be friction. So maybe maybe that's the biggest thing. We're not picking the right people. Maybe we're not taking time to pick the right people. I don't know. What do y'all think?
I agree with you 100%. I think also not even just picking the right people when you don't know yourself and what you call to you. It's like you're looking for someone to save you. So you're looking for, and I get it because like women on one hand in the household where the man is called to lead and the woman is called to be the helper. There, I think our focus goes on. Okay, I gotta make sure that I'm being led right because things can fall right. So it's like it's skeptical. Women think it could be like, oh, skeptical. It's sketchy. My life is in somebody else's hands. Like, technically, the man is to provide and take care of his family, to hold. That's a weight to hold. So it could be a little sketchy for women, especially when they kind of don't really understand the dynamic of it fully in totality. But also, like, men are human and they have to learn and and it's going to come with trials and going the wrong way, but you just got to be willing to say, hey, this is cool and I'm willing to be by your side in this because it's us together. And like you said, like, what's the problem? I'm gonna mute up, y'all.
what y'all got on this? think Alta came in first. Let's go ahead and get Twin in here first, then we're going to get Triplet. The trips are in the building.
Trip.
Yeah, bring that
Sad. Bring your ass. Okay.
right. Right, that's what it bring your ass.
What did you say again, cousin? I wanted to answer that. I think.
I'm just wondering, do you think that maybe a big part of this problem is we're not picking the right people? Because if we have to keep battling about quote unquote leadership styles, like if I have to explain to you why I want this done, and you always have a rebuttal, just as an example, then maybe it's just because we have two different lifestyles, or we have two different things that we're looking at, and maybe, you know what I mean, we didn't pick right. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe that's part of the problem. What do you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. That can always be part of the problem. That's why when a person shows you, you don't try to. You want to have these discussions like with more men in the room. It's like when a person's showing you who they are, how they're operating, and if that's not what fits you, then we don't go on to continue to see. Well, maybe there's other areas I can kick it with, because those areas that do disturb you will continue to be a problem later on. I think we think once you're like in a more confirmed relationship, that will make things different, but whatever you're seeing and dealing with in that moment is what's going to carry on. I think sometimes we try to decorate what we already see versus just allowing it to be what it is. So it can definitely plays a part in our choosing. That's why when people say choose better, we get offended, because like, what do you mean choose better? Because you didn't choose better. And that's just it's what it is. Like, that's going.
Yeah, right. It might be the double. That was some weird stuff. I don't even know what just happened. Yeah. I don't know what the for everybody request back up. I gotta make sure I get everybody. Uh, what the freak? That was weird. All I did was put my backup page in here and everybody was out of there. Or did I press the wrong button? I don't know. Now I'm got me confused. I don't even know what happened.
Bro, you chose wrong, bro. Jesus.
I chose wrong. But that's wild. Let's see.
That was the wrong button.
You know,
That was wild. Uh, who else? This whole panel was just full. Who was missing?
I don't know. We can ask some people.
Uh, 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 uh,
Lala. Lala wants to be
what?
next to me. That's so cute.
I don't
Oh,
know what just happened. That was the wildest stuff that just happened.
yeah, that's so sweet. She said, "Who me?" Made your nose.
Interesting. Right.
I was like, see, and now I don't have to go because right before my turn. Right, I was like, I tried it.
That was crazy. I don't know what happened.
I
And
can't
everybody just
bring
left
back up because
too.
I don't think we're friends on here.
Uh, what happened?
I was trying to.
AJ.
AJ just feels our presence and she shows up because that's what that was. Hi,
Mhm.
AJ.
Dog, I don't know what just happened. This junk was lit.
Wait to the Jay Z.
Everybody just got booted out. That was some crazy stuff.
hey, it was playing a remix. It kept on playing the same audio,
Mm.
and then all of a sudden it just see ya.
Boy, trying to think who missing? Who missing? Who missing? Yeah, it was. What's up, AJ?
AJ, why you sound like a
Yeah, she did sound like a. I don't know what it was. It did sound weird, like a bug or something.
sound like you trying to get a net.
Sound like a bug.
It sound like you trying to get a net.
That's that new
Huh?
headset she still using. He sound like you talking in a cup or something.
Hold up real quick. Hold up. I don't know what.
That just sound like it's struggling. Whatever it is. Yeah, you will see how you sound when you see this video on YouTube. You sound funny.
Yeah. Right.
There
Do
you
I
go.
sound
You
better or
know now.
no?
Yeah, you good now.
There we
Yeah.
go. All right. What's up, everybody? I don't know what's going on with
What's
my
the deal?
headsets.
I just literally had a full panel until this junk just kicked everybody. I don't know what happened.
What
Even
happened?
the
Did it
numbers
glitch out
dropped,
or
but
what?
huh?
Will they glitch out or what?
It was a weird type of. I hope this don't keep doing that. Now if it do that, I don't know. I might take a break off
He
live.
used to do that into Laura's live all the time though.
That's wild.
Oh wow,
And that's a deep one though. I'd
that's
rather take the other
crazy.
thing though when I gotta come back, but that one, that just kicked everybody out.
That's crazy.
I'm trying to think who was all in the panel.
That girl Slim and hold on.
I know Slim. Yeah, Slim was gone. It was who was uh, I'll be back transferring the info to a new phone. For sure. I know how that be.
BBO, BBO, and
BVO, right. Hey, what you screenshotted this song? That scared me.
mind your business. Just know I was minding.
Oh dang.
I'm like, hold on, how the heck this right? That's the face I'm making right now, right? Me. That's exactly like what? Because I was thinking about like how the heck, and then she got quiet, like she really was about to find the answers, and she did it. I was scared. I was right. Oh man, my twin set me up. Say no, I'm talking to. I had told y'all sorry. I didn't mean to keep you up, man. I'm sorry. Don't do this to me. I gotta find out. Get Kev out of here. Like, no. Man, but yeah, that was interesting. Let me see. See if I can invite everybody back. Um, um,
Oh.
I don't wonder what that was. Caught me off guard. It scared me a little bit. What was it?
That is.
Her water broke.
Not over here.
She said, "Do not wish that.
Over
Please
here.
don't wish that on me." Where is?
My phone. I swear my phone can never stay charged, bro. So annoying.
Oh, we should hurt everybody again. How do I have? Who is that? Oh, oh, dang.
Who's at church?
Churches
Oh, I
within
thought that
us.
was you.
Churches was within us, and it's also in my background. She said, "Who they church?"
Wow. Oh man, I gotta. I try to invite everybody back that was in here. So I invited Slim. I invited. Oh, let me see. BBL.
It is about to go
I
down.
keep hearing
Yeah, it's
Ultra
about to
talking,
go
but I can't
down in the
understand what she's
DM.
saying.
Oh, don't hurt.
Get Kelly in here.
I know. I'm trying to share it there.
I never knew my father.
I never knew.
Lala said she hates us, and she'll come back when she feels like it. Oh wait, no, it
That's
says
what.
she left over her kids. Sorry.
Oh, she leaving us? Ooh. She hates.
I literally just said I'm sick of it. That's so rude. I'm sick of it.
I'm right here. Oh, yep, I'm right here to leave. Oh, that's the other person, right? I was like, okay, Charlotte. I forgot she was in here too.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm like, no, I remember some more people. I just don't remember who the heck was. Yeah,
Heyo.
the room shaker. My whole. I don't know what happened. I can't even explain. My whole room just
Heyo.
dropped everybody.
The room got
Oh,
shaky.
Baby Pete's back again. You was like one of the first ones out here. Welcome back. Welcome back.
what's
And
up?
my room got real interesting when you
It
left,
got
man.
it.
I was
Look,
like,
it blew up.
man, did a little sign, but it just dropped people out of nowhere. That was weird. I don't know.
Oh snap! It's all tweaking.
All right, TikTok. All right, Triple T. Tweaking. Well, hopefully people get their spots before it fill back up again. I try to get everybody their spots back before it got back. So.
Was clearing a box for AJ.
I mean, I could always drop. I just want to come and say hi.
No, don't do me like that, AJ. Don't say it like that.
What?
Hold on.
People got to fight for that spot. What happened? Oh. What if you have the live pause? It would do that for it. Oh yeah, I wasn't even in that. That's the crazy part. I don't even know how that even happened
I don't
though.
even know how that works, to be
I
honest.
was bringing myself up and everybody got. I hope that's no, because I did do an update today, and if it got worse, because it's supposed to fix the other update. Now, if it got worse and start doing that, boy, be crazy. And I watched it just when I looked up. Everybody was dropped. It didn't even time me out or nothing. It's just getting worse and worse. But what was
Crazy.
this?
I'm just over here trying to figure out why my hippo animal crackers taste like the giraffes.
Right.
Don't even make sense.
Hold up. Sending the invites back out again. And
People fall asleep on their lines. True.
Make on.
What's the what the
I'm confused.
that peach in this beach?
Beach. Bomba clock.
I think that's everybody. See if I can get. I ain't seen Big Mama in a while, man.
Yeah, my chin's strong.
Let's see. And everything was just going flow. We had some questions going. Do y'all even remember where we left off at before we got rudely interrupted by TikTok? I know he was answering like cousins' questions.
Yeah, he was talking about the possible reasonings why there's a disconnect in men leading and women following.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
that's where he was at. Yeah. Why are men having a problem with leading and women, or why women are having a problem following men, whatever, in the relationships. So we were just kind of talking about that.
Mm-hmm. Was it? I feel like Twin was talking in the midst of it. Was it Twin talking in the midst of it?
Yep. Yeah. Ultra was answering.
Would you?
Yeah, I was. And I don't remember what I was saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna fight TikTok for you. Don't cut my twin off. That's one thing.
Oh, what's up? Me and I be forgetting.
You see what I'm saying? We gotta fight. We gotta take each other back. You know what I'm saying? And then Triplet come in after with the extra foot, like, whoo!
Right, because she was gonna steal it. What I was gonna say, I know she was, right? Wow. But
la 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 la.
Yeah, la 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 la.
Why do I feel like she just go around the whole house just la la and everywhere? Okay. What made you put the okay part? That's like some. That's probably her. I don't know.
Good question.
What was said about me?
We want to know why you put okay.
Mm-hmm.
She said la la. Okay, that's what I said. So
okay.
Okay, like that.
That's what it was. Like that. Straight like that.
Straight like that.
I need to bring right. Where's Nay at one? Oh, not Nay. What's her name? I gotta bring
the young one.
I think Kelly is Kelly the other one that be doing saying it like that. No. I know it's Naya. Naya one of the ones. It's another one. Like that. They say straight like that.
Oh my god.
Why sound like I hear AJ, but she's not in the box?
Oh, I did just hear her. That was crazy.
Did you hear that noise? I thought I heard an AJ noise. Oh, what's that peach? Oh
Yo,
my, that might was
yo,
peach
what is
then.
going on?
Boy, I feel like I'm tripping. King Flocker, what's the deal?
What's happening?
Yoing, yoing.
Yeah, yeah. If y'all ain't seen them hearts, I heard them hearts help push my stuff too, though. If y'all can say that's only like 1 penny.
I got a
Just join a
million
team. I heard that like the more your team is, the more you get on the popular live. So I'm gonna try to make sure people. So
hearts.
that's gonna be part of my mod thing too. Just remember, get people to hit that heart, send the heart, join the team. It's yeah. Yep. Make sure they do that.
Send them hearts. Get on the LSC. Let's go.
Yeah, LSC, right?
I got
Hey, you
prostitute
know,
sometimes.
it's 1 penny. Everybody got 1 penny at least.
I got
And
prostitute
good.
sometimes.
If y'all haven't share the live out, we just I guess
I spam
rejuvenate
the hell
because
out this line.
you said say it again.
I spam the hell out this
What do
line.
you do?
Hey,
You
you take your little break
anything?
then. Take this, matter of fact, spam me with your toe now. So I know.
Toe is
But
crazy.
uh, go ahead and share for the people that haven't shared. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and hold your finger where my boss is at. Hold your finger for 2 seconds. You'll see a list of friends pop up. You know, then go ahead and share it to all of them. And if you don't know how to do it that way, it's an arrow at the bottom that say 142. You can share that way too. Um, we can get to 20K. Y'all can take a little break after that. You know, take a little break. We can get this conversation going. Hashtag for you page. And again, if y'all haven't hit that heart up there, go and hit that heart. That heart. That most definitely put me on the popular a lot because I'll be seeing people that had like 700 people. Like, dang, you know. So, but to get you, I think that's how that works. Is like, I guess if you keep active and stuff with the little goals on there or whatever, it's just daily goals. Somebody was teaching me about it though, but hey, so yeah, was you twin? You was you, what you had? You done with it or you?
I was trying to
Oh,
remember the last part I had said. Dang it, I was like, okay, I think something along the lines of like when you're probably actually with the person, you're not, you're thinking that what you saw before wasn't going to change. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, what you saw before was going to change when you're actually committed to the relationship. So that's kind of where I was ending it at. Was because from cousin's question, as far as choosing does make a difference. Who we choose, who we accept from what we see, that makes a difference. Because a lot of times we can sugarcoat the thing, and then we realize later on, once the sugar is off, that that issue is still there. So that does play a part as far as like our choosing and how we end up in relationships. I kind of forgot his full question again, but that's kind of what I was saying for the end of it.
hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll pose it again just so anybody else want to answer it. We was talking about, we were talking about how we keep hearing about like how men saying that women, you know, don't know how to let men lead, right? Like that's a big thing. And then how women are you know, I guess not having trouble leading, but why should they lead if a man is not leading, right? So we hear these little narratives, and my question was, what's the problem? Is it because we're not choosing the right people? Because leadership and being led, whatever that may mean to whoever, shouldn't be an issue. Because if you have your right person, right, that trust and going and following and actually living in cohesive life, that's going to be easy because y'all both going in the same direction. But maybe part of the reason why we having these problems is because we choosing the wrong people or we're not vetting the right people. So now it's always at odds. It's like oil and water. So that was my question, and that's why Archer was answering it in that way. So maybe that to give you a little context if anybody want to tie in on that.
Yeah, but see, like that part you just said right there is like, the leading part. I think I wish I could say 100%, but I can't clearly because we don't know every single person's situation. But I want to say like, I'm gonna give an awesome percentage that 98% of the time,
Man,
Like
man.
I feel like 98% of the time it alters numbers. We already see if a woman has the ability to be led. We see it. I want to say 100%, but I'm gonna go with 98. Gonna go with 98. And whatever you see in the beginning, whether you try to cover it up with other things, you already know if they have the ability and capability to do it. If you're telling them and you're being truthful with how you lead or what your position is going to be and what you require their position to be, it's going to be clear as to what can happen from where you are and where you're trying to go, like, permanently. And the permanent position does not erase the issues beforehand. It just doesn't do that. So yeah, and I hear that a lot. People are like, well, once we're married, all those things will be fixed. How? It's like Houdini. I'm trying to see how that happens. It doesn't happen like that. It comes with conversations, changes, diving deeper into who you are, and sometimes you have to change some things and alter some things about yourself to fit where you're trying to go with that new person. If you're not willing to alter those things, then you should not move forward in a sense because of the fact that those things won't resolve itself. That makes sense. But yeah, good question, cousin.
Right. And then on the opposite side of that, right? Because we should be able to know by our questions, by our attention, who is leadable. And I hate saying that, but I'm just saying it so we understand what we're talking. But would it be the opposite way too, where you as a woman should know if this man has capability of said leadership, right? Does that will we say that applies the same
Applies the same, like,
in that vetting process? Like as you're getting to know somebody, you can see if this man is a leader or not. You know what I mean?
yeah. So
So
it's the
yeah, yeah,
opposite. Yeah, it's the opposite end of
yeah.
that. As a
Right.
man, you can see if this woman has the ability to be led, and then the opposite side, you should see if that man has the ability to lead. It's a two-way street. It shouldn't be no blindness in either side, and it just comes to whether or not we're at the place to go further. Right? That's just what it is. So when you decide to go further, because I think some people try to jump the gun in that the permanent position when you know you're not completely ready for that. There's sometimes a lot of other factors that has to come to play before you actually commit to that point. But just know whatever you commit to, it's just like when you go to the car lot and you buy a car as is. If you don't take it for a drive or make the person that you're going to buy it from make these changes, if they can make those changes beforehand, just know however you purchase it right now, that's what you're getting. It's not like it's going to eventually turn into something beautiful. Like this car that was raggedy is going to turn into a beautiful car when I come back outside of the driveway. No, it's going to be the same car you bought off the lot. And if you don't inspect it, then whatever you're signing off on, they're saying with everything. That means all the problem, the lemon, how to buy lemon cars, whatever you're getting, whatever is under the hood, whatever you didn't check for, right? Whatever you didn't check for and ask questions about, that all comes on you now. Now you have to deal with that. So it's why it's important to, if you can, which most of us have the ability to do, you have the rights to take that time to decide what I'm getting into and not be thinking that once I sign this line, everything is going to be miraculously better. It's like, no, this person is showing they can't lead. This person is showing they can't be led. Anything other than because this person is beautiful, this person is handsome, whatever the case is, that things are going to change or get married. That is not how that works. So you have to be honest with that. And it shouldn't, and it's like, that's just how you have to take it. It can't be like, man, all women they just want to be like this, or men just want, no, it's like, no, this person distinctively shows you what it was. And you decided to go further. So it's wise to cut that before you get to the permanent position because of the fact that it's not going to be different just because you decide to marry them. So when you have these people complaining about women or complaining about men, you have to then go to the mirror and say, self, did you see these things before you decide to marry them? Self as the answer. I did, but it wasn't that annoying before. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you can't act as if it was never there. It was there. You just didn't think it would be as much of a problem. Like when you looked under the hood, you saw, okay, the line is cut a little bit, but then as you drive it, then that line cuts completely. And then now the air conditioner don't work. Now that's a bigger problem. So it's a problem before, but because it hasn't bothered you as much because things can still stride and we can still laugh together, talk together, it doesn't cover up the fact that there's still a problem with this cord, and I need to fix that before I try to buy this car, if that makes sense. Okay, I know we bring up things to cars. The car is just the best analogy, so y'all can't get y'all feeling. I don't care.
Hey, that's a good one. Because and then after that air conditioning and all that stuff break, what do? Man, that's why, man, ain't no such thing as a good ass used car. Oh shit. Get your ass out of here with that bullshit. You chose the wrong one. That's a great analogy.
Okay, cool. You put that money in that car, and it showed you already that it had a severed line, and you just still bought it. So hey,
Well, some people take chances, y'all. They get burned.
Hmm. And then blame the world why they did.
and that's true.
And you know what
People.
I thought too? Well, just with when you said that, especially since we on the used car analogy, where does that chance come from? Desperation or being broke. You got to settle because you ain't got your stuff right. So you can't go to the lot and make your choice. You got to go to the lot and pick what's left or what you can get. And then so you say, oh, I'm going to try to make the best of it, right? And so this is all I can afford, or this is what I'm going to have to make do. And then you put your life into that, not even understanding that even if this is something that you is a temporary situation, you know what I mean? You choose it as a temporary situation, but we want to make it permanent. And then we want to judge it on a permanent. And that's where the disappointment comes. But if we would like say, when we got our credit right and you know what I mean, we got all our money right, we go to the lot and tell them what we want, right? We go to the lot and we go out here and make the rates. We tell them, no, I don't like that color. Go ahead and order that. No, I don't like that interior. Nope, I'll be back. Call me when you got the shit right. Like we go in there with demands. You know what I mean? When we got all our stuff right. So what does that mean? Maybe we should get back in the mirror and get our stuff right before jumping into these relationships, so we don't have that desperation. So we don't have that, oh, I'm gonna take a chance and jump into something. Now we can be more and we can have more discernment. You know what I'm saying? It's just a thought.
Lala, did you say something? I wanted to say something.
Um, it's possible. No, I was. Sorry. I was thinking that even in a situation, if we continue with our beautiful car analogy that I think the most gorgeous person on the panel suggested, um, I think that even the desperation or that there's no choice or that all of that is perceived by the person who's in it. Because the reality is there is public transportation until you get what you want. Um, there is Ubers, there is Lyfts, there are options, but this is a form of control. I feel like I need to settle to control when I get married. Period. Thank you, sis. When I get married, I feel like I need to control when I get a car. And so now that I'm in a situation where I find out, oh, I might not need to move forward, instead of backing up and saying like, okay, hold on, let me take a minute and handle this, you say, no, I'm going to barrel forward because I'm in control right now and I need to do what I want to do when I want to do it. And I think it translates right into relationships. People do that with people all the time. It's like, oh, I know I can get married, even if it's not everything I'm looking for. Even if like I control this. I got married at 27. I got married at 32, 45 from y'all. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? I got married. I controlled it. It was in my control. And now I'm happy about it. So I think even the desperation is all about that person's perception of their situation and how desperate they are to cling to the idea of having to do something.
Great point.
Yep.
And if you add on to it, maybe that status quo too, like the you're supposed to be married by this age. You're supposed to have a car by this age. What you mean you 25? You ain't got no car. What you mean you this way? You ain't. So then you succumb to that idea of, like you said, now you got to make that happen, and now you got to have control over it to make it happen by this time. Yeah, that's a great
Yeah,
point.
when people are like in in relationships, I always find it weird. Like, okay, so we've been dating for this long, so then we have to get married at this long. I'm like, okay, so who told you that? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm trying to figure out whose timeline you're on. Because if you guys are enjoying the moment, if you guys are happy and you're moving at a speed that you like, the only reason you're going to try to uproot it and force it and act a little nutso is if someone is impressing something upon you that says your relationship isn't adequate. It's so easy for people to tell you that you should be unhappy with your situation.
and then you take it on and you're like, yeah, maybe I should be unhappy. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna be quiet though. Over here at my house.
Go.
Well, hmm?
That's right.
Yep.
No. Well, I think women do. They can submit to a leader. They just too busy submitting to a follower.
Mm.
Mm.
Do you think that they know the difference or they can't tell the difference? What you
They're
think?
too blinded by love.
I
Okay.
think they can tell, but then
Some of them can, and they still pull through full
yeah.
throttle. Some of them can't. Some of them can tell and go the other way.
So women are
Some of
getting.
them can tell. I think you can tell when somebody, here's the thing with expectations. People who keep going are expecting that at some point, like we said, something's going to change. That person never agreed to that contract.
Mm-hmm.
That person never said, I'm going to change this thing. So,
Yep, it's
hey,
called hope.
I
called you.
Did you call me?
Yeah, twice.
Sorry, guys. I gotta go. I'm in trouble.
It's called hope.
Uh-oh.
That's what it's called. Hope, faith,
That
understanding. And then when it's not,
reading that bill.
when all the hope dies, then you leave. Experiment something else.
Hope is a powerful drug.
I swear. Get your ass cut for real. You'll be like, oh, he hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hell, you knew what it was when you signed up. Shit.
So what I'm hearing is women get blinded by love and men get blinded by booty. No Diddy. Just saying.
He said, no, did he? Wait a minute.
That's just what we do
I've
in
been
this
hearing
panel.
that so much.
Yeah,
I'm like, I know
that's
the
just a
nigga
little
crazy,
thing.
but golly.
Yeah,
What are you doing with his hand?
Nothing.
Yeah, he's doing his hand.
Something that's
All
gonna
right.
get teased later down the line.
See,
Ah, shit. I'm young as hell. I don't know what the hell going on. Shit.
Man,
Well, I know that
life can embarrass you
women
sometimes.
women will only submit to a leading man. Even though I'm like 21 years old and I don't know nothing about, you know, marriage and none of that, but and submitting right now because I don't know what a man is right now because I'm still dating. So, I think women will submit to a man that leads and respects her and understands her feelings, emotions, and her, physical ways. But if a man is a follower, he's not going to understand her emotions, and will completely manipulate her into making her into what he wants. And that's why it doesn't work.
I I think a lot do a lot of them don't want leaders. They say it though until they feel like that um they can't do what they want to do. What they like. I think a lot of them want leaders in like a part time leader actually, like to lead at the times that selective leadership. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Because they want to be able to be led the way they want it to be led. Which is that true leadership? You see what I'm saying? So I think
Yeah.
uh for the most part, a lot of women believe that leadership walk around the way they feel and stuff and what make them happy and all that stuff or whatever. But that just don't it don't it's either you got a leader or not, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
it's just I think a lot of them don't really want it for real, for real. That's just what it is.
Yes. I think some of them don't want to lead. I think they want to stay back on in
Like I
the
say
in
partnership so much. I want a partnership.
they want a
A new
50-50.
code. Right, 50-50.
That bullshit.
but you know what I think, man? The more I hear it, the more I hear the conversations go, I start to think that like it's not necessarily about leadership or following or any of that shit. It's about the words, and it's the semantics. You know what I mean? Like I will hear women saying, "Well, I don't do that leadership, blah blah blah," but yet you married and you follow your husband. But on TikTok, oh no, you don't do that shit, right? And I'm like, okay, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Like you have men talking about they leadership, they this, they that, and the third, but yet you have no leadership qualities at all. And so, like, I think it's just a talking point at this point. You know what I mean? Like, people are just saying these things, but in real life, nobody wants to have all the responsibilities of a relationship, right? Because there's two people involved. So, yes, every relationship is a partnership. That shouldn't be that. Even if you say you a leader, it's like, you still, once you get into a relationship, you realize, no, it ain't about, oh, you do what I say. No, it's about we do what we say. And that's how it goes if you want your shit to be successful, right? And I think that a lot of times there's ego involved. We talk about a lot of this. We talk this about us all the time, Kev. A lot of people got the ego involved. They don't want to admit it, or and that's women too. It ain't just men, but men have this ego where now I got to be the leader. You got to be to help me. You got to be shit. You got to, and that's the ego coming because they don't want to say it and have other men talk shit to them. So they got to proclaim that they leading this and they leading that. But if you go in their house, oh no, they woman is running it because they know that they woman does it better. And that's actually the strength of a leader is understanding how to delegate, how to know who does things better and who, you know what I mean? If you know that you are late all the time, you have no organizational skills, but that's what your woman does, then you let her do that. Right? That would be that would be common sense. But like men just feel like they gotta say they have to do everything and everybody else gotta follow. And I think that's just ego and vibrato.
I think, and I don't even, I think it's even more than that though. I think a lot of uh, just the way women are built, I think they really do want a leader because they can't stand a dude with no backbone. So a certain extent, I mean, the leadership, no matter, I think we get a little too technical when it comes to that because ain't nobody say you got to do everything they say. But it's times where, especially the important times, they want their man to lead, especially if it come to, if they got to do some type of defense and stuff. But I think a lot of ones that be fighting it is the freaking masculine women and stuff. I notice is I'm gonna be right by his side and all that stuff. It's like, no, that's not y'all place. You know what I'm saying, man? Is we here for a reason. Why the heck is you on the side fighting? You supposed to be protecting the kids. So I can't defend the masculine women and stuff that because I understand that's how they got brought up and stuff. But I mean, in reality, eventually that's why they tell you they got this thing called be a man. They be like, hey, be a man. You need you to be a man and all that stuff. So it's like that's why I be mean about the selective though. Because like when they get a real person that try to become a leader and say, you know what, and then they also select the wrong type of guys too. You know what I'm saying? They got guys that don't even know what they doing. All they know is get buns and all the other stuff. What you gonna get on that part by number three? That's all they know is that and freaking, and some of them be suckers trying to be leaders. As long as she can give me some punani and stuff, that's all they really care about. That's what they do. And then let the girl run running from the rest part. Happy life, stuff like that or whatever. But
Some of them sissies.
yeah, and it's just I think they don't want to. I don't low key. I don't think no woman really want that low key.
Nope.
They don't want a dude that can't stand his ground, or that's why they pick the toughest muscly dude. They want somebody but they just don't like it when it's against them. You know what I'm saying? When them same things get where, hey, nah, I got this or something like that. Someone be like, nah, baby, I want to feel useful. I got this or something like that. But it's like, dang, you useful in different ways, but you just choose not to. You just want to play the male role too. You know what I'm saying? So it's like each side got their stuff, man. I think sometimes they just step out of bounds, and that's why they can't and want to be the leader too. That's the thing. And I can understand, especially in America, so on. It's a lot that's like that, you know, and that's why I got brought up to learn this thing, but they just so dang on independent nowadays. They be like, or the word independent ain't really that, but they so that stuck in that way that they keep that mentality while they're in a relationship, and they don't let their man be a man. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, it get used against them when it don't work the way they want it to. But then when a man was to say he want to be a man, then he's like, it's just it'd be so confusing. I swear. So it just yeah. But like I said, then it's also the man. Like you said, it's the type of man you got to pick too.
Because I was
Because
just gonna
like
say, because does anybody gotta let you be a man, Kev?
to let you be a man.
I said,
No,
does any woman have to let you
nah,
be a man?
nah.
Hell, no, right?
But
And so
I'm
when I
gonna
hear
say this
somebody
though. But
say that,
it
though,
happened in many of ways though. It's in many of they do it in a different way, right?
no,
Because
what I'm saying is, as a man, if you say they ain't letting us be men,
nah,
what are you really saying? You get what I mean? Like, if you say, hey, I don't like a combative woman. Now, I hear that all the time. And I can understand that, right? Nobody likes combative women. I
yeah,
don't think women like combative women. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Like nobody likes a combative
Mm-mm.
woman. Nobody likes a combative person if we really want to get down to it, right? Nobody
Facts.
likes that asshole. But at the same time, we understand there's a place for that. Okay. But that being said, that's one way of saying it. That's understandable. But when you say as a man, they ain't letting us be men. What the fuck? Why should they let you do anything? You're supposed to be what you
right.
are. You get
Yeah,
what I'm
that's the
saying? And I
ones
Mm-hmm.
that
think
don't
that's
know. Yeah, that's the one that
yeah,
don't
and that's
stand
a
on
big
nothing.
problem.
Right.
I don't think people
Yeah.
realize it.
That's just as bad as the one that say that or opposite way, right? That's just as bad when they say, "Well, I can't. He's not a leader, but you still stay with him, though." You know, he's not worth leading, but you did in the same time you still. It's so that's why I say you talking about those type of men that be saying, "Well, they not letting me." That's the same exact thing, right? Because, but
Right.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that it is and a lot of dudes just, I guess they don't know that value because they can't see past. And we're gonna get to that part with and that's why I'm saying about that. I feel like that's a big thing because, but that the lack of discipline on men, right? You know, I think that's the reason why a lot of stuff is getting allowed to this day and whatever because they don't know how to be leaders and they lack discipline overall, like worldwide. You know, that's why so many issues and so many crimes and stuff too. But yeah, we're gonna get on that because that's gonna be a deep one right there. But uh. I think the thing is, like I said, the way the society is pushed and all that stuff, it's like cater, and I understand cater to the woman, all the other stuff, but it's just like they do in a way, right, to satisfy that woman. They scared to lose her. You know what I'm saying? They scared to lose her, so they actually stop being that man because they be so scared that if I was to take charge and I ain't gonna lie. What I notice is if it's somebody leading, no matter what, I ain't gonna even lie.
Yep.
We can act like they don't, but it's somebody leading. If the man ain't leading, most definitely
It's a
it's the woman.
damn
It be the
woman.
woman most of the time, and I notice that all the time
I hate
because it's
that.
like because what they do is like they kind of use their emotions and they manipulate in a certain way though. Like, hey, and then you end up find out that you end up seeing that the man be like, well, it's just you got to do this for your wife and you got to do that, but you don't hear as much, on the other end though. But I just noticed something like as if the man is not leading, it's most definitely gonna be the woman though.
Yeah, and
Somebody
then
leading.
she
It's not no
turns.
even thing behind it. It's just not even. It never been.
Yeah, then she turns masculine, and they be like, "Why you so masculine, nigga? Cause I am." Oh shit.
I don't lead nor do I want to. Heavy on the head. What's up, Nikki?
I mean, like, I don't understand. Men don't want to be men. Women don't want to submit. No damn leader. Woman comes up being a leader because the man ain't trying to be a man. The woman
Hold on
turns
one second,
masculine
1 second, guys.
type shit.
Every prayer, cause you are,
Why?
she knew I had to
Why?
do it.
I'm
I
thinking you
got
say
to.
1 second about to ask me a question, but you
No,
must not say.
no, I should have said the question is every
And then
praise,
you just change a whole nother octave.
cause you are God.
Lord have
What's
mercy.
the deal, Hudson? Mr. Hudson. I'm assuming that's what you talking about, right? I still gotta find his page though, because he was preaching in that one room. They didn't even, dog, that room was so hurt that they didn't even want to hear from a married man's mouth. You don't know what you mean. I'm like, bro, how y'all go? That's the reason why y'all single. I see why you. What's the deal? D in a building. What's the deal, my brother?
I ain't seen him in a
Tell him
minute.
I said, what up, dude? Jerry Hudson. Matter of fact, let me add him right now, though. Add him on my backup page, though. 'Cause you are God. Every word of worship with money. But real quick, y'all, we're gonna do another mod. Oh, no, I actually have a mod. Let's get a mod to do the mod read.
My break.
Yeah. Remember
Yes, sir.
the new move is the heart now, because I gotta make sure those go up too, you know.
Yeah.
I'm
I
weak.
heart Kev. That's the new movement. We're gonna go ahead on and make sure that we get into the team. If y'all ain't on part of the team, man, I don't know what y'all doing. It's free.
Mm.
Just be a part of the team. And how you do that? I think you just go ahead and it's a little heart on the top of Kev's head. It's big enough y'all can see it.
There you go. Now you found it.
You know what I mean? Go and press that. Join the club. Join the team. You know we human. We all want to be a part of something. It might as well be a part of something good. Go on,
Hey,
jump on, get on the team, and let us know something. You'll get all little updates, and when Kev is live, so you don't miss none of these good ass topics. You know what I mean? And you never know what's gonna go down on these topics. I'm trying to
you'll
tell you,
never know.
you never know, but you will know if you're part of the team. That's the point.
Hey, I like
Also,
it.
why
See,
the live go? Why not? Come on, you got a couple of pennies. You know what I'm saying? If you watch them pennies, the dollars will watch themselves. I just heard that. I'm just saying. Go on, put a couple of
Hmm.
pennies down there, give Kev up, make that live go hit. Because if you do this, this is what keeps the live alive. This is
Damn,
what
my
keeps
name
alive
shared a
on
lot.
FYP. And, I think this is good messages that need to get out there because we all know about the toxicity that's out here. Why not counterattack it with some positivity and
hey,
actually some good information? So if you want to do that, you can go ahead and share. Okay?
No, I
Because
shared
it's
the
not
hell out of
about what you
information.
can do for Kev. What can Kev do for you? I don't know. But you can't do nothing until you do for yourself. But you got to share it to your peoples. So they can
hey.
come on in here. And then if you need backup when you say something crazy and you need somebody to back you up, you have your folks in here. So go ahead and share. You can put that on this bottom right corner. You can hit the little three dots. That can be a share. Or you can go back again, right above Kev, right above the little box. Hold your finger on that. It'll be a box. Jump up. A whole bunch of little people up in there. You can just select all and send. Don't matter if you selected them twice. We'll take that. Votes count twice around here. We'll do it. And just hit the light, hit the screen, hit the screen. That's all we need. That's all we need. That's all we need. That's the only action that we need. And you can get all the jewels that everybody on the panel is laying down. You make yourself some nice jewelry, nice bracelets and watches and shit. You can do all that with all the jewelry that we lay down on these panels. And it's all for free. All you got to do is touch the screen a little bit. Even if you don't agree. When you don't agree, hit the screen out of anger. When you do agree, hit the screen out of love. But regardless, just hit the screen. And with that, we'll go back to Kev.
Okay. Hey, you married a big creator and lucky a big creator. I just noticed that though. He got, well, I don't know if he big. I know he got a lot of followers. I see though. Did you marry him before he got big, or did you marry him through his content? I just noticed that, but I just followed this page. I found her. I had more at the time. Yeah, I see you. You kind of a big creator too. I see it too though.
I had more
Well,
at the time. Yeah, I see you kind of big
you got an
creator too. I
echo,
see the two
Peach.
though. I
You
had
probably got to
more.
drop and come back up. You said you had more on on my third account. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see he a big creator.
You said you had more on my third.
Yeah, Peach, drop and come back up. Your stuff is echoing.
Yeah, just for the record, before I get back to taking care of this man and his baby, because that's what wife life is. Um, I had more followers at the time than he did,
Hmm.
and I found him on this app. I'm not gonna front, I
Oh,
did.
interesting.
I found him on this app. I thought he was handsome,
Mhm.
so I did what everybody else in the new modern day does, and I jumped in the DMs. And then
Hey,
he thought I was cute and shit. and he kept me, and that's how we got here. Yeah.
Was he?
So it was kind of
He was.
it was kind of a little
Okay,
bit
so
of
you say
both.
you found him through here. That's okay. All right, man. It happened, Kevin.
Well,
Hey,
And
congratulations.
now I got this little human that looks like him who runs around calling me mom and beats me up and stuff.
that's hey. Why does she remind me of Lion? She remind me of Naya. Call it a
Yeah, I
little
know, right?
human. And
Yeah.
then she right, and even the style remind me of
The
her a little
little
bit.
cadence, the same cadence in the talk. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
then she
hello,
remind
thank
me of
you.
her. That's funny.
You usually guys don't
Yeah.
hear my voice because when you're in Empress's live, I'm quiet unless somebody needs to be yelled at.
Mm.
But yeah, so that was just to quickly answer that. So he's not cool
Okay.
just because he got more followers than me now, buddy.
Hey,
That's
I
why he
love
getting
it,
in trouble
man.
in here. I piss
Y'all the
off these
couple
ladies
for
on
sure.
here
I
and they
know.
report my page. So,
Hmm.
it is what it is. Don't want to listen to married women or married men on here.
Boy, man, I was boy. But
Just
hey,
wilding, baby. Now I'm gonna go because before she starts pterodactyling in the background, me and the toddler gotta go.
oh yeah, for sure. You're right, right. Because I don't want to get another. Last time somebody, hey, I heard you. I ain't even not mess with that. That shit was funny. She's like, hey, I know you heard me call you. That was funny. Well,
But
yeah,
I'll be
for
here
sure.
watching.
All right, for sure, for sure. Appreciate you. Um,
We was about to
so
witness some savagery. Oh, gotta go. Like, yep, go on now.
right, that was right.
Hey,
She
I
know
called
I'm
you
about to
three
tease Lala when she
times.
come back. I'm teasing Lala.
Yeah, you gonna mess with her a little
You
bit.
heard me talk. I'm about to make it worse too. Didn't I say bring your ass? Say, let me stop. I got a whole bunch of jokes to get her now. That joke is embarrassing to be online
I
because
called you
people can
three
make it up.
times. Oh, for real? Ah,
I'm
shit, gotta
just
go.
eavesdropping on y'all. Yeah, I just said somebody. Yeah, you probably just heard her say your name. I just said so. I just said the lady that just dropped remind me of you. She said the same thing. She's like, I got a little human to take care of, and then she talked fast like you. Touch her funny. I think she even got the Texas accent just like you. I just literally just talked about it. Stop hiding on the outside of the thing and come on inside, man. Or they hiding on the outside of my life. Ain't no way that you heard me mention your name and you popped up in here. Yeah. Hiding on the outside. You see that cuz? He said, let me watch on the outside.
Come on inside live where the air conditioner's on. Come on in.
That's so funny. Yeah, that's who I was talking about, Nikki, the one that's Naya, the Nala, Queen Nala. Yeah, she be saying the same thing about her kids and stuff, and that's not funny. You remind me of, or I don't know who older though, but y'all just resemble, I resemble y'all. I can't think of the word, whatever.
Put them words
Funny
together,
person.
man.
He said
Get
what?
them words together.
I know, exactly. I'm just, resemble, is that the word? I feel like resemble me more of a
It's appearance. The
appearances
resemblance.
things, yeah. I think I meant to say they. Now you got me stuck. Now I want to think of the word. Now it is sound the same. Maybe it can use resemble. Can you use that? Um, I'm gonna think of a sweet. I know the word. They portray. All right, forget on. Let me stop and look at. All right, no, I ain't. But you ain't about to do me like that. Nope.
Yeah.
I guess we can get it going. I don't know what happened to everybody. Everybody done got calls and stuff this late at night and all type of stuff. The tunnel was just full, but
Saturday.
it's Saturday, you know.
You gotta
Go to
hang out.
church in the morning,
Oh,
you know.
well, yeah. I'm starting to go to Sunday school.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right.
Mm-mm. Which question I
Well,
was on?
why? You can start it up. Let's go ahead and start it back up. I had it. We was on the. We was on. We can start it up. Let's start it up back up again. So, are men more patient than women? How you feel about that?
When I saw that, I was comparing relationships,
Yeah.
and for me, I can see a 50-50.
Mm.
I don't think it's more of a thing of like a man and a woman. Like I think it's also who you're tolerating, or
Okay, let's say this then. Now let's get it. Now, I'm gonna say that then. Instead of using patient, right? In the relationship, let's just talk about that because I think that's what I was coming off at. You know, I didn't want to say, but I could spread it out. But let's say relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who you think tolerate more?
So
Person things that are more suited
I,
for me.
the main two relationships that I hear about and know about and see, for me, I could say the women from what I've seen and heard about from the main two women that I know of their relationships.
Okay.
That's just me going off of my life and what I've seen. So
In
that's
what
what I
way?
see.
Like, what made them more tolerable than the men?
A prime example, I can like with my father. some some men, men is not always right. But
Okay.
as the woman, with my mom, it's like she know the answer. It's like she wouldn't say Jesse, it's right there. However, it's like the patience of, you know what, I'ma just be patient and not say this. I'm gonna
Mm,
let him figure this out. Or as a for I could say for my grandfather as well. Oh, you got to say they building stuff for their house, retirement life and everything. She knew where the area was at. He said, let me find it. But I know it's like the patience of knowing how to communicate as well, from the things I've heard. Of course, they ain't been tell me everything,
mm,
but nah. But I do know, like on social media wise, saying going off of social media, I can say I've seen men be patient, but it's a. But I think it's also something that you have to learn throughout time, though. And if you want to learn with the person as well that you're in a relationship with,
mm,
so I can't. I'm not going. Also, I'm not going to say like, oh, the men aren't patient, but the question is more. So,
mm. So you said about even.
huh?
You said about even.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's go. We can rock with it. And then Nikki, what you got for us?
I'm gonna go with men. Uh, for a lot of different reasons. If we just think about the basics, most men are usually required or at least requested to bring more financial in, so that means they're settling for a woman who doesn't have the same income as
Mm,
them. They're expected to like the kind of like the first one. They're kind of expected to saddle the women's emotional state and understand
don't
that
you?
that
Dang,
men
you
don't
took the
have
one.
that.
That's what I wanted to say.
Men don't
Good
get the
one.
same comprehension or understanding or even just compassion towards their mental state.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to kids, brunt end of the stick. Because I mean, it's mama's baby, daddy's maybe. Um,
Mm.
so I mean, in my mind, men have to deal with a lot more shit, which makes them a little bit more patient.
Mm. I like her, man. I see why both of them. They both be preaching. That y'all most definitely Paul Cole. Y'all know what y'all talking about, man. Love it. I'm gonna start using y'all like as a like a power card or something like that. When people be saying, "Are you married?" and I'm like, "I got a married couple that taught you to back you up real quick." Like that, I'm talking to y'all. You preaching for sure. I was just about to. That was gonna be my talking point too. A reason why I highly believe, man. But before I say that, Jim, what you got? Jim and I, other other new mod in here.
Which question we on?
We just on the topic. Are men more patient than women? What's the deal? Tone in the building. That's a key to what do you call that when
Nizzle,
somebody
what's up, man?
Ah,
what do you
what's
call
up,
that?
cuz? How you?
Key to seniority mod. I should have said that. That's what.
So let's see.
It's
Shit.
supposed to be reciprocity, Kelly.
I
Supposed to
think
be.
I don't I don't know that one is more patient than the other.
Mm,
Um, I mean, I agree that men have, a lot going on, a lot to think about and consider and weigh in on and, add to the plan or remove from the plan. But I don't know,
period.
man. Like it's like I'm a man, so I can only view it from like man perspective, and it's gonna be mostly my experiences or whatever. So I feel like in a lot of my relationships, I've been a lot more patient than women, but then again, like I got homeboys that I know have the patience of a 7-year-old. You know what I'm saying? So, and yeah, I know it's some patient women out there, but I've dated more impatient than patient. So, like anecdotally, I would say men, but like I don't think that women is like miles behind us. Like I really feel like they're like right there on our heels as far as having to deal with shit from us.
Interesting.
And I'm gonna stop there.
Mm,
I'd safely agree with that one. I'm not saying that women don't deal with shit, because trust me, I am one. I'm raising one. I was raised by one. But
mm,
I'm just saying men more.
mm. I think even like worldwide, I guess this case, I don't know if more people gonna come up in a minute, but I'm just gonna say my part. I don't care, right? I think, and I think it is more of, and I think that's the main thing, like what Nikki just said earlier, and that's what I really believe that they teach men to be patient women. You know what I'm saying? Especially in a relationship. That's the only reason why and they teach it, and it's also showing too, right? Because we know how women communicate. We know they're more emotional. We know that and they actually kind of get in a way trying to get men to settle for women, right? Which they changing it now recently. They try to change it now within these past 4 years when they start teaching accountability and Kevin Samuels came out and all that other stuff or whatever. Now they're trying to teach men, like, your worth, you ain't got to do all stuff like that. And they also trying to teach women to understand, man, too, on both ends though. But overall, yeah, they really not. This is the reason why. This is the reason. What's the deal? Purdy in the building. What's the deal? Um, this is why I just highly agree that man is more patient because, like I said, it's the taught thing, right? They teach them to do that. They teach men to put up with women, right? For the most part, take me as I am, and or you have to. Oh, that's the other thing. Put up with me, all this stuff, right? In a way, right? They teaching that, but then on the other end, they tell a woman if it was like to come up with putting up with men, now they gonna be like, no, you're better than that. You can't. Don't settle for less. Know your worth, ladies, and all this other stuff. Like you don't have to take that, stuff like that. So just in general, when they teach it in the world and all that stuff, and then it's also like that. They even have happy wife, happy life. You know what I'm saying? Some people still stuck in that, to this day. I got to make sure she's good. I don't want to make sure I don't lose her because she's a very precious. I mean, I'm not saying that we are different, right? But it's just like that. It's everything is like more of be patient with her. There's nothing wrong with being patient. You know what I'm saying? With men doing that and stuff because we maybe a little bit built tougher and all that. I understand that, but it's like got to get to a point where sometimes and that's what the first prompt we about to get to. You would think the communication you gotta understand your man too. You know what I'm saying? I think they don't teach that much of women how to understand man because they also like it's not like they teach them to teach how to get a man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they got they hardly got YouTubes like that. It's always about a man how to get a woman. You know what I'm saying? For the most part.
No,
So
they got women how to get a man. It's just not what you would think is how to get a man's wallet, not how to get a man. It's just a
good. I
different
like
crash
it.
course. They also have the, how to get a man and get his other man and get that other man. It's a weird thing on the internet. It's a weird
Oh,
thing.
you're right. Good one. That was a good one. You
But
got
I
me on
think
that one.
I think though you got to realize too that this is a natural reaction. Okay, like we can't disregard history. We cannot say and act like it has not been the opposite for centuries. I'm not talking about 20 years. I'm not talking about 30 years. I'm talking about centuries where it has been women shut the fuck up. The man runs everything. You help him. You don't say nothing. You just stay in the house. That's the general consensus as it's been, right? So now, because I
Mm,
always look at it like this: if you have to teach something, that means that it wasn't there before. That's why it's popular. So if I'm a marketer, right, and I want to put out a class and I want to sell a class, I can't sell you a class that's already happening. I can't sell you a class that you already know. But if it's something new, if it's a new twist, if it's something that, you know what I mean, like it's a buzzword or something popular, is something that's not out there, then that's what's going to go viral. So why is it that we have to ask ourselves, if we're being honest, right? Why is it that now you have this attention to women empowerment and to all of these things? It's because it wasn't there before. It used to be there were actually classes on how to be a lady. It was chastity classes. It was how to fucking 13-part dinners and how to look at silverware and how to be a lady and how to walk, how to dress, which leg to cross and when. Like I remember looking at this because my grandmother was heavy into that. You know what I mean? They taught how to be
Well, we
housewives.
need them back.
But here's the thing, right? Because what that did though, it was they were always, or for the most part, stuck under the financial constraints of whoever their husband was, right? So that meant if you didn't have a good dude, right, and he was an asshole, but he made all the money, you had to put up with that. You had to, because you couldn't even have a bank account without a husband. You couldn't even have a check. Like, it was nothing you could do. And that's been for centuries. So now we're talking about since the 70s is when that changed, right? So it's relatively new still, and we don't realize it. We're just thinking of how it is in 2024. And for that, I can agree with you, Gav. Right now, it seems like it's off balance. It seems like it's all attention to women and this and that and third. Okay, I can agree with that. But it's only because for so long it's been the opposite. And I think that we are disingenuous if we put that away and say, no, it's no reason. Women just made up this shit out of the woodwork. No, they didn't just come out the woodwork and say, hey, I need to make my own money. I need to be independent. Why would you need to be independent if you've already had all of this opportunity? It's because they never had that opportunity. And now it's just the balance. If you ever look at a scale, when you have one on one side and it's weighed down, and you put the exact same weight on the other side, what happens? It goes all the way down, it comes all the way back until it eventually evens out. And we're just in one of those cycles where it's a little off balance because they're going heavy on trying to, you know what I'm saying, increase it. But then give it a couple of years and the shit is going to come back. And I just think that sometimes when we look at internet and we judge all these things, we're judging it in the day, in the moment, and we're not looking at the whole picture, because the whole picture will tell us that this has been going on forever. Like you know what I was telling you before, we had the same exact conversations in 1920, 100 fucking years ago. They were still talking about eyelashes and not wearing makeup and not like that was the same conversation 100 years ago, bro. And so it's like, it just tells me that maybe this is just part of the back and forth, you know what I mean, of society, like how it goes. So I don't look at it like women are now it's going to be all right. You know what I mean? And it's just whoever can adjust the best is going to succeed. And that's really what it's about, in my opinion.
Yeah, I feel you to a certain. I mean, I feel what you're saying though, but I don't know if they got anything to do with patience. Even if the man back then was sitting there doing, didn't give him a word or something like that, they still was serving the woman for the most part. They was doing everything for the woman. And then I don't think
No,
it's
they
a time
weren't,
that
though.
men have not done stuff for women. I mean, that's to this day. That's what life is built off of, is doing
No,
things
but
for women. So I don't know what they're doing with patience though. You
no, they've been
know,
doing
I
it for
think.
themselves. We were doing it for ourselves. The woman was the byproduct. That's what I'm saying. It's not like,
Oh,
oh,
you
I
talking
only have a
about, yeah,
job.
but yeah, we can't keep
You get
using
me?
that as of today. You know, that's just
It's the same.
they gonna keep using. That's the reason why we can't get out of nothing, because they be like, well, back then, well, right now you making your choices. You can't just say back then. They don't even. Some of them don't even know that. They just doing it because they selfish. You know,
I mean,
but
yeah, I agree. I mean, that's what I'm saying. But I think, like everybody on the panel said, I don't think that you can really pinpoint one or the others. That was my whole point. Like,
today you can look
not
at it
really.
today. You see how it is. We've been hearing about happy wife, happy life for a long time.
How many women on this panel? Like let's just everybody in here, and even in the comments. If you know a woman who has put up with a dude doing whatever, and we say it all the time, well, you chose wrong, but yet she's still with him, still putting up with it. That's patience, if we want to call it that, because that's the same thing that men do when he has a woman that he never got before. He'll put up with all kind of shit, like you've been saying, which I agree with, right? So to a certain degree, if we look at it, You know what I mean? It just may be in different areas, but men put up with a lot and women actually put up with a lot. I just think that it's different. And if we go it with every scenario, there's probably another scenario on the opposite, is what I'm saying. So I would say, like somebody else on the panel said, I think two people, it's about 50-50. But it just depends on when you're saying it and where. Because I'm telling you, bro, like people put up with shit in relationships on both sides. I don't know if I can just say one or the other. That's my only point. I don't know.
I don't
It
know.
seemed
I
like
think
it's
I
I
can
both.
don't
say it
think it's
though, but I
patience
feel
to
you.
put up with someone cheating or running around or doing some fuck shit. I think that's ignorance. There's a difference in the definition that you're using.
I'm
Say
confused
Right.
that,
about
I
that.
could hear you. Say that one more time.
And so there's a difference between dealing with, bickering like a normal married couple about laundry, kids, finances, things like that, and someone running around cheating, abusing, and doing some fuck shit. That's not patience. That's ignorance. And I can say that because I was ignorant at one point in my life.
Right, right. I got you. I got you.
Amir, what you got? And then we get Purdy in here. Y'all add Purdy too, cause she be doing lives just or like this, but she make sure she digging in on the women and men. She making sure y'all think for real. You know what I'm saying? So y'all add Purdy too for sure.
She do be doing that.
Yeah,
What's
she
up,
be on it.
Kev?
You see them little symbols going, you know it's time. Y'all better come with y'all seatbelt on.
I be up there with Purdy. What's
Yeah,
happening?
Purdy ain't no joke.
Nah, Purdy ain't no joke. What's up, Purdy? I
And
don't think I've seen Purdy in these streets this late. What's up with you, guy?
right, they on a Saturday. They're like, what the heck?
I see cousins up in the top right. What's up, fam?
What's
And
happening with your man?
Maya, Gemini, everybody. And your alter ego, Kev. I ain't see L the other night, man. I was in and out. I had some stuff to do, but I missed El DeBarge the other night. But hopefully you
Oh yeah,
blessed
yeah,
him.
yeah. I did my quick couple of songs
Yeah,
and
hopefully
called
you
it. It was
blessed him.
we closed a little early too, about one
Oh, for
o'clock,
real.
12:01 if that's considered early. But
Yeah,
yeah,
believe it or not, Kev, I wound up going to a church convention, man. I was at church till about 12 o'clock. Yeah, I hadn't done that in a
mm,
long time. Service
yeah,
started at 7, Playboy. I was in that mother for about 5 hours.
yeah,
Took me back. But
yeah,
on to the prompt. I was just going to comment on what I had been hearing.
yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll be in order. Men have to understand the way women
We ain't
communicate.
on
Did
that
you
one
want me to
yet, not
answer?
yet.
Okay, let me just
We
add on
doing
what
are
cousin was
men
saying.
more patient than women?
Okay, cool, because that's what I was listening to. Um, it's interesting because when I was listening to cousin, I started thinking, the word patience was being used, but I was thinking more of tolerance,
Yeah,
and
that's what I was
and
saying. I think he talking about that.
yeah, and I would agree with you there, cousins. I think both of us, male and female, do a lot of tolerating. But when we talk about patience in relationship to a lot of these topics that we're talking about on these lives, I think the way that America has been shifting, um, and it's it could be fault is not. I don't like to point the finger. I like to look at the sources and look and try to get people to see how we're being manipulated and controlled. So I would dare a woman to say that women today have more patience than women in the past. It's not happening.
Ooh,
And I think that men have a necessary obligation in order. I heard cousin say something about, or somebody said something about survival of the fittest. Basically, if you want to live a long life and prosper in this life, you better acquire some patience as a man, because if not, your emotions are going to wind up getting the best of you, and we know where a lot of our brothers wind up. I was there for a little while. I know a lot of my brothers that can speak on that. Until I got that patience and started to control my emotions, I think patience and controlling self-control go hand in hand. And I say that and I'll land because my dad was one of the most, or probably the most patient people I'd ever met in my life. He was a big, very strong figure. He was a judge. He's a very accomplished person, minister in the church. Wasn't no joke. But he was so patient with his family. He had 5 boys and 2 girls. And, he was a leader in the community, did marital counseling and everything. At one point was an alderman. So, as a leader, people, we have as our own self lead of our, if nothing else, our own selves. What I learned from him was patience. And that's what I try to teach my children, because we I'll land with this. We suffer from information overload nowadays. So it's almost harder definitely, but it's really hard to be patient. And I have
Mm-hmm.
to remind myself to do it every single day. And I've been around 50 plus years, but I would behoove all of us to, I don't know where the conversation will go from there. I'll listen, but it would be, it would behoove all of us to look at that word and really apply it to our own character. And
Mm-hmm.
I'll land.
I think she just made it worse now. I'm glad you looked up that definition, Kelly. So you was looking so bad to make it even so bad. You just made it worse. Now I'm making it. Now that we know the definition, I'm for sure saying man is more patient now. Because you said to be the ability. Hold up, let me see what this is. Because we already know women cry so much and be. I'm about to say the B word, but we know they do that all the time, especially when they don't got that way through the whole relationship if stuff not work. So if we talk about anger and stuff, we know that's more men than anything. Because let a man start, I can say bitching, right? Let a man start bitching, right? That dude, she gonna turn right back and make it on him again. So you making it worse. So that makes it even more on the edge of why men is more patient than women, especially in a relationship. Let's look at your definition. You said the
Kev,
capacity to accept, tolerate, delay trouble, or suffer without getting angry or upset. You said based on the definition, Kev, no one is patient. No, that's the thing. Yes, it is people that's patient though. That's the problem. Because if man had to snap every time that a woman did something wrong, the relationship wouldn't even freaking last. I think,
doesn't
and
it,
I was even having
doesn't it say all
I had
frustration?
a thing about that. I said that I believe women complain more than men overall. I mean, I see it too much. You know what I'm saying? Because they express themselves, right? They're more expressive. We can all agree on that. So of course, why wouldn't they? Who was that?
Me, because what you're saying, I get what you're saying, but if you have a reaction, that mean if you don't have a reaction, that doesn't mean you're angry or frustrated. If you don't complain or nothing, that doesn't mean you could be bothered.
What you mean? I'm trying to get what you get to.
Because
What you
what you
mean?
because you
Men
saying
stay
like
frustrated. Yeah, men stay frustrated and angry even if we don't say nothing. That doesn't mean that you're not
yeah,
angry. That doesn't mean that you're not frustrated. Shit, we see that shit online every day, all day. Men in their fucking feelings, mad, frustrated,
Yeah, because
complaining.
they only could do it online.
But what I'm
They're
saying
not gonna
is,
do it in front of
if
their wife or their girl.
but just because you
That's
don't
called
do it,
patience, right?
hey, look, just because you don't do it doesn't mean that you're just not there. That's what
Y'all
she's
mess. So y'all purposely trying to mess them up. Y'all get what I mean, though. We know that women complain louder, and even if it's in the brain or not, we know that they do that. They do that way more than men. Because if imagine a man doing it, they getting called sassy off rip, anyways, right? But imagine if a man did do that, though. You know that the relationship would not get that far. It just twisting the definition. I'm really reading it. It's like no, I think you're reaching because you don't like what's being said. That you feel like. And I understand it though. This is probably one of them topics, but it's not a balance on that. We could try to balance out as much as we want to, but we know in general that women and to this day, in relationships or not, women are more the expressors. They're more the expressive ones. We know that. We know that most of the time women are the most unsatisfied. We know that. So we gotta stop playing it off like we don't know what patience is. Like y'all giving me more. I was trying to waver and make it even, but y'all making it worse as y'all gave me the definition and thought you was debunking something, and you just made it worse. And we know that if a man was to open a mouth in a relationship, it's gonna be back on them. You know what I'm saying? So we can okay, y'all can keep. I mean, act blinded to what y'all see in this world. We even see it on TV how it portray. Y'all know I love using that TV entertainment and all that stuff. Let a man start crying or let him say anything. Y'all be talking about y'all say so much of how men always compressing stuff, and then y'all contradict yourself and say that he don't do that. He don't whatever. There had to be something that the reason why the dude ain't expressing himself, right? This is freaking funny to me. Oh, y'all
yeah.
got me
Just
saying,
because you don't express it doesn't mean that's not patience, bro. That's not just because I don't say nothing don't mean I'm not angry. That means that I'm just controlling it. But that is not patience.
Okay,
Because
well
I
then
got
what is
irritated.
patience
I can
then,
get
cousin?
irritated because I'm
all right, what
saying
is
is
it?
we get
Yeah, if
irritated
that's
just
not
as quick.
patience, then what is? If
Hey,
I
look,
get angry
If
and I
I can
don't
control my
react
mouth, right?
and I
What is
control my
it?
emotions, that's not patience?
patience is not is not letting something light your fuse instantly. That's patience. But if
Right.
your
So that's
cues
what
are
I just
written,
said. I get angry and I don't react.
right?
That's patience, right?
No, you have good self control. You have
Okay,
you
but
you.
that's in the definition of patience, being able
But
to
it's
control
but
the
right.
emotion and the anger.
But it
So
also
in
says,
essence,
but it also says frustration. So when you put that in there, that's in the definition. That means that you can be frustrated without having to act. So what I'm
right.
saying is, if we're going by that definition, right, we could take it as, okay, we can take it Cass way, right, and it'll make sense. Or we can say that, just like the thing. Well, if that's the case, if we're going literally by the definition, then probably no one is patient nowadays. So what I'm saying is, depending on how we take that definition, we can actually apply that both ways. And all I'm saying is, when we're just trying to sit up here and make a blanket statement, men are more patient than women. I don't think
More.
so. I think there are
We didn't
some
say they're
men.
not.
Hold on. You just asked the question, who are more patient, men or women? That's the
Right,
question, right?
more. Right. That don't mean that they don't have I mean, they're less. I mean, they mean
That's what
they
I'm
got times they're
saying.
not patient either, though.
That's
But
what that's
I'm
the point
100%
I've been
sure
making.
women complain way more than men.
Bro, that's the point I've been making. Is that it is an even thing. I think there are some men who are way more patient, just like there's some women who are way more patient. I think if you go tick for tack and go through all the billions of people that's on this planet, it's probably going to be just like every other statistic when it breaks down as even. When we go to cheating, when we go to everything else that we all think that is some big bias and some big side is over the other, it always ends out that, damn, you know what? That shit is about even. And I'm thinking that this is probably the same thing. That was my point. You trying to say that it's just, nah, it's clear cut. Women are more, no, or
In a
men
relationship,
are.
most definitely,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm just
100%
saying.
sure men deal put
I'll accept
because
your premise.
we built to take on more than a woman though. We not gonna sit there and cry just as much as a woman do.
No,
But
we're not.
we can play that though. But
All right, I'm just saying, bro.
shit,
I've been on this rock. I've been traveled. I'm saying, I see it, and I think
okay.
that just like a lot of other things, you know what I mean. If we really want to break down and be honest, it's probably even. But that's just my opinion, and I'll accept your premise,
Yeah,
and we can keep it going.
we will talk about it more. I gotta
Yeah,
let
yeah,
everybody
yeah,
go though.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, go ahead, Party, and then Lindsay after that.
Hey, honey.
What's the deal?
What's up, Purdy?
Hi, honey. On the topic, being, and it's because women do it to ourselves. We, men will, they tend to put themselves in situations less, right, that they even have to test their patience. They ain't gonna sit there and listen to something getting on their nerves until they go off, right? They're gonna remove themselves from it, right? Or they're gonna shut it down. Where we, because we don't want to hurt someone's feelings, we may listen to them yak, 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 until they're getting on our damn nerves. And they're testing our patience because we don't want to hurt their feelings. And we sit there until we end up losing our patience. And that's what ends up happening. And as we get older, we'll get less and less patience. And we end up doing it to ourselves. Does that make sense?
Okay. I like that one. I like that one.
Thank you, Purdy.
What you got, Lindsay?
Hello from Vermont.
What's the
Well,
deal,
that's
Vermont?
crazy to just respond to her. Like, if your relationship is like back and forth negative, that's not a good relationship. But I was responding to your comments originally, like, I wouldn't respond to a man's height. Like, I wouldn't judge him. I have friends that are shorter, but like,
Hey, you skipped all the way
I
to that. That's the
will
one that got your
say
attention.
there are some men that you date. I had a short man, he stalked me for over a year. I had to move states. Like, I do think some short men have mental problems. Like, I've had a few instances. And
That's
I
a
don't know if
wild
it
statement to
has to
make
do
based
with
off of
being
height.
short.
Wild.
Well, they were insecure off that. Like they
Maybe
told
the
me,
ones you
both of
run
them.
into, but to say all short men, maybe. But that's
No, no, I'm not saying all short men. Absolutely not. Probably the majority of short men are not. That's why I said, like, I've had friends that were short that didn't have that, but I'm saying the two that I ran into, which are probably like 0.02%. I'm not saying it's a high percentage at all. I'm saying it's a very low percentage, but I'm saying some men can have that problem.
Interesting. So we'll get on that in a minute. You skipped all the way to the second. I don't even think we made it to that one yet. But at least we know what caught your eye. Now you said you had a question for me. What you got for me, there?
I do, because I just need to understand it from real quick with this scenario I'm gonna give you. You and I both know how much I do not like the song Every Praise, right?
Every
In church, if they play that song and I'm still playing it, does that mean I still have patience with the frustration I have?
Yeah, you do. What the heck? She just asked a little question and left. What the heck? They came on here on a mission, but hey, at least you
Okay.
got it out. But yeah. I
Even
mean,
though
I'm
I'm
not saying
frustrated and
that's.
angry,
I think you thinking about overall, right? You thinking about overall, and I'm not. And even that, I don't know. Overall, I got to see on that too, though. I think I'm really focused on relationships, but you saying you talking about. I never said women had no patience. I think that's what y'all
no,
taking out of it. Y'all act like women don't have no patience. I'm not saying that. I just think that men, we can say tolerate since that's in the definition. I think that they do tolerate more, especially when it comes to women in general, right? Just for a little amount, and they tolerate with the thoughts of getting some. But we gonna get to that part about the discipline part because I think that plays a major part. Why certain things, but we get on that part though. But I'm not. Yeah, what you talking about? I'm not saying that woman. You making it seem like I'm saying woman is not patient at all. I
no,
never
I don't
said that.
think I didn't receive that. That's what you were saying though. It was just more
Yeah.
the fact of
So
the
why you use that scenario?
it was more the clarification of what you're saying for the definition, because I'm saying whole majority of the time when you were speaking, right, you were saying more of the complaining out loud, and if the person still felt it inside, it kind of like didn't mean the person wasn't patient. See what I'm saying? Thing was, women complain, most women complain. I'm not saying you saying women don't take patience, but however, for that definition, it's the thing of you still feel it no matter what, even if you're not saying it at all. That's what my point is with that question. You
Of
still
course.
feel it. So how's that? That's not. If you still feel it, you just can control your tongue better than you control your emotions.
No matter what, right? It's keeping them from snapping just because, like, women can feel it and automatically let it out. That's what I'm saying. Who's really the patient one? The one that always quick to always say something, or the one that just say, you know, I'm not going to say something because I know it could be detrimental to the freaking relationship.
Okay, so for even I guess you could say with that, even with that, say for a relationship, the one that don't say nothing and just walk away in the midst of conversation. Are you patient or you walking away? Are you frustrated? Which one is it?
Oh, can I say something, please, to that, Kev? Let me help her,
Go ahead.
please. Okay, now you moving the goalpost, as they would say, because
Yeah, I think she
if he
can't take
walks
it.
away, then we
Don't
have
say that,
another
girl.
problem. We were just talking about the issue of controlling the anger, the thing that made you angry, so that you can express the patience and not popping off at the mouth. So if he walks away, that doesn't make it right. That makes it another situation. But you can practice patience by not being the person that's going to fuel a fight by saying, okay, I am upset. However, I'm not going to fuel this. I'm patient. You're right. It don't change the fact that I'm mad. It just shows that I'm patient. And if you're the person that's going to keep popping off all the time or let your emotions get you to crashing dishes or what have you, you're not patient. You see what I'm saying? Even if you quiet and then you start doing other things that show in the way you're moving that you're not okay, that's not okay. You're not patient. You got to be cool. I tell my kids, you be patient, and then they start stomping around. No, that's not. Just because you quiet don't mean you're patient. I agree with you there. It's a bevy of things, in a sense, being able to control all assets of your maneuvering. So it's just that let's just end it at that. We're not trying to make patience more than what it is. It's other things that have to come with self-control, but patience is very key because you won't be able to get to the other ones if you're not patient, right? Can we agree there?
Well, I Agree on that part. But by definition, I don't think none of us seeing eye to eye on that part. That's it. I don't
I
think
want
we're.
to ask this then. Do a lot. Of course, I guess a woman ain't gonna admit. A lot of women ain't gonna admit they complain, right? But I wanted to see, like, did y'all really have a guy that was evenly right? Since we want to play the even game, evenly complaining. Let's just say complaining, right? Because I'm just going. That's one of the main things that I think about when it comes with patience, right? Evenly complain as much as you do. Have you run into guys that's like that?
No, I haven't ran to a guy that say evenly
So
complains.
that's what we about to get. So I'm gonna ask everybody, all the ones that saying is even and stuff, because I feel like so you have all right. That's what it is. Okay, right. So somebody evenly complains just as much as you. Okay. Uh, who else? Anybody else? Y'all got men that complain just as much as I'm talking about your partner, right? You cry. Do you cry just as much as your man cry just as much as you cry? The dishes ain't done. This ain't done. Why you didn't do that? Why you ain't put my clothes up? Why you ain't do that? We know how that work. How a lot of how a lot of women is. So, do
Kev,
y'all
I think
complain a lot?
if the question
Yes or
is,
no?
if the question is, do women complain more than men? I would say I would agree with you. Yes, that, but I don't think that complaining is like a show of impatience. Like complaining can be by itself. Complaining can just be complaining. Like you just a fucking nag. That necessarily doesn't mean, you know what I mean? Like I think those are two separate things. But I would agree with you about what you're saying as far as women. Yeah, they're more expressive. Absolutely. Do they complain more? I think so. I would agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But when we just say impatience in general, that's the part I'm saying. I don't know. I can't definitively say, women or men are more patient than women. I think if you ask me, say, do okay
Let's
in
say
a
time of the month
relationship,
then. What about that then?
but
We
still,
know that.
okay, we're talking
Waiting
about
Let's
4 or
get
for
that.
5 days a month. Like really, like, all I'm saying is this: look, if we say who has more control, self control, right, in a relationship when it comes to those things, I would even agree with you with that. I think that men, yes, you know what I'm saying, but like I think just the question, the way it's posed, that's the reason why I said I don't think it's one side or the other. But when you bring up those particular scenarios, or if you bring up those particular examples, I would agree with you. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just, it might be semantics, it might be how we're looking at it, but I don't think that everybody is too far off on the panel. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we need to keep on beating the dead horse, but I'm just saying, I think I think we all understand or kind of get the gist of where we're going. If I'm not mistaken, I mean, am I right? Am I wrong?
It's everybody, y'all. We on the same page. Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, otherwise we can get to this next prompt. Then you know what I'm saying. It's gonna be an interesting one. I guess the understanding, right? And I explain what I mean by that. Sean in the building.
Kev.
Yeah, we gonna start off with you. I know you just got in here now. Yeah, we gonna start off with
Kev.
you, Sean, to make sure you get there. What
We
you got,
moving.
Amir? You
We
just gotta say.
moving on.
Hey, in a minute, I've gotta make sure Sean get his part in, and then we go move on.
Oh, okay. We not finished with Oh yeah, yeah. Let me hear what Sean got to say. You gonna let Sean speak about patience, I hope,
Yeah,
right?
the
Okay.
patient thing. We gonna do that one.
All
Yeah,
right.
so
What's up,
everybody done said
Sean?
it.
What's
Please
up?
bless us, brother.
Sean in the building.
In the building.
All right, what we on?
Doing the patience one. Or you did that earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, but I don't think nobody was in here. But
You
like
can
I
go ahead.
said,
Yeah, just
I'm kind of like on I think I cousin kind of said exactly what I said that when it comes to relationships, I would believe that men have more patience. But when I look in society and look how we are, how we act amongst each other, I would definitely say we definitely don't have any patience. But as far as relationship, yes. But as far as like life itself, I would definitely say women have more patience than us.
mm. Got an example though. I think I could think of a couple of things
Oh,
maybe,
I
but
mean, when you look at if, like I said, you look at like how men in general, it doesn't matter what race you are, how men unalive each other over the dumbest
mm,
things, like have no like can't control your emotions. To me, that's a lack of patience. women are not
Okay.
unaliving each other at the rate that we are. So to me, it showed that
Okay.
we are very, very emotional, and we definitely don't have any patience.
Gotcha. Okay, I can get you on the outside of a relation. I'll get you. Okay, we can say that then. Uh, and then it's because there's a lot of men too that do that. Yeah, I feel you on that. So I can get that then. So in the relationship, men are more patient. I can take that. I can take that answer. Outside of relationship, we could say women are more patient. Yeah, because I
I would
believe a lot of
disagree
women.
with him.
Oh, you say you disagree?
I
Okay, let's.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
disagree,
Yeah. What's
and
up,
this is why I
Jim?
disagree. Yo, what's good, man?
Bless us,
Look, this
please.
this is why I disagree, because if like it like I'll just take a Snapchat from here
Battle of the
on
mods. It's like,
on TikTok, right? Well, no, it's not even a battle. It's
I'm
just
talking
my
to you.
this
Let me
is
stop.
how
Let me
I
stop.
view it.
I'm instigating. I'm talking to you. My bad.
But like if you just watch women when they interact with each other, there's a lot more cattiness than there is with men when we interact with each other. And sometimes that cattiness turns into something a little physical, some hair pulling, some slapping around, maybe some blows get thrown, you know what I'm saying? But so I think that happens more. But I also feel like that when men decide to take it there and it goes to something physical, because of our uh, stature and physical prowess, it's a lot more dangerous for us than it is for women. So yeah, we'll take each other out, but they fight and bicker and argue with each other more than we fight, bicker, argue with men.
Mm,
Can I add something?
what you got, Purdy?
Yeah, it's not just that. We're forgetting that women are where y'all do it yourself. You'll get your own hands dirty. Women tend to be more violent by proxy. They'll have someone do it for them.
Mm.
They'll have someone do it for them.
Yeah, that's true. You know, the brother, boyfriend,
Valid.
blah blah blah, whoever, stand up. Get somebody else to fight.
Violent by proxy.
Yeah. Yep.
But who are they getting to do the job?
Uh,
That still goes back to my
It
point.
could be a brother, a father,
Okay,
Brothers,
so it's another
uncles,
man.
best
hire,
friends, people they pay
by
for,
hire.
people they find on Craigslist,
Yeah,
people they find on
yeah.
Backpage, shit, people they
It
find on
happens a
TikTok.
lot, and I'm not saying it's more women,
D.
as far as that goes. I'm just saying, I do believe women are more violent than men. I'm just saying, if you include everything, the violent by proxy, the attacks, the unreported assaults on husbands, because what are cops gonna do? The
Mm.
reported and swept under the rug stuff, the attacks of women on women, freaking cutting babies out of each other. I mean, come on. Women will,
I heard they use their kids too. Actually heard. I seen it.
yes, women will get physical so much quicker. I've heard women literally on live say, "I don't love you if I don't hit you." Yes, I'm not kidding. I've heard that. Um,
Only
women,
they can say that.
yeah, and then yeah, they can.
Let's just go with the general basis of social media. If I get on this platform, even if I'm wrong, knowingly saying I'm like, I could know in my heart that I'm wrong about what I'm about to say. And I could say, just for, we're going to use laughs just for example. I could be like, he did this to me. And I can promise you, because we're in the narrative of believe all women first, they're
Leave
going
all
to
women.
then turn their attention and all that pent up anger or whatever I've triggered inside of them, and they're going to point it at him, whether it's reporting the page, finding his address, doxing it, finding his phone number, putting it out here, wishing death threats, going after his wife, kids, whoever he may have in his life. Because I said it, it must have been true, and they're going to believe me because right now it's believe all women, regardless if I'm
Mm.
right or wrong.
Yeah, the only reason it looks like men are more violent is because when y'all do it, y'all can leave more of a physical impact than us because you're stronger. That's it. It just because you can leave a black eye with one swing doesn't mean we were less violent because we swung and it didn't leave a black eye.
Mm.
My
How
mother
many
used to
times?
say this thing that men are more physical when it comes to the violence, women are more mental and financial when it comes to violence.
Ooh, that too. But just because we didn't leave a mark didn't mean we didn't hit. You see what I'm saying? So that's the difference. Just because there wasn't a mark left behind doesn't mean that person did not get physical. And
That
that's
part.
why men get a bad rap because they leave a mark behind when they do it, which is why they show so much more restraint in that area because they know the impact they're going to leave behind, especially on a woman. And women know as well, which is why they tend to get away with it, which is why they will do it more. Um, yep, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you,
Uh,
Purdy.
anybody wanted to add or take away before we get to the next prompt?
Yeah,
Yeah. I got one more, Kevin, and I'm done. What's up? Hey, I want to hear from
What
Coach if
up?
he want to talk on this
what
topic
it do?
for
Coach in the
sure.
building.
But that's my guy. But let me say this real quick because I like what Sean said in relationships. He was very clear, and I dug that part. And then he gave his opinion about outside, and I understand that angle. But like the women just helped out with. They was just saying we show it a little different, bro. That's all. These women, man, that passive aggressive behavior, bro, be cutting deep, man. It cuts deep. You know what I'm saying? Because I'd rather somebody sock me in my face than to be passive aggressive with me for 16 years. Oops, am I telling on myself? But yeah, so I was in a relationship, y'all, and when I sit and think about it, I was married for 16 years, and I sit and think about it. I'm being honest with you. I'd rather somebody sock me in my face than to be passive aggressive with me for 16 years, and I'm gonna be quiet.
I just want to say this too, though. This is a little footnote that I think that men we do get a bad rap about certain things, and one of those is that we don't have discipline or self control, right? And I know we're getting into that, so that's why I'm segueing with this one. But discipline in certain areas, yeah, we got a problem. Yeah, we do. Yes,
Most definitely. We about to get to that
but
though.
yeah, exactly. But that's why I was going. But let's. I think that we should acknowledge that self control is something that men have had to have for the longest time. If there were no laws, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna say the majority, and the majority only got to be 51%, right? The majority of men, if there was no laws, if there was no if there was no repercussion for acting violent, this place would be fucked up. And I'm gonna be honest. A lot of these we say that women are more violent and this is that. Okay, yeah, they can get away with it. Okay, cool. They be slapping, they do the little things, and some of it take too far. We know that. But if the only reason that a lot of men don't get down and act like they really want to act is because they know they're gonna be in a clink, or there's gonna be some other type of repercussion. If that repercussion wasn't there from other men, right? That is upholding the law, so to speak. A lot of men would be doing a lot worse. So what I'm going to say is that just because of that threat is there, you do see, as warped as it may seem, okay, because it is a little warped view, but that those threats of repercussion, it does keep a lot of men, to some control when it comes to violent acts. Even though we have so many that don't, right? There's so many that still do it. But imagine if there was no laws. Imagine if, you know what I mean, it was the real wild, wild west right now, where y'all can just do what y'all want to do. Imagine all these frustrated dudes that we see on this line if they can actually do what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? So that would just say that notion that men have no self-control. I mean, I think that might be a little overstated. Maybe we can start, understanding that no, men have some self-control. A lot of men would be doing a way worse if they didn't have self-control. And I just want to say that because
True.
I go hard on dudes. Don't get me wrong, and y'all know this. I don't give us a pass because I feel like if we are the quote unquote leaders, then we have to be held to a higher standard. Period. No excuses. So I go hard on us. That's the reason why I don't sit up here and blame women. None of that shit. But I also got to call it real when it's real. And a lot of men, they do have self, because a lot of men walk around with a lot of malice on their shoulders. And if they could get away with it, I'm telling y'all, it'll go down. So men are exercising self-control. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, if I had to act on some of these urges, there'd be none of y'all left. But speaking little Charles Manson quote. But here,
You
here's
know,
the here's the thing. Like I hear what you're saying, cousin B, but like that the statement about if the laws weren't here, then the men would be doing this and that. The same could be said towards women, right? If women had men's strength, then the same thing that women
They
complain
got
about.
laws and still doing what they want to do. That's the sad part.
Yeah. If women had the strength of men, there'd be far more men getting smacked up in the household. But here's the truth, right? The truth is when it comes to DV, when it comes to bilateral damage, bilateral DV, right? Two people hitting each other. 50% of DV, of all DV cases, is two people hitting each other. So two toxic people, Krishan and Blueface, smacking each other around. That's 50% of DV. The other 50%, 80% of that, right, is unilateral damage, right? That means that if 80% of that unilateral damage of that 50% is the woman hitting the man, and the other 20% to make a complete 50% for the other half is 20% of men hitting women one way. So in DV cases, the only people that hits the other partner more is the woman. She hits more and the man doesn't hit back. So that's a perfect example of cases where there's one-way violence in relationships. Half of DV, the majority of it is women hitting men. Um, Also, when it comes to, because I think Nikki, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but did you say that men are typically more financially and mentally abusive, or something like that?
Incorrect. It was backwards. I said when it comes to relationships, when you see the damage, men are more physically, because obviously you guys have a different stature than us. So if you hit me once, you're going to show a mark versus if I hit you once, it's not. Kind of like Purdy said. And I said women, when we're that toxic, vindictive type, since most women, even though they're going to swing, they're not going to leave the mark. They do the mental and financial kind of wreckage.
Okay, that's what you said. Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, and there's evidence to back that up as well. When you look at DV and lesbian relationships, women on women, 90% of them have reported that they have been psychologically abused by a woman. Just have a 90% psychological abuse rate, which means that typically, unless you're willing to say that girl on girls, those types of women are more abusive than hetero women. That shows that women are more likely to be psychologically abusive than men are.
Yeah, I want to add a story right quick, Mr. Black, if that's okay, before you finish your stats, because I think it'll show that one can actually be skewed, right? Is uh, let me make it as quick as I can. True story, and I'm sure it happens numerous times, right? So there was a man and a woman. She was hitting on him, right? Pounding on him. And he just tries to restrain her with his hands, right? He tried to walk away, didn't work. She's jumping on his back and stuff, right? Won't let him walk away. Sometimes that happens with women. They will not let him walk away. Um, so, he just uses his hands to try to, get her arms off of him, just his hands on her arms, right? Trying to make her stop. Um, she finally stops, calls the cops or whatever. She had a little bit of marks on her arms from where he, tried to grab her arm to make her stop hitting him, but never touched her in a sense of hitting her or anything. Guess who got arrested and went to jail for DV?
Mm.
Guess who? He did. So what stat do you think that added to? The woman DV or the man?
Yeah, it definitely added to the man's DV,
Yes.
even though
So,
it was her being
yes, even though it
psychologically
was her.
abusive.
She wouldn't let him walk away or nothing. And I'm sure that is far from the only case like that. But she had those little red marks where he was trying to make her stop hitting him. Go ahead, Mr. Black. I just wanted to include that.
Oh yeah, no, I landed. I landed.
All right, moment of silence. Let's go ahead and get a my break real quick. Um, people. It's 26 people. It's only 24,000. That shouldn't happen. We got to at least match.
Pause.
Let's get. I mean, come on now. Let's go ahead and touch the screen a little bit. Matter of fact, how about some DV on the screen? You know what? That was a bad one. I ain't gonna say that. Anyway, point is, just tap the screen.
It ain't come out right. Yeah,
That
think
didn't
that
come
one
out.
through.
Yeah, all you know it's entertained. Touch the screen. let's not have any violence in life. Let's put violence on the screen. How about that? Just touch
There
it.
you
Just
go. Yeah.
touch the screen. Matter of fact, you can right above, right next to Kev's head, because his head is. You don't like this content, you can tap the screen right there and act like it's his head. It's okay. He'll feel it, but it'll come up with a little box. It'll be some people there. It'll allow you to share. Share to as many people as you can, because that helps us get this out here, right? And instead of 26 people, we can have 46 people, and then y'all can tap less. Okay, you got to work smarter, not harder, people. Let's do that. Also, join the team. Okay, Tab got. Hey, listen, this goes down every time he's up here. Okay, the panel is going to be great. We're going to go back and forth. Everybody not going to agree, but we're going to disagree with respect. This is something that you don't see often. So this is probably a team that you want to be on. All right, if you're going to be on a team, you might as well be on a good one. So go on, join the team. Get on Kev's team. He got a live goal. It's only a penny. Okay, you can drop a couple of them. You know what I'm saying? You watch the pennies, the dollars watch themselves. You can take that how you want to take that, but I'm just saying, go on, drop a few thunderbolts. I think it is. Just give them a couple of thunders. You know what I mean? And we can do that. If you like what anybody is saying on the panel, you can throw some gifts at them too, because ain't nobody love. We ain't mad at gifts. I mean, we throwing out jewels. We putting jewels on the ground so y'all can pick them up, put them in your pocket, and use them in your life. So you may as well throw a couple of pennies back at it. I'm just saying. Other than that, are we moving to the next prompt, sir? Or are we
Let's
going?
get it. It's that time.
So we going.
Hey,
Let's start
yo,
off. Let's start off. What
real
you got?
quick.
Something, Gemini? You got something?
Yeah, real quick.
Okay, come on with it.
Don't take this wrong, please. But I don't like how you kept saying touch the screen and didn't say no Diddy afterwards. That's all.
Hey, touch. I was gonna say something else. I've been saving the no ditties. We only use those when they need. But I got you.
No, I'm
Touch
just
my
playing.
body. uh,
Just touch it.
we yeah, because I don't think everybody because yeah, we got a mixed crowd now, and I don't think this is So I don't think everybody did the first prompt. So we're gonna do the first start off with the first prompt though. Now it's about communication. It ain't about the patients. Now we talking about communication. Um, so the question is, let's go ahead and start with Naya, and then go down. Then we're gonna go from Nikki and up. It ended with Cuz. Second prompt is crazy. Oh yeah, we gonna get there. It's gonna be Naya. Men have to understand the way women communicate. Women don't have to understand men. Why?
Because you said the statement earlier. What they happy wife, happy life.
Mm,
Because if you don't have to how can I say? If you can't communicate, you really don't care what the person's saying. So as long as the man understand what she's saying, that's gonna make her happy, and then he gonna fulfill what she's saying. So that's why that's why I think that. That's why it's not fair though, but that's why I think that.
yeah, that work.
What'd you say? Nah,
30.
it ain't fair, but
Right, I know.
I mean, y'all want me to lie? It's not fair. But that's the world. We
They
said
love
it.
it
Look,
though. A lot of them
no,
love it to this day.
but
Well, they
what we
love and
say,
hate it at the same time. They be like, "Why you
what,
ain't got no backbone?" But hey, you better as long as you will cater to my feelings.
what we say, the 50, 51, 50, 49, however y'all say it. Mm-hmm.
Nikki, you about to say something? I seen you on mute.
Oh, I was just waiting for my turn. I wasn't trying to interrupt.
Oh, is it
Oh
my
no, you good.
It's
Okay,
on,
we
it's
do
on you,
Purdy,
Birdie.
Amir, then you next after that. We're gonna go up.
Okay, men have to understand the way women communicate. No, y'all don't. The way women communicate. No, like the way women communicate with women, or the way we communicate with y'all.
basically how community. Maybe I worded it wrong or something. Basically, we got to learn how women communicate. Okay, let me use for example, right? So this is how I was coming with it. Basically, I'm saying that we get told how women communicate, as in like, oh, they're sensitive, so you got to talk to them like this, or watch how they, they may be long winded and stuff. You might have to just take your time with them and all this stuff. But then like they never, now they're teaching it now, right? But as these past 4 days, like, well, men are more direct. Men, they can only take so much, and stuff like that. They haven't been teaching that like that much until these past maybe 4 years and stuff when they start trying to understand men now. But for the most part, they always say how to communicate with men. Just like I was talking about earlier with the videos, right? They say, hey, how to get a woman. You know what I'm saying? They all got a bunch of videos. You must talk to her like this and explain this and be a gentleman, that and whatever
Okay, I got
stuff
you.
like that.
So I'm gonna answer on what I hear other women, and then I'm gonna answer Purdy's way.
Mm-mm.
Now, other women, cause they want it their way. They want it
Oh,
their way. There ain't no other
oh,
way. They don't care how you want to communicate. They want you to communicate their way. If you ain't doing it their way, you're doing it wrong. Period.
mm,
If they want it a certain way, they don't care how you want it. Their way is the right way. If you're
mm,
not talking to them soft enough, it's your problem. You got to work on yourself. You're not
mm,
emotional enough. You're not soft enough. You're the problem. You're the problem. Got it? They don't need to understand you. You're the problem. You're not communicating the way they do, so you're the problem. Get it?
mm-hmm.
Now, Purdy, I get. We're freaking different. We're different. My dad, even growing up, he'd be like, "Can you just get to the point?" So I've known this my whole life, right? So it's easy for it. It wasn't. I didn't have this dad. Of course, he treated me a little bit different because I was a daughter, but he didn't go like over the hill like or overboard like some of these dads are with these daughters, and then you feel like, I don't know, is entitled the right word? It might not be, but
Mm,
like some of these women by all men, because they were pampered too much from their dad, catered to too much from their dad, instead of getting a touch of freaking reality on how men really are. So I grew up with it. If I was talking too much, he'd be, just get to the point. I mean, he would shut me up. If it hurt my feelings, oh well, that was my problem, not his. So yeah. So no, I get that men are different. Yeah, I do. And y'all understand that we're different, and we got to be able to bend to y'all, and if we need something different, we got to be able to tell y'all, and y'all not be able to read our freaking mind. But just because it's different doesn't mean something's wrong with y'all. But women nowadays, or a lot of women I hear, their way's the right way. And if you're not doing it the way they think it should be done, you're the problem. And you need to fix yourself. I'm done.
okay, okay. There you go, party. The party style. Kelly, what you got?
The one and the second one, right? Yeah, because I did the first one. Um, I see it both sides since we're speaking on experience and we're speaking in relationship. I've seen where, as I said, I think last night I was mentioning, a woman have to adjust how she's speaking to the man, even if he's in the wrong. Adjust how she's speaking to the man so that it doesn't, she's not offended. Like you can't come off if you come off most likely come off direct to your husband, it will be seems offensive, especially if he's coming from it depends on the background and the circumstances. And the same thing with the woman, it depends on her background and circumstances. If she's coming from a background that she has a father in her life that spoiled her, of course, to her everything should go her way. However, if she's coming from a healthy family dynamic, then that would not be the case. She would have to, one, adjust all the time to analyze how she's gonna have a conversation with her husband so she don't offend him. Because that's why argument is evident in relationship, because both sides have to end up understanding so that they can diffuse either the argument or end it. So I see it on both sides. I can lean to, when it comes on to society expectation. Socially, it's expected from men to understand the woman more. Right now, I'm saying currently because I can't speak for historically.
Okay, Amir.
All right, Kev. They ain't gonna like me after this one, but
Hey, you gotta stick that chest out. It is what it is.
they're not gonna like me after this one. But I'm gonna just say, as a prerequisite, I've been around a little while, and I read a lot of books, and I looked at a lot of relationships. I ain't trying to claim I know every damn thing. I'm just telling you my experience has been, having been in counseling on both ends, being a counselor and being counseled, having read a lot of books of how, we act as people and how we acted traditionally and the similarities and reasons why. So y'all know I always start talking about these agendas, right? And the agenda that's been pushed and why. Okay, why is it that we so, attacked, and why is our nuclear family, why is it messed up so much? Why are we pitted against each other even to this point when we supposed to be the smartest ever, right? Why is it? Why is it? It's an agenda. So that's my premise. Now, if we knew and understand who we were as a people, right? A lot of people talking about the creator and the chakra and all this abilities of the human mind, this, that, and the third. So let's assume we have two intelligent people, man, woman, two intelligent people, and assume they're trying to make, civilization continue. So I'm trying to eliminate the outliers, because everybody gonna say, well, what about this person? It ain't for everybody. Okay, well, let's talk. We're talking about these two people that are trying to be, committed to make this thing called civilization continue. There was a time when people came in our civilization, they started telling lies, they got chased from among us. Now it's not the case. You can come on here right now and tell some lies, and like the sister said, somebody starts giving you some gifts. Start giving you gifts, literally, for telling lies. So I say all of that to say that if a man doesn't understand that he needs to communicate with a woman on her level, then he's setting himself up for failure. Okay. And I'm just telling you some shit I know. I done tried this shit. So when
Saying it perfect.
we say men are logic, women are emotional, let's be real with each other. I love what Purdy said. It ain't got nothing to do with what's right, wrong, or what indifferent. If you're not communicating the way she is used to, or even the way she wants to, that shit might change year to year. Then you are the problem. So you have to go into this knowing and understanding that our women, we got to take care of our women, brothers. Let's not be blaming them for everything. All right? Words are seeds, and we got to be patient with our words and understand who we talking to. A lot of the battles we choose wind up becoming wars because we chose that battle. It wasn't even a battle we needed to choose. I had to learn that a lot of times the hard way. Look, woman, I ain't finna argue with you about that. Woman, I get it. Let me get down here where you at. And it's not a better or worse thing. I just got to get off of my high horse of logic and get down to the level where you at. Because you might not be even trying to entertain logic. You just want to communicate. And I got to take advantage of that. Because sometimes y'all just don't want to communicate at all. So it behooves us men to understand that. It's a plight that we have to accept. It's not a better or worse thing. Level up. Get your game up and understand that we cannot expect our women to communicate with us on the same level as we do when we in the barbershop. Cut it out. Cut it out. Cut it out. And I'll leave it there. And I ain't gonna talk about that second part of that first part. Kev, I'll be quiet right now, and then we talk a little more about the other part.
I think you said the word. That's the one I wanted to say earlier, though, and the reason why I said that one is that you said talk to them, and that's one thing that a lot of us to this day we hear that they be pushing that men to talk to women on their level. We can't act like we never heard that. And you said it. That's the one I was looking for. I couldn't think of it what be said though, but that is what they say nowadays. They be like, you got to talk to them on their level and stuff. I don't hardly hear the opposite way. You know what I'm saying? Talk to men on their level or something like, unless it's a dangerous situation. Why somebody go extreme with that? You got to make sure you get yourself safe out there and all that stuff. Talk to them, you know. So that's the only time they really say. But I'm just saying in general, special
Bad about
relationship.
that laugh though.
Huh?
Women don't realize how childish that sounds.
Yeah.
That's what we tell people with kids. You got to talk to kids on their level.
That's sad,
I
right?
know. It's like, no, chick, you're talking to a man. A man is talking to you. It's not a woman talking to a woman. Get off your woman horse and talk to a freaking man. They're not a
Ooh.
woman. Just saying. Are we children as women? They need to talk to us on our level? Really? I mean, it's childish to me. So, men,
America for you.
yeah, it's ridiculous. So, men, y'all need to bend. Talk to us on our level. But Lord help us if we have to talk to y'all on y'all's. So that
Yeah.
means we're beneath y'all? Y'all have to talk to us on our level? Is our level above or beneath y'all? Certainly sounds
Right.
like it's beneath.
Yeah.
We have to go down to a child's level, right? So talk to us on our level? Just throwing it out there. I'm done.
Facts. Right. That's what
Down,
Nick, you
Kev, this the thing, because I saw a cousin said down makes it a problem. And I see how people easily can take what I said and run with it. And that's fine. That's how people do. And we'll entertain that. Okay, down can be associated with negative. However, if I'm down by law, that's not negative. If I go down to your level to pick you up to my level, that's not negative. If you on the second level and I'm on the third level, that's okay. We trying to get to the fourth level. Ain't no bet. Down and up is relative, y'all. Let's not remember what we talking about. I said get off of my high horse and go down and talk to. If you're a leader, if you're a man, if you made in his image, then you got to be elevated. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I'm flipping it because I'm telling women to
I
get off
get you. I know
their
what you're saying,
damn
Purdy.
high.
I'm with
No,
you. You know
I
me and you
think
cook
women
together.
are on a damn high horse and need to get off of
Yeah,
it
I
because
heard
they're
what you
expecting
said.
y'all to do all this
Yeah.
damn bending. What the
Yes,
freaking
ma'am.
hell? It's
You should be ashamed of
ridiculous.
yourself to even think that it's a bad thing for us to say it. Like, if you think it's bad, you really need to get your shit together. You see what I'm saying? Come on.
I mean,
Ridiculous.
okay,
I want women to see how silly it sounds.
but,
Put us
okay,
on our
I
level.
wrote that.
What?
I wrote that, but it is. Come on now, y'all. Let's be honest. If I make it seem like the level of communication, and I'm not saying that you did this, Amir. I'm not saying that. I'm saying how when we said that, how it gets taken. That's why I was writing it.
Oh,
You
I
get
know
me?
why you said
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I
yeah.
feel you. I
But
feel
I'm just
you.
saying. But to clarify, if you put out the premise without saying the words, we know how these apps are, and we make it seem like women speak emotionally. They're emotional. They're irrational. It's crazy. So now, as a man, I am the only ones that we're the only ones that make sense. So we got to have to now speak down to them. We gotta speak down to their level so that we can. You get what I'm saying? And the premise that it is coming from
I
makes
got
it
you.
seem
I got you. But I
adversarial.
don't
And
want.
if
I
we
don't
don't
want to,
understand that, that's a
cousin.
problem.
I
That's
heard
all I'm
what you're
saying.
saying. I got you.
Yeah,
But
that's
look,
all.
let's remember what I said. I didn't say nothing about me being right or I'm saying logic being better,
Well,
because
right, right,
that's what
right.
that's what's talked about on here. But I think it's necessary for both logic and emotion. So I understand what you said, and I stand corrected. Words are very powerful. I hear you, and I'm gonna consider all those that might have took it the wrong way. So let's say this: men need to understand that they better be able to go to the level that a woman is at. So wherever that level is, whether it's on the left, right, in front of you and back of you at an angle, catacorder,
or
you better
above. I mean, it could be a
above.
different
I don't
level.
give a damn.
Right.
You better be able to speak to that woman on the level she's communicating, because you might not get another chance. Is what I'm saying. We take our
And that's what they
logic
push.
and we
Right.
mess up because too
Right.
logical.
They
Get
say
out of
speak
that
on her
logic.
level.
Talk to these women the way that they're communicating, and then you can grow from there. Maybe you can expound from emotion to logic. Hopefully,
Right, right,
Yeah.
you
right.
feel me?
And I only
I
said
got
that,
you.
like I said, I
I
know it's not
got
my
you. I know
turn.
you with me, shit.
Yeah. I was just saying, I'm just putting it because the narrative has been set. You know what I mean? Outside of this live, outside of if we go through all of these TikTok streets, especially since but even in life, it's almost as if anything that has anything to do with feelings or emotions is considered bad. That's weak. That's not what you know what I'm saying. So we automatically put it in a derogatory from a derogatory lens. So now when you have that as the backdrop, and when we say things, and I'm just saying this to fellas so that we cannot say those words, because I'm just looking at trigger words, right? I'm looking at things like when we talk to women in any capacity, we can sit up here and say, yeah, you shouldn't have to, but the reality is these things are already in motion. And when we're talking, we can have a great message. We could be saying all the right things, but then you put it in a context where it's condescending, you're not going to get the right reception. And that's with men or women, right? When women talk to men and they act like they talk to us condescending, we don't hear that shit. We get defensive because it's like, who the fuck you talking to? It's the same way in reverse, but we don't see it that way because we're talking logical. We're saying the facts, but you're saying it condescending as fuck, player. So you're not gonna get the same response, and we have to recognize that. That's all I was saying. But I wasn't saying that you said that, Amir, because I know where you was coming from. I'm with you, but I was just putting it out there, just because I didn't want to forget before my turn. I'm sorry.
No,
But
you
go
lost
ahead.
your turn already. You took your turn
I
already.
know.
So no, I'm
Yeah.
talking. I'm
So
talking
go
to
ahead.
no, you know you.
Yeah.
No, you
Yeah.
about to get. But I'm gonna get Nikki in. Then we got Gemini and Shine, and then we can get Jude. Then back to the open panel again.
Anyways, so I guess to hit the first point, I believe both sides, especially in a relationship, especially in a marriage, communication is important on both sides. It's important for me to understand how to communicate with my husband as it is for him to communicate with me. Um, I guess, well, let me think. I'm trying to remember how exactly she used to word this, but I was essentially taught because I asked God for this man. You know what I mean? So when I was raised and how I was raised, I guess I was taught if you're going to ask God for something, you do that with the understanding and the knowledge that you're going to take care of whatever you're asking for. So I don't believe in happy wife, happy life. I believe in happy house, happy spouse. Because if he's unhappy, it trickles down to me because then I'm unhappy. Because if he say let's put it this way, because again, I'm a stay at home wife and mom, so I'm not sure how many of you guys know that about me. So that means my husband is the financial breadwinner in this house. So if he has a bad day at work or whatever it is, and he's tight, because again, the only person in this world taking care of my husband is me. You understand? Especially him being a black man. I am the only person taking care of him. So it is my job to understand how to speak to him. But as the person taking care of his kids and his home and things like them and him, he's expected to talk to me and understand how to do so to make sure he's doing so in a corrective way versus a condescending way. So like when we have our conversations to make sure that everybody's point gets across, like if because for me, you know how when women we want to vent, we don't necessarily always want the solution. I will tell him I need comfort versus correction. So he knows I need you to listen versus if I need solution, I'll say I need correction versus comfort and he knows where I'm going with it. And when he needs me to, I need you to just be my wife. That means, sit there, be quiet, listen, because he needs to get some shit off. Or if he needs to, gear the household in a certain way, he knows how to say that to me in a way that I'm not going to take it like, oh, you're being controlling or you know what I mean? So I think it's important on both sides, is all I'm saying. Long winded
Mhm.
wise, I'm going to go ahead and land there. I think it's important for both sides to understand how to communicate with each other. Even if it's hard, that's why we have to put the work in.
Hey, if I see you in here too many times, man, I'm about to steal you from Empress, just like I stole Shine. I made him a mod too.
I like how she said that, Kev.
Yeah.
Yeah. She said that was nice. I like the marriage
She got awesome good. I don't even know where I met Sean from, low key though. But I just know I just like this. I like how he got his mind of his own. And all that stuff. That's why I added him. And then I see him in a lot of my lives though lately. That's how he got his. But why the heck? Why I don't see
Damn,
his symbol though?
damn, both.
What happened?
I said, I was in Bam Live with you also.
Oh,
Big Bam.
Bam. Okay. That's probably what it. Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, for sure. But yeah. But yeah. Gemini.
Um, I don't. I mean, I really think they should have to, or that they are supposed to. But it's been said a couple times that they are molded different from single digits than boys are, and like you grow up through that mentality to adulthood, and
Hey, 30K,
then
y'all,
you
real
reach
quick. We almost there.
adulthood, and there's this new expectation thrust upon you that you know it's not just about you. You got to care about the person that you chose to be with, and a lot of folks don't know how to do that. And because I'll just say me personally, and from what I've seen from guys, like we are to be a lot more flexible in a relationship, and we've already conceded that in a relationship, a woman does more complaining about things that she doesn't like, which leads to her needs being met more, which you know gives her this false bias, or this false way of thinking that her way is more important than yours. So in which case, if my way is more important than yours, well, I don't have to understand you as long as you understand me and get things done the way that I want them.
Mm.
Hey, say that
You know
again.
what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah, he said he about to trigger some stuff in his room too.
well, no, I ain't really trying to trigger nothing,
No,
but
I was just
like it's
joking. Man,
just
this is me taking everything. Don't be
it's
scared,
just the
man. This ain't
Can
no
I
no,
safe
it's
space,
in
man.
not.
case
This is
you
just
didn't
how I think.
understand the last point?
That's just how my mind works on it.
But
Like so, I don't think that the way the man feels is always priority. So,
mm,
you know, but I feel like the majority of the time, how the woman feels is priority,
mm,
or takes priority.
yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that. I think even in the world it's like that too, though. But wait,
Which realistically is crazy because you're
Yeah, and
letting
I land with
feelings
that.
overrun facts if you think about it. Because if a man is telling me with 100% certain, like, so if my husband's telling me in my face that it's the sky is blue, right? And I'm colorblind, so fun fact about me, I'm really gonna argue about that, right? And I'm doing this for shits and giggles. I know the sky is blue, right? But if he hurts my feeling in said argument, he's still right about the sky being blue. But I expect him then to apologize for hurting my feelings, even though that's crazy. That look, that's messy fucking work. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm
No,
gonna shut the
no,
fuck up.
no. Real quick, Kev. Look, Nikki. No, this is the worst part. It's not even the fact that you're disagreeing with him that the sky is blue. It's the fact that you're on some bullshit trying to tell him the sky is plaid. That's the
First
communication.
off, it would
That's the
never be plaid.
communication, you know what I'm saying, that some people have and they want you to deal with. Like, come
It just,
on
I
now.
don't know. It's just, I think that's also something that I had to learn, especially with, again, learning how to communicate with my husband. Whether
that's some good stuff.
he hurts my feelings or not, like before I go to look, before I go to ask for an apology now, I stop myself and go, but was he right though? And if the answer is yes, I don't ask for a motherfucking apology. You see what I'm saying? Because at
Ooh,
the end of the day, I'm wrong. And why, as a wrong person, am I going to say, hey, bro, I know that you're right, but I still need a motherfucking apology? That's crazy to me. Like the concept doesn't rattle off in my brain right. So like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me not making sense. That doesn't make sense. Math on math. Mm-mm.
Who we got next? Did you land, Gemini? We on Sean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I land.
Okay, Sean. I think Kev might have froze up. I don't know. We're gonna see.
That man always getting kicked out of TikTok.
You know what I mean? His own thing. It's crazy.
bro.
Yeah.
You know why I did that? Because y'all not tapping inside now. I was talking, John.
Yeah.
He getting
You know
kicked
that
out.
one thing, I hate to throw that in a promo in there out of nowhere.
Yeah,
But
he
yeah,
getting
y'all
kicked
can
out because
tap
y'all
though. Give
don't
me the
tap it.
35K, y'all can take another break again. Share to some more people and stuff, you know. Go ahead and if y'all don't know how to do it, hold the box for like 2 seconds over here. 2 seconds, then you'll see a list of friends. Go ahead and share that way. If you already shared it, don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can if y'all want to share the more or if y'all want to chill, y'all can just tap until we get to 35, then take another break again. Um, and also, join press that little heart up there, man. It's just one coin. One coin. You got that. I heard that help pushes the live too. It puts you like in the popular live thing. So the more people I can help join the team, you know, I'm not asking for subs. I mean, unless y'all want a sub, you know, it don't matter to get, you know, I'll show y'all little faces that come with it and stuff. This is me though. But that little joining team thing, that's just like 1 penny. You know what I'm saying? It's in a little heart. So I'm gonna make sure I push that too. Yeah, because I'm trying to get on the popular lives. You feel me? Because there's too many popular lives that's toxic. You know what I'm saying? We need to prevail. You feel me? You know that thing that you see that where that heart is. That's Send some of those, some of those, and those gonna help out. Um, he was number 228 too. Hey, I'm at 200 though.
I thought I was already on there. I think that's the other
I thought
account.
you would. I don't get it. I
That's
don't get how
the
this
other
thing
account.
works.
That's why. Yeah, I was like, oh, I'm over here
I
talking shit. I'm
suppose you
tripping.
can redo it once a day. Like everyone can redo it once a day. I was
Oh,
told.
mm. What if they
Like
count that
yeah,
as like
I
joining a
got a
team?
yeah, I got a few people that come in there and do it every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you can do it every day, cousin. Like not like if you reboot again in the same day, I don't think cousin could do it again in the same day, but the next
Yeah.
day could.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's a daily
Yeah.
thing.
I'm
Okay,
trying to
I
be
didn't know
popular.
that.
I'm trying to be
Yeah,
popular like Purdy, you know what I'm saying? It's
I'm
like
saying we all trying to get on party level. Hey, we trying to talk up to party level.
yeah, she got that symbol in there that's scaring people. All they see is
Yeah,
that blue and pink symbol. They about to get to running like, I'm scared. It's Birdie.
it's like
Man.
every time you know it's about to go down when party will say the thing like, "All right, the
Hey,
men do better and go." And when she say go,
and go.
that's it. You better hurry up before you get dropped. You ain't answer quick enough.
Hey, Purdy, I ain't did it in a long time.
I know, right?
I had a dream. I remember I used to be,
Don't go there.
I,
Don't go
I
there.
thought you lost.
Don't
I
go there.
had to, man. I ain't bothered you in a long time
I'm
with
gonna
that.
leave.
You said, leave me alone.
I'm gonna leave this life.
You said, I'm trying to leave that in the past. Put that in the.
Leave me the hell
Hey, that's
alone.
crazy. Hey, that's when you knew you was popular from there, man. That's how I look at stuff in that way. That's when you knew you was popular. You can get big creators to start making lies about you.
Oh
You
my
feel me?
Lord have mercy, that wasn't even on purpose.
Yeah, it wasn't. I got to start stealing some of your. I'm gonna steal some of them ways, man. So I'm triggering. You know, I don't care about people getting triggered. It is what it is. I mean, it must be saying something to you. You feel me? But Shine, you Shine, then Cuz, then Hicks Cuz, and after that we can leave back with the open panel, and then we get on the weight and height.
I guess I'm gonna go ahead and shake the room then. Uh,
Not Shine.
I think totally different. I personally don't believe that. I believe that we're taught that men and women communicate totally different, but I don't believe that. When I learned how to communicate when I was younger, they didn't separate it from men and women. It was just communication is communication,
Mm,
and I really don't give a damn if my wife know how to communicate with men, as long as she understands me, and as long as I understand her. And on the flip side of that, I fall under that category of happy spouse, happy house, or the goddamn happy wife, happy life. I fall under both, and the reason I say I fall under both is because I know we like to use jobs for references all the time as men, right? Uh, I go to a job. Men, a lot of people go to jobs that pretty much uh, they pretty much put the job happiness over their own happiness, right? Because they want a paycheck. But then you'll come home and then you want to believe in happy spouse, happy house, but you don't have that same mindset outside of that woman. So I just turned that around and I just put it as if my kids' happiness come before my happiness. My kids' happiness means everything. So why wouldn't I extend that to the woman that actually gave me those kids? So to me, I get treated like royalty. I don't have any issues. I get respected. So to me, I feel like I just fall under both of them. And when I'm communicating with my wife, we tried to do it how the world say men and women think totally different, but that shit just didn't work for us. So for us
Okay.
is I don't have to watch my tone when I'm talking to my wife. I could just say how I feel, and if she don't like my tone, she will address my tone last, but she'll address what I said first, and vice versa. She don't have to watch her tone with me. She say what she say, I process it, and if I don't like how she came at me, then I address that later on. But a lot of times when people are communicating, the first thing people tend to do is try to tone police you before they address your problem that you have. And I think that's where the communication breaks down. But I don't believe it's about men and women communicating. It's about people that just don't know how to communicate at all. And
All
when
right.
y'all was talking about as far as the level, it's been plenty of times me and my wife when we're talking, uh, I say, okay, let me put it to a way where you can understand. Or she'll be like, well, let me put it to a way that you can understand. But I think the moment we use the word, I think they cleared it up, but I'm just talking on it. When you use the word like, let me come down to your level, at that point,
Yeah.
I'm not hearing nothing you have to say because you
Right.
damn near saying that you are above me.
Okay.
You got to scoop down and dummy down just to talk to me. But
Right.
for
I
me,
get
I
it.
don't have communication. We don't have no problems communicating. I don't have to tone police, and I believe that men and women communicate the same. Men just tend to hold our feelings. We tend to hold in things that we want to communicate, and women tend to voice how they feel pretty much more regularly than men. And I think that's where people get that happy wife, happy life because we don't really express that much. And on the flip side, I know this may cause some problems, but I've learned that when I was headed towards divorce with me and my wife about a year ago, and we changed the way how we communicate and how we stopped trying to hold up what society standards, what they put on how a man should be in a relationship and how a woman should be. Uh, I realized when we communicated, it was more of a when I'm happy and she's not happy, that affects the kids. But when she's happy, it affects it rub off on the kids also. So I could be happy living a good life and my wife is not happy with where we are as far as our marriage, right? And if she's not happy, I don't know, for some reason, I don't know how it work with most women, but that shit trickle down to the kids. So I'm not only
Yeah.
hurting my wife, I'm also hurting the way that our house is going to function from day to day. But when my wife is happy and I'm happy, everyone in the household benefits. So to me, I'm okay with spending my life and once again, I get respected, I get treated like a goddamn royalty and king. But I'm okay waking up every single day making my happiness about making someone else happy. And I don't make it about myself.
What you thoughts about the arc? I don't know how you argue that one. Only one is that you said ain't that I mean either way that's your spouse, right? I mean you ain't gotta say happy wife, happy life. It's
Hold
still
on, say
your
it again.
spouse.
Right. I think you can play both, like he said. I like that. I like that. And
Both
can I
of them is
say something
spouse.
real quick,
They
Kev?
all making sure each other happy. A happy wife is happy life is really just only
But
making sure your wife is happy, and then she more of just making sure she's happy.
but we know how when men typically hear, because I used to be like that, like happy wife, happy life. Oh man, that's that selfish shit. That's such and such.
It is.
And we all know that if when men hear the word happy life, we automatically get triggered and be like, oh, they're just saying a woman should get everything and a man happiness don't mean anything. I don't believe it. I don't look at it that way. I used to, but I don't look at it that way anymore. So I say
Yeah.
that's why I say I fall under both categories: happy
Well, I
spouse, happy
think
house,
that's the
happy wife,
important
happy
thing,
life.
Sean. I think that's the important thing because I like when you said you fall under both because life's about balance. She should be happy and your life will be happy. But the other saying is just as important too. And I like how you acknowledge both. Real quick, Kev, because I got to go, man. But let me say something to what Kev said, to what Sean said. Because see, he living this thing, y'all. And I love how he used his own testimony. He ain't talking about no stats in general. He started with his shit. I'm sorry, with his thing. And then he might have, talked about generalities. But something I said earlier, y'all, remember this. This is new. We are able to hear men talk and women talk freely from the comfort of their home. So it ain't no bars. You really expressing it. So it's a beautiful thing. But remember, barbershop talk, man, what we saying behind closed doors, y'all best believe y'all getting the taste of it, that some of this real. So when I said that trigger word down, I get it. That's why if I was talking to the general pop, I'd say something different. But my statement was, men, y'all better know and understand. Because see, men think they running shit anyway, so they think they gonna have to stoop to her level to understand it. So that's just barbershop talk. But what I was gonna say, real important, because I wanted to finish that off. But I wanted to say this, Sean. I appreciate you sharing, bro. Because see, I'm going. You said something that hit me hard, bro. You said you was finna go through a divorce until y'all start working on y'all communication. Feel me? So when you said that, and then another thing you said about the communication, you can say this, she can say that, and then y'all deal with the feelings later. What I'm hearing you say, now correct me if I'm wrong, you giving your woman a lot of credit, man, on being able to communicate. See, I think the problem is when we say men have to understand and women don't have to understand. What Purdy was saying, this is what I started seeing, and I saw in my own relationship, bro. The logic and not so much the logic, but just the ability to communicate started leaving if it wasn't geared towards the way she wanted to communicate or what she wanted to communicate about. But instead, it sounded like you had someone was willing to communicate anyway. See, when people shut down and don't communicate anymore because it's not going their way, therein lies a problem. So I encourage any communication. I mean, even if y'all, yelling and screaming, I ain't promoting it, but at least y'all talking. So let's try and remember what that man said. They decided that they wasn't going to let the influence of the world. They decided to talk. They decided to listen. You have a willing partner, two willing people. When you shut down, and I'm telling my testimony, when you shut down, that lies a problem. We got to keep communicating. So be encouraged, man, everybody. And I appreciate you sharing, Sean. That was some real shit.
Yeah, let me just piggyback off that one real quick. The reason how I say it made a change for the better, like I feel like how most people go through that honeymoon stage in the beginning, and then after you lose that honeymoon stage, it's kind of like hard to get back to it. And on our end, it end up working to where we are past the honeymoon stage, where it's better than what it ever been before, right? And I think that comes from it took a while, but it took more of me giving her the treatment that she was giving me. And once she seen that she didn't like the treatment that she was giving me, that's how it changed. And also, she started to give me the treatment that I was giving her. And we both realized we don't like the way each other's being treated, but we are putting that on the other person. And we both had these ways of what you call a traditional relationship, a traditional marriage. And then I started to realize, imagine, to me, I look at traditional relationships like this, and I'm not knocking anybody, but this is how I look at it. And I feel like it caused a lot of problems in relationships. Imagine you with a woman, and a woman come up to you and say, "Hey, my last dude treated me, my last dude treated me this way. My last dude bought me this. My last dude bought me that, and you need to do the same." No man is going to stay around and be like, "Man, I'm not going to do no. If you want me to do what he did, why don't you go be with him?" And vice versa. No woman is going to stay around when a man say that, right? So that's how I look at traditional stuff. You putting the expectations of the world on me, and you want me to uphold those expectations. No, I have my own way of thinking. I'm my own man, and you're gonna deal with me on how I am, and I'm gonna deal with you how you are. I'm not gonna put the expectations of what the world say what a woman should be, because that was a big part that we had problems. So we just got rid of what the world called tradition, and we made our own tradition.
Hold up. Kelly said, I'm confused. I be trying to understand where you be standing
Don't
sometimes.
be reading my comment.
I thought we push. Don't you be in lives that push traditional marriages? How's it? I don't. Whatever.
So
All
I
right.
don't
But
push.
let me
I be
add.
in lives that push biblical marriage, not traditional, like not American
Yeah, that's
tradition.
the point. So it's in that traditional.
So not in the sense by what the definition of traditional marriage is, like in the Western
Okay.
culture, because that's what I
But
meant when I
yeah.
said traditional marriage is toxic. I'm talking about in America.
Can I
I
just
don't know.
ask
I just
for
be
like
confused
a
sometimes, I guess.
further
Uh,
explanation on that though?
huh?
So one, we can consider the history of what when we talk about tradition, it has a lot to do with the historical factors, right? And when we're looking in America, the history was men work, provide, women stay home, right? I do believe that's toxic because when you look
I
further
agree.
into it, the term this is where the term American masculinity and femininity was brought up, to where, oh, if you can't provide, you're non-masculine. you're none alpha, you're none, it goes into more adjective. And then if you're like, it pushed the man farther away from the home to where it seems like women are now the only one that is only nurturers, but men are also nurturers, if we understand what the definition of nurture is. So anything that subscribes to being outside of the home in hard labor is what is deemed as a proper traditional husband, and what was at home, not seen, not heard, that was what is a traditional wife. That was historically, factually, what a historical wife was in America. Yeah. So that's why I said when I meant traditional marriage, I'm talking about in America.
I guess.
And then also with our community too, we can also look into that.
Gotcha. Sean, so I wanted to go back to that, and real quick, y'all, yeah, y'all can give me the 35K. It's more people in, about 40 something now. I'm putting y'all to work. I know y'all new people, y'all just tuning in, but while y'all watching, y'all could be tapping. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get to 35K. I ain't asking for too much at the moment till we take another break. Give me the 35K. Share to some more people, because I know new people in here. Y'all can go ahead and hold the little my prompt for like 2 seconds. Just hold it side right over here. Hold it for 2 seconds instead of tapping it. Right, just hold it for 2 seconds. Then you'll see a list of people you can share it to. Just share it to all of them. It's the weekend. Some of them up. They can come up in here. We gonna talk about it. Difference of opinions. We just ain't doing no disrespect in here. That's another thing. We can all speak regular. You know what I'm saying? It's like that type of live. Um. Also, give me a couple hashtag FYPs down there, and I'm gonna be pushing this more, like that heart above near my name. If y'all can join the team, it's one penny, 1 penny to join the team. Send that little heart thing, and then because it's gonna help push my lives to the popular lives and stuff. That way I can get more views and all that stuff or whatever. Because I'm trying to get my page pushed out. You know, see if I could trump over some of these toxic lives. You feel me? Um, and I think I said everything though. But yeah, keep tapping, y'all. Even if y'all in the box, y'all can tap too, because it's like it don't do that little shadow ban stuff. Y'all can tap, and then if you new people that just came here, just tap. And Sean, I was about to say, I was going back to and that's the reason why I asked. All right. I just feel like that what you're saying is, I think that little saying that happy wife, happy life, I just feel like it's not necessary. Once you done said happy spouse, happy house, y'all both spouses to each other. So you just said that she treats you like a king and you treat her like a queen or something like that. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but basically it's like y'all both spouses, right? So you're of course on your end, you doing it, and I'm pretty sure if it's mutual, right? If it's mutual and she's not prioritizing her feelings over the situation, or even because some of them be actually pushing it themselves. You know, if I ain't happy, then the rest of y'all not happy type situation. But I feel like it ain't necessary if you already saying happy house, happy spouse. You see, I don't know.
The reason I said I'm okay with falling under both, because I get the benefit either or. It doesn't matter what side I'm on, right? And I feel like as men, what we normally say is everything I do is for my family. Everything, when I go out and bust my ass, it is for my family. So to me, that's my mindset is, everything is for my family. So if everything is for my family, it'd be times I don't want to go to work, but I'll go work that overtime so we could go do extra things where I don't have to use my regular hour paycheck. I could use my overtime money. So to me, everything is about my family, and I put my family before anything. So I don't have a problem having that mindset.
I feel you. Okay, I get you saying. I get what you're saying now. Okay, yeah, because I feel the same exact way too, though. If you put it that way. Yeah, I'll do anything for my wife and my. I think I just don't like it overall, because a lot of people will manipulate it and take it within themselves and be selfish with it. That's the reason why I just don't.
I know why you say it, and I think I used to think the same way. There's a lot of weak men, or simps as they call them, that don't have a backbone, and they let women run all over them.
True.
And I think that's why when men hear that, that's what they think of, is the man is getting ran over and all this stuff. But for me, it doesn't work that way. Not in my house.
I feel it. Yeah, I feel it though.
This my I'm sorry, host, but this is my view of it. And I know this from experience and having friends and family members, guys that married. When a man doing everything he can to show love to his woman to make her happy, A woman always going to take this initiative to where they constantly want to receive. What makes a man want to work hard is when you coming home, you working hard, and you see your family happy, and you seeing your wife helping you. She's cooking, she's keeping the house clean, and she's there for you when you need her. Now, if you're gonna be a man, you working hard. You're taking all this crap on the job. Your body tired, and you coming home to a lazy, trifling wife that just want to receive from you. Man, any man would be a fool to be in that situation. Because the point is, why have her? In other words, if I got to go through all this with you as if I didn't have you, but I got you and I'm still going through this with you, why do I need you? Because you're not making me happy. You ain't doing nothing to make me content to want to come home with you. You ain't doing nothing to make me feel like whatever I'm going through is worth it because I got me a good wife, I got me a good woman. That's why I don't believe in that happy wife, happy life. Because most women are happy getting their nails done, getting their hair done. But guess what? They making their man suffer on the other end so where she's happy, but he's miserable. A family is happy when the man is happy. Because when a man is happy, he want that to twinkle down to his wife, to his kids, everybody. That's how we roll. We want you to be happy if we happy. If we happy and you miserable, we gonna do something to make you smile. Whether it's tell a joke, play with you or something. So I disagree with that philosophy.
Yeah. I think overall, but like I said, I do understand where Sean coming from though. Off that, I just say I wouldn't, I guess, push it outright because how people interpret take things, they're not as intellectually thinking just like Sean is, and I understand them, and they're not thinking the same way as him. It's people that will literally take what he's saying out of context and really feel like it's supposed to be happy wife, happy life. So that's the reason why I don't try to push it or say that. But we gotta, and that's what I'm saying. We gotta I understand. Like I said, I understand what Sean. He got his thing in control and understand. I mean, I get it though, because I would do the same thing for my wife too, though.
And I
But
also
I'm
understand how men could have a problem with it.
So,
I understand both sides. That's why I say I fall under both sides. I understand when men hear that word happy wife, happy life. I
yeah,
understand what they think comes with that. And that's okay. It's just that doesn't apply to me. That's why I said
yeah,
if you want to put me in any one of them categories, I fit under both. If you want to
true,
put my wife in two different categories, she fits under both of those categories.
yeah. I feel it though. It's just overall like I wouldn't. I just wouldn't push it as a general, right? Because we already see how that's been happening throughout the years. And it always end up turning to a selfish thing because we already know they gonna take it. Well, that wife's supposed to be happy, but they not even happy with themselves. Ain't that something? You
And I
end up
also
looking like
just
a
add
bunch of
on.
Will Smiths up in that boy.
I say this. Me going after Sean, you can't go ahead of me no more, bro, because you're taking all my words. I'm just gonna tell you that. So we're gonna have to change this rotation or something. No, but I mean, for me, I think it's just semantics. I'm gonna be honest with you. Happy house, happy spouse, happy wife, happy life, whatever. It's all the same shit. The bottom line is
You can
because
say that.
but here's the thing, right? It all comes back to what we always say. Motherfuckers is picking wrong, obviously. And I'm just gonna pick it.
Mm,
We can be mad about the shit if we want to, but we can blame however we want to blame it. You pick wrong. If you make your spouse happy and they don't do anything in return, that's your bad for picking them. I'm just gonna keep it like that. Because like Sean said, I know that as long as my wife is happy, she does whatever, like she goes out of her way to make me happy because she's happy. So if I look at that saying, happy house or happy wife, happy life, yeah, it's true. That would go with anything. People are more prone to make you happy when they're happy, right? Now, here's the problem. If you have a vindictive wife or you have a vindictive husband and all of a sudden they take advantage of a situation, then yeah, then you know what I mean? We have all of those things which are true. But it all goes back to the point of obviously you didn't pick the right spouse. So if you're a woman and you doing everything for this man and he all dogging you out, then you pick wrong. You fell for the okie doke, you pick wrong, period. if you're a man and all of a sudden you doing this, man, I'm working hard, I'm doing all this stuff, and my wife and she just don't appreciate. Well, you pick wrong, homie. Like that's what it is. That's what it comes down to. When we start to blame sayings and philosophies, it's like, yo, you just didn't vet who you were supposed to vet right. Because the reality is, if you're a man and your wife is happy, she's going and she's about you. You know what I mean? And she has your interest in her heart, like she should. She's gonna go out her way to make you happy, and vice versa, ladies. If you have a man that's honorable and he's doing, you know what I mean, and you're like my man said, you got the house right and everything is good, man. That man is gonna break. He gonna kill the world for you. You know what I'm saying?
True.
It goes back and forth, but I think we get to this where we want to always use the degenerative people as the examples, right? And that's what we always go to. As soon as we go to these things, we go to the people that's the ones that's taking advantage, the ones that ain't shit. Well, them ain't shit people is always gonna be ain't shit. We know that. But how about the 70% of people that are not those people? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those are the people that we need to concentrate on, in my opinion. Now I know, you know, for the conversation, we got to get into it all because we got to be fair. You know what I mean? So we're gonna talk about it. We got to call out the bad behavior. I get it. But we spend so much time calling out bad behavior and why this ain't gonna work and what's wrong with this. But yet we have, like Sean just gave you a success story, right? This motherfucker he just told us from tragedy into triumph how you can turn it around just by getting away and stop talking about these quote unquote, society norms. Sometimes we have to go back and we have to understand that I don't need to understand women. I don't need to understand how they communicate. I need to understand how my woman communicates. I need to understand how the women in my life communicate. That's first. Now, if I'm on a panel and I'm trying to put out a message, then yeah, now I need to understand how to communicate my message to the masses, right? But for the most men, you need to concentrate on the woman in your life and what makes her tick. You know what I mean? How is it? Because nobody is the same. And we keep on using things like, oh, you got to be traditional and you got to do this and no, you don't. You got to do what the fuck work for you. And I think we just don't know because we don't spend enough time in the mirror learning what we need. We learn what everyone says we need, and we don't learn what we need. And I think that's why we have these problems with communication. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we are trying to plug in our partner into this matrix of what it's supposed to be. And then when they don't own up or they don't measure up to that particular archetype, now we're disappointed. Now we're frustrated. Now we don't know how to communicate. Now we just not, you know what I mean? And I think Sean put it, I mean, he said it better now, and I'm just saying this now because he took everything that I was going to say in the first time. So now I had to make up some shit on the fly. And I appreciate that, bro, just so you know that. But yeah, that's all. I'm going to land on that. Somebody take this over.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I think y'all, and that's not even that. Y'all going to the. I'm not talking about that. So y'all, the semantics that you saying is a semantics thing is way deeper than that. My thing is y'all coming, like I said, y'all both coming from an angle of y'all are men that think like that, right? And like I said, I can understand it too. I even told Sean that I would do that too. I would be happy in my mind, right? But you got to think about for the people that's hearing, especially if it's kids, right? I seem like I got to throw kids in all the time. If a kid is hearing happy wife, happy life as they grow up, right, into being an adult, they're not going to be thinking about happy spouse, happy house. We are smart enough to understand that. But if you're getting taught happy wife, happy life, all they're going to thinking about is, I got to make sure my girl is happy. And then the women also, they're internalizing that, well, as long as I'm happy, I know the house will be happy or something like that. It's based off of how I feel for the most part. But also brings forth entitlement. It brings that too, which becomes dangerous, right? Because you're supposed to worry about me. But like I said, both of y'all is coming from a mentality that everybody think like you. Well, not like that. But I'm just saying, as in we, like I said, or me, right? Because I could say that too. I would do the exact same thing. But I think it's best to push happy spouse, happy house, not no happy wife, happy life. Especially for the people that's coming up. Like I said, I understand it, right? And it ain't about the pickings and all that stuff, because regardless, it's gonna be that. But I'm just saying, from what people was hearing from when they growing up, they gonna be only hearing that. They're not gonna take out that. It means happy spouse, happy. They're not gonna take out. They're not gonna take that out. They're not gonna take that we should be evenly treating each other and understanding each other. They're not gonna take that out. All they're gonna take out is, well, the wife must be happy, and that's primary. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I'm saying out of that. I'm not saying that y'all don't know what y'all doing and all that, but everybody don't think the same way as y'all. But I understand.
Could you say
Huh?
that I think that's the first problem is people be concerned about what others think, right? And how and I get once again, I definitely get what you understand. Well, I get what you're saying, but on the flip side, I say that we do that indirectly anyway. Like when you go to a job, you don't prioritize your feelings over your boss. You make sure your boss is happy with your work, therefore you don't get fired. So you would do whatever it takes to keep your boss happy so you don't get in trouble, you don't get fired. That's what men do every single day. So how can you do it to a man, whoever it may be as your boss, but you can't have that same mindset when you go home and be with your woman? The boss don't care nothing about you, and you're gonna do whatever you can to make your boss happy. Your woman care about you, but you're not willing to do whatever you can do to make her happy. That doesn't make sense to me.
Who said that? Who said they not? Huh? So I'm trying to see, when you say happy spouse, happy house, hold up. Is we saying that has nothing to do? Is we thinking we saying happy husband, happy husband or something? I don't know. I thought spouse mean wife and husband. What that? Hello?
I know this here.
I think his stuff might be muted. You got mute or unmute, Sean. I'm pretty sure. I ain't know why he was quiet.
I know this right here. If a woman wants something from her husband, her man, what she's going to try to do in some type of way please him to get whatever she wants from him. Please him mean make him happy. If it's sleeping with you, cooking your dinner, coming sweet talking to you, whatever she got to do, it can be wanting a car, it might be wanting an outfit, might be wanting to go on a date with one of her friends that you can't stand. That woman going to try to come on to you to influence you by making you happy, whatever way she choose to get what she wants from you. So you trying to tell me happy wife, happy life, when even the wife knows if I want to get something that I really want from my man, I got to make him happy. So you want me to buy that bull crap? I'm not doing it.
Hold on, let me get Nikki in. I don't know what happened to let me get Nikki in.
She want to.
You
I respond.
basically took the words right out of my mouth earlier, Laugh. That was basically it. I know way too many women. I grew up in a house with only women for the most part until my mama found my stepdad and all that good stuff. But where that narrative was pushed, and they took that literally. It wasn't, oh well, if he makes me happy, I have to work twice as hard to make him happy. It's no, if I'm happy, everything else is good. I mean, if you're not happy, figure that shit out. But if I'm happy, everything else is cool. So I don't, that's why, again, in my house, because I have a 15-year-old boy and I have a little girl growing up, I don't want to push the narrative of happy wife, happy life, because I feel like that's going to lead to a very entitled little girl and a very naive man.
Right.
And I don't, uh, with exactly kind of how I'm seeing the younger generation grow, they will take that quite literally. And I want my son to grow up thinking, it's just as important for my wife to make me happy as it is for me to make her happy. And with my daughter, the same. Um, so that's why I think it's a toxic narrative to push just, again, happy wife, happy life. Just kind of like how Laugh said, there's not really a rhyming, funny, ha ha for husband, because it's not. Women don't want that narrative to be pushed. Men don't hear that narrative to be pushed. And I applaud both of you guys for being able to understand past that. If you work really hard to make your wife happy, they'll do that on, to you. And you have obviously very great wives, but you guys are the
Right.
exception, not the rule. So again, I applaud you. I respect that. I love that for you, but that's not how generally it's taken. So that's, again, my only objection to it. So that's why, again, in my house, I don't push that particular sentence because I don't want my kids to grow up thinking that way.
Mm-hmm.
And see, let me say this too, because I said I mean, I understand your point, right? And that is that, and that's true. When I responded to my thing is I just look at it as all semantics, right? It doesn't matter to me. But I do understand the point, Kev's point, how you know what I'm saying? Like I understand that. But I also want to point out is that we can't make our partner happy in the first place. So to me, it's all bullshit. It's all just semantics. It's all just clever words because you don't make your partner happy. Okay. And when I say happy wife, happy life as the example, what I'm saying is the environment you create as a man, you create the environment to where your wife can be happy, right? But she has to make herself happy. She has to already be in that phase. It's the same. It's the vice versa for us. Men, we can't think that a woman is going to make us happy. We got to find our own joy, right, in our life. So what I'm saying is, me finding my own joy, right? Me being happy. I'm going to have my house a certain way. I'm gonna have a certain thing. I got my cars a certain way. I live my life in a certain way. She is now joining me in this life, right? She has her own happiness. She has her own thing. And as long as now I provide the security, you know what I mean, the environment that she can be happy, it's automatically going to make me happy because that's why I do it for myself, to be happy. You get what I'm saying? So my joy is part of her joy is what I was trying to get at. And it kind of goes through it. And as I've learned for a successful relationship, that's how it has to ultimately get to, right? But a lot
Right,
of
Sean.
times we're so individualized that, oh, well, she has to have it, he has to have it. And I just think that, that's just, it don't work that way. You know what I mean? And there is no instruction manual. It's like everyone has to find that on their own and how their own dynamic works. But it's really about you finding your own joy and then you bringing that joy together. And then if you say happy wife, happy life, it ain't gonna matter because she's gonna reciprocate. If you say happy spouse, happy house, it's gonna still be the same thing in that house. You get me? So that's
Of
the
course.
reason why I said it. And so, but I do understand your point. I'll take that.
Yeah, I just think about how humans' brains work, especially they take things literal nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So that's the only reason why. I don't think nobody's gonna break it down. They gonna be like, well, that's the rule. Happy wife, happy life. That's the rule. So do it.
Right, right,
Yeah,
right, right.
yeah,
I can see him taking a literal too, though. I mean, I
yeah,
see.
they will,
Yeah, yeah,
especially these little
yeah.
wet minds.
Yeah, that's a valid point. That's a valid point.
Hey, we almost there, y'all. Almost at 35K. Keep going. I see a couple new hits in here tapping to. Um, and yeah, Shine, yeah, you should have been y'all. How my two moms ain't following each other? Yeah, Shine, cousins, super cool, man. That's one of my mods. Both y'all my mods, man. Y'all better be following each other. All my mods better be following each other. Y'all on the team and stuff. See, we all think different. You know what I'm saying? And we respect each other, though. I don't never ask for no robots, but I'm dropping hoes. Appreciate, for sure, man. No problem. But where we at? So let me get Edwin in real quick. Yeah, went in real quick on that, and then we can get to the next prompt. 'Cause I think we done with the open panel, I guess, for the most. What's up, my brother Edwin?
What's up, Kevy Kev? I just
Uh,
came through to light my face in the place and say what's up to all your wonderful people in the world. Support is a verb. Are y'all helping him with his live goal? I mean, it's a lightning bolt. I mean, come on, y'all. What's happening, Kev? What you got going on this evening?
Hey, man, you know the usual, man. Trying to get people to think, you know what I'm saying? The usual Dodge room, because we like, hold up, I don't want to reflect. Yeah.
Understand. Are y'all gonna help me hit this live goal? Let me see. What I got? Do I got some coins? I got a few coins. All right. Anybody else up here wanna drop some on Kev with me?
He said, with me, that's that.
Yeah, let me drop
At
some.
least drop that heart, man. That's only one penny. And because it helped me get on. I want to get on them popular live. You feel me? Because them hearts do mean a lot. I gotta start pushing that out too. Because I got 228 team members. So yeah, just to join the team, it's only one little penny. Send that little heart just like Edwin just did right there. You know what I'm saying? And then you done joined the team. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Mm.
Teamwork make the dream work.
Dream work. You feel it.
Since we
You
since we
feel
using a little colorful shit that rhymes, let's use that one.
it. Right. Did Naya fall asleep? I know I gotta check in on her. Oh, no, I see her like, no, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. I see you. I see you like it. No, my bad. My bad. My bad. Just about to go in on me. All right. Let's get. I know y'all can't wait to, and I'm gonna get real deep on that. That man needing discipline, dog. I think, and I'm gonna have to agree with even the panders. I know it be panders that love using that, but they also, I like. I mean, I like to talk some of the talking points that panders be saying though, but I don't like when they always vilify men just to enhance women's victimhood. I don't like that junk. That's one thing I don't like about panders, and that's dangerous. And some of them don't even realize it because they keep them in that little mindset. But I do know that the lack of discipline on men, that's a very big problem too. But I just don't like keep on enhancing victimhood and keep saying, well, they have a right to be that way and all the other stuff. I mean, they'll never grow. They're gonna keep getting pacified and babied. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? But um,
Wait,
we
hold
gonna
on.
get to that discipline thing because
Before you
that's a
go,
big thing.
we gotta be careful. Remember last time we both followed somebody that we thought.
That sounds familiar. You talking about was you around? You probably followed me in the live or something like that.
Yeah, he was
And
there.
they,
He was speaking on something, and it was a mutual. Because I'm always like talking about the
oh, you
balance, and
was?
I guess
Yeah,
he
yeah,
came
yeah. You was
in,
there. Right, right,
and I
right.
thought, yeah,
Tell me.
maybe he's, but nah, he was straight.
Oh, he was pure pain. I can't wait till he bring
Facts.
himself in here too, though. I'm gonna show him how to be a man and run a live instead of having women running live for him. And he popular now. He got all these people that's in there, and I don't know what happened. I don't even know how we end up mutuals. He must have said something good in my live, but
Yeah.
yeah, I do want to talk to him though, because he just I don't you already know what I'm talking about, Sean. You already know for real. That's why I go in there and mess with his people all the time every now and then, and sometimes I try to balance it a little bit just to show them that I try to give them a reason that because they be trying to purposely try to, I guess they want to trigger me because they so hurt in there or whatever. But I'm like, nah, I already know what I'm getting into. They be so mad. I be like, hi guys, I love you. Even though I do love them though. But I know it probably come off, a certain way. But it's just the way they be coming at me. I'd rather do it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like I'm gonna make it hard for them to want to really block me. You know what I'm saying? Because eventually they're gonna block me. But I just don't like. I feel like men like him is dangerous. You want to sit there and make a whole live about, let's go ahead and talk how bad men is and act like women is innocent and all this other stuff. Like I think any lives that do that, that say one gender is all good and the other one is bad, I think that's bad on both ends. You know what I'm saying? So I don't deal with that. Like accountability on both ends. Forget all that. But yeah, I'm drifting off my bad.
I agree with that. Well
Yeah,
said.
yeah. That's how it is, man. It's gonna be. But people want to do stuff for coins nowadays and win people over. That's called pandering. That's what it is. If you want to just win somebody over, But yeah, I don't do that. And I do want him to come in here though, so I could teach him because obviously he don't know how to run a live without having his woman run the live for him. I don't like that, John. I don't like it at all. I'll be trying to be patient though. I be trying to be patient enough with it,
Hey,
because I know I'm the one winning his room. So
as men, we gotta have more patience. You see what I'm saying? That's what we're
you
talking.
feel me? You feel me? Yeah.
That's
Yeah, but
why.
I've never seen a level of pandering until that day, except for another guy I know, but I ain't gonna say his name. That dude don't like me. I just never get with. I don't know. I never got with it. Like I could feel you uplifting women and all this other stuff and holding men accountable, but don't put it in a way where you still you just
Being biased.
you still you basically you make it seem like the other side don't have no is innocent, right? You make it seem like they're innocent, and also you helping enhance because I'm trying to get a lot of us out this victim mentality. That's one thing. I don't like lies that enhance that stuff. You do deserve it. You should do that. Well, no, we all been through some stuff. We all been through it. We don't have to play that dang on trauma war and all that stuff. Well, my hurt was worse than your hurt, and my ancestors was like that, so it start. I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't. No, we gotta. Somebody got to stick their chest out at one point. You know what I'm saying? We gotta. We talking about we want to become better as a human, and we want to break these generational curses, but we following everything our ancestors did, so called. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, some point we got to make a way. But I understand. Like I said, I do have sympathy and whatever they call it, sympathy, empathy, and also compassion. I do have that, but to that stuff, enough of that is not gonna do anything for a person that ain't trying to change. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not about to, if we all trying to make a better community, like the feelings and all that other extra stuff, that's cool for the moment. But then we still gotta move forward at some point in life. You know what I'm saying? Instead of keep crying about how much is that? Because that's why I come to the room like, okay, now that we know all this, what is your solution? Or we gonna keep crying about it, and not doing anything about it. What you gonna be 50 years old saying the same exact? Well, some of them is 50. I ain't gonna even lie. Some is 80, 70 and all that other stuff. But it's like, dang, when we gonna whatever? My bad, y'all. My bad,
You ain't
y'all. I
about to
just
have
shifted.
ain't about to
Huh?
have no 50 slander.
I knew you was about to.
Damn it.
I was like, dang, I felt weird. I was like, dang, I said the wrong age.
So
Wrong
did.
time.
Hey,
Nice, not no 50
and it's coming
slander.
up. It's coming up this month, and I keep saying it to get practice at saying 50.
Good practice.
Oh
Hey,
my God. But yeah,
Hey, it's a blessing. It's a blessing, man.
can't get on with that another day, man. That's always a blessing.
Right. Right. But yeah, but I guess let's get it. We on to the next prompt now. And I know y'all can't wait to. I'm gonna get deep on that. The discipline of the man. Watch all the panders come in now. All of a sudden, I can't wait for that. But that is something that got to get talked about. I always said that's men's issue is that lack of discipline. It's real bad, And I think if we did know to, well, we get to it. I get to it. I'm just so anxious to get to that one though, low key, because I'm a. We on Naya. Why is it okay for women to judge a man's height and that he can't change, but a man can't judge a woman's weight that she can change? Why is it like that in society?
Because it's my world and you just living in it. I get to say how I
Oh,
go.
that's facts. Okay, I feel it. Go ahead, stick with it. I like
I
that.
mean, wait, not disclaimer. I don't think like that, but that's just how people look
I
at it.
know.
But like, yeah, I think it's a weird thing. But others don't know. I don't want to see no somebody say a comment about me in the comments. But yeah, it's a weird thing. I do agree. Society, like my personal experience, I had to explain to my homegirl like it's okay. It's okay to have preferences. I think it is. However, you cannot don't be a bully about what somebody can't change. If you're not a fan, that's that you can't. I don't understand that. I never understood it. But to make comments, I mean, but some people say men can go to Colombia and cross the other place and get surgery like other women do, get enhancements. Maybe I should look at
Mhm.
that. But yeah, it's
Hands
because
legs,
most women
huh?
think. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a real surgery though. It's a real surgery,
That's
but
crazy.
it's most times it's because it's my world. You can't say nothing about me, but I can say everything about you. That's humans. That's just humans, though. Sure, it's just my world. You just living in it. Let me talk my talk. But yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Edwin, I forgot. We got to catch you up, man. You got about three of them you got to answer. So we're gonna catch you up. Then we're gonna go back to order. Um. Uh. Edwin, are men more patient than women? How you feel about that? Not Kelly 6 feet.
Are men more patient than women? I would say yes, and
Hmm.
I'll explain why. Men are pretty much natural hunters. Women are natural gatherers, collectors, keepers. In the hunting game, patience pays off. I mean, a lion just doesn't walk out to a field and be like, I'm finna get you. They're patient. They're like, stop. They stalk. So I think men have that tendency. That's what I'll answer.
Hmm. Okay. And then now or the second one, right? Uh, Men have to understand the way women communicate. Women don't have to understand men. Why?
Because there's a prey and a predator.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay, I like how you do it. I like how you breaking it down. Okay, I like you. Okay, you good. All right, and then now you can get the one we on that everybody on now. Why is it okay for women to judge a man's height that he can't change, but a man can't judge a woman's weight that she can change?
I think that's not right, but it is the way it is. But I think it's a numbers game. Like the natural selection opportunity for men is more diverse than it is for women. So women by nature, they don't have the same options numbers wise.
Mm. Okay, okay. Now you all caught it. You know it's real bad. The more I'm thinking about this, though, this how serious it is, and the reason why I really said why it's like that, right? Think about even online, right? Online, right? It's basically called hate speech, right? You get banana if you say something about a woman weight, right? Or if you say the word. I'm trying to not say the word, but you could say, but a woman, you could say she can make a whole post about I don't want no shrimp and all this other stuff or tiny man or some degrading type stuff or whatever about men being short and the page still be up. It's just funny. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as a man says so, this is how serious this junk is really getting. Even the world is pushing it like that too. So that's the reason why I say, why is it like that? So, Kelly, you next. Why is it okay for women to judge a man's height that he can't change, but a woman can't? But a man can't judge a woman's weight that she can change.
Because I'm 6 feet.
Mm.
I don't think it's okay. I think it's normalized. Like a lot of thing in America is being a lot of normalized. You know, anybody
Mm-hmm.
can identify as whatever.
Oh my!
So
Let's
right
not
now
go
I
there.
identify as 6 feet, and if you tell me otherwise, you're offending me. And
Facts. Facts.
so that's just I believe that it's not okay technically, but they're trying to push that, they're trying to manipulate it into societal norms or make it a norm. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't think it's I don't think it's okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's go with. We can do the circle again. It's a one box too for anybody trying to come up here. Nikki.
I personally don't think it's right to judge anyone. I believe it is personally acceptable to have a preference.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't see the height thing as an issue because it's not hard to be taller than me, so that's never been a thing for me. I don't um I don't get the judging of the men who are of a particular height range because again, I'm 5'1" on my best day. Um, Obviously my husband's larger, but that's just because again, out of I guess nature, I he's bigger because I wanted security, and let's be honest, I'm a small person. So yeah, hell yeah, it's nice to have a human version of a pit bull walking behind me. Let's be clear. As for the weight thing, I mean, men can have a preference if they don't like the ladies of the larger persuasion, then just don't go over there. Just I don't believe in openly bashing people because of that. That's crazy. So if it's not your preference, just shut up. That's it. Just there's no reason to put the hate on them because you don't like it. If you don't like it, be quiet. Somebody like it.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Okay, I like that. Gemini. Haven't heard from you in a while. Oh, okay. I'm about to say, make sure you ain't go
Uh,
to sleep. Okay.
if,
You there? You know
if
where
men
you at?
could discipline
Oh no, we ain't
themselves.
there yet. I can't wait for that one though.
Okay,
But we
okay.
on the one on top of it.
Um, I mean, it goes back to something I said a little earlier. Like from single digits, women are brought up in, you know, their feelings being coddled, and men on the flip side, like we will uh like scorch earth roasting of each other, you know, and it's not even like behind closed doors. Like, we will roast you in public and it's okay. But like, we are a lot nicer and a lot more sensitive to how our words affect women. And is somebody else said it, it's kind of being normalized that our feelings and, you know, the way things are said to us don't really matter as long as we get the message. And I don't think that we push that same expectation or that same thought pattern onto the woman's side of the field. And I'm done.
Okay. So you, Sean, I don't know if he went back to. Wait, did he? Oh no.
Yeah, give me
I kind
give me 1 minute.
of got you. Boy, gonna start working even harder as soon as I call him. Ain't that something? He just tapping in it because I don't stop him doing. Like, oh, security.
You gotta, we gotta wait a minute.
Yeah, we might as well do a little what you call it
He
too.
gonna do a reverse. Nah, he coming after me this time.
He go.
I'm going back first. I'm going
God
first. I'm back.
damn it,
He
he's
said,
back.
"Not the mind fighting." So no.
He said, nah, I'm back. All right, go ahead.
All right, what we on?
Why is it okay for a woman to judge a man's height that he can't change, but a man can't judge a woman's weight that he can change?
Man, I never understood that. I don't have an answer to that one really, but I could just
I'm trying to think too if I got an answer for that, but I feel you though. I was just trying to see what somebody's gonna come up with.
but I always thought like how my brain worked is I was like, okay, like I hear a lot of talk now about body shaming, like men body shaming women. And it's crazy to me because as long as I can remember, women have always body shamed men about their penis size. You know, that's something that you definitely can't change. But until this day, women still body shame men when it comes to their penis size. They even got some stuff called big B energy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
So I never understood that you can't change somebody's height. Uh, and it's okay to have a preference. If a woman don't want a short dude, I think that's okay. If a man don't want a big woman, that's okay with him too. But a lot of times, you know, everybody pretty much body shame everyone. If you really just sit back and think about it,
that's
uh,
true.
people can say you body shaming even if you have a preference. And like I got a brother, and my brother loves him some big women. If you ain't 350 or more, he ain't messing with you. But you got a lot of people who don't like big women. So I mean, we all kind of body shame in a sense. Whether you look at it, you talking about a man penis size or a man talking about a woman weight, it's still shaming someone over something that they can't change. I know
Word.
you say weight is something that you can change, but
Yeah,
some people can't change their weight. They have health conditions and all that type of stuff. But I don't know. It was hard. I can't really answer that because sometimes somebody could wrap up their preference, and somebody could say they body shaming someone, but it could actually be their preference. But I also understand that you could say that's your preference, but you don't have to bash that. You don't have to bash like if you say you like skinny girls, you could just say you like skinny girls. You don't have the need to. You don't. I don't see the need of going and say I like skinny girls because big girls just too. You know, you don't have to bash someone even though you have your own preferences.
mm. I think the only thing I can't. Now that's why I heard them. I heard somebody say that before about the body weight. that's one thing I tell people to this day. I don't, even if conditions are not right, it's all about how you eat. And we know for the most part, the ones especially if they bigger, right? We know most of them not eating good or even exercising. They eat until they're full, which you're supposed to eat till you satisfied, but satisfied nowadays full. But they eat how they want. Even though they say there's some chunky vegetarians, I know they're gonna say that too, but it's all about calories. I had to learn that before about how much you consume, and and then it's not as active anymore. It's all type of things or whatever. But even that, right? Even if we just say if it was a person that just can't control their weight, right? Majority of the people we know it got to deal with eating habits. It got to do with the type of foods. I believe there's some stuff in the food too, but you still can control what you put in your mouth. I don't think people just blow up, just blow up without not even eating. You know what I'm saying? Because but that's
people who I don't know if you noticed, but I've had people where I know I eat more than certain people. Like in my
metabolism.
family.
Yeah.
I know I eat way more than them. Like I eat literally probably 4 or 5,000 calories a day, and I don't gain weight. I'm 6'7" and I'm 250. I stay in between 45 and 250. I know some people eat way less than me, and they still gain weight.
Right.
So it's kind of I don't know. I know when you look at how working out, you got to be in a caloric deficit in order to lose weight, and if you over that caloric deficit, if you over your calories for that day, you gain weight. But I think certain people's bodies just, I don't know if they break down food. I don't know if it's the kind of food they eat. I don't know if it's processed food. But even for me being skinny, it's hard for me to stop eating, man. So I understand when I see people that's big, it ain't easy just to turn that switch off because I have a
Of
hard time
course.
turning the switch off.
Yeah. Yeah, just like it ain't easy to control your emotions either, or correct our attitude. But and them the only two things I tell people all the time to this day. I said those are the two things. If we was to actually knew how to control them, we'll be a better person in life in general, right? Because if you feel good and even if you look good, you start being a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, once we learn to control the way we snap our mouths and or whatever, or the way or even our emotions in general, right? Or our attitudes, or our behaviors, right? All these things we can like literally control as a person, right? And then the weight, right? The weight, how we eat and discipline ourselves. Not saying it's easy, right? Not saying it's easy, but I'm just saying that if we figured a way and get on it, because I'm not what. And the funny thing is, the most part, the ones that be saying that I'm just big boned and all this other stuff, right? As soon as they hit that hospital bed and they get that note like, hey, you might be your last time if you keep eating that last burger or something like that. Then all of a sudden, now they know how to lose weight. You know what I'm saying? Now they skinny with a big head. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't be people. I think people just it's that discipline thing too. It's a discipline thing. But like I said, I know it ain't easy. You know what I'm saying? I know it ain't easy, but it can be done. You know what I'm saying? Just like people can make an excuse about why they can't treat people well and got bad behaviors. It ain't gonna be easy, but you just gotta build a habit and a lifestyle. That's just all that is. And that's two things to this day I just stand 10 toes on that we can control. That's just what that is. You said I would never go. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you said your metabolism very high, so you wouldn't have to do that. Yeah, exactly. You basically trying to maintain. You got to maintain your weight, especially at your height and weight. So you got to maintain yours. But we can watch what we put in our mouth though. That's one thing. Ain't nobody forcing us to eat anything. You know, we can miss meals and we can eat a bunch of meals. Or I can't say that. Some people barely can even find bread across the world, but we can see what we put in our mouth and put it that way. No diddy, no diddy, no.
There it is.
And I choose the end.
I wasn't gonna say nothing. I promise. I was gonna let that one ride.
Yeah, I said it. I caught it.
We can't let that one
Yeah.
ride. The mine was bad enough. We can't let that
I
one go.
had to. I had to say that one. Yeah. Ain't gonna get me. But it's on you, cuz.
So, okay, let's get into it. Fun facts. So, a fact, and then there's a theory. So the facts of it is where it started. So the idea with the weight, it comes from the old chivalry code, and this started back in the 1600s, going into the 1700s, where you started having, and I don't want to get too far into it, but basically it started to be where there were certain codes that you were not supposed to kind of cross over if you were a gentleman, right? And so if you were a man and you were not in public supposed to be talking about any type of woman's intimate anything. So her chastity, you were not supposed to be talking about that. If you had relations with a woman, you was not supposed to talk about that as men, right? That was supposed to be, as a gentleman, gentlemen never tell.
Yeah, no pillow talk. I got you.
Yeah, y'all heard. That's where that came from, right? And part of that, because weight and age,
yep,
right, was very scrutinized back then.
Rude.
It was very bad. If you were older, when they talking about being discarded after 30, yeah, that was real talk. That they actually took that very seriously. So women, in order to be viable, had to hide their age a lot of the times. So it was very rude in society to mention or even to ask about a woman's age. Also, with the weight. That's the reason why corsets, that's the reason why all of these things, if you look in history, there's a reason why all this stuff was there. Women breaking their ribs, trying to look thinner. I mean, it was deep. Because if they didn't, then you were not going to get married, right? And so you were probably, your whole family would end up perishing if you didn't get into the right family, marriage-wise. So it was a little bit different. But this is where it started from. So your weight, women's weight, and their age was always taboo. You're not supposed to talk about that. And then it just got, through centuries, it just got passed on. And now we say we don't know why. But that's where it started. Right. Old gentleman code. Now, with that being said, height has never really been a thing that we have been crucified for as men, right? It's always been something that other men have talked about, because if you're bigger, you're stronger. We use it kind of like a measuring stick. We can say the theory is, from biology standpoint, the genes, if you have a bigger, stronger man, women are going to be more attracted to that because you have a better chance having healthier or more athletic babies, blah, 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 blah. That could be part of it. But it was never weaponized as it is now, right? And I think, and here comes my theory, and y'all can tell me what y'all think about this. Because I think at some point, the gentleman code, we lost that, right? And if you look at it, like in the last 20 years or so, 15 years even, men have started to be more, fuck that code, fuck chivalry, you know what I mean? Y'all want to be equal, then fuck it, you gonna get this equal smoke, blah, 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 blah. So now it's like all bets and all gloves are off with a lot of men. So a man will talk about, now men are bringing up age. If you ain't this, you ain't that. If they bringing up weight, they're making it to a point where we're just gonna hit you where it hurts. And I think women have said, oh, really? Okay, because the women's response and women's defense in a lot of cases are how they talk. So now they're going to hit us below the belt, literally. And now they're going to talk about everything. They're going to talk about how we can't satisfy them. They're going to talk about this, and they're going to talk about, then they know that we're sensitive because other men have shown that we're sensitive about hairlines, we're sensitive about height, we're sensitive about these things. So a woman sees that, they use that because, oh, you want to talk about us? So now I'm going to hit you back where y'all don't like it. And that's why I think, this is what I'm thinking, that's why they automatically go into the height, because we have no comeback for that, right? It's like you know what I mean? That's like a low-hanging fruit that they can grab to insult us when we insult them. And so I think it's become a tit for tat, and it's become very petty, and it's just a way now to, oh, really? Okay, well, I'm gonna hit him, and I think that's just what it got to be. You know what I mean? And like I said, this is my theory on how it's manifested. I don't know what you think, but That would be the reason I think it's happening right now, because this really doesn't make any sense. I think it's just, for if you insult me, then I'm gonna have to figure out a way to insult you, and that's where we've gone to. Just my thoughts.
Mm. Okay. Shoot. Oh, we almost at 40K, y'all. Let's get it. Keep tapping. 34 people. Almost there, man. And some spots in the box. If y'all trying to come up, we gonna get this party going. We got two more prompts left. That last one is gonna be juicy too. What is black love? I want to see what that people gonna say on there.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a
Finna
hidden
dip
one.
on
I know
that
y'all
one.
ain't see that. Yeah. So let's get on this. It's gonna be the deep one though. So it's open panel for now.
Okay. Something I want to say, right? I do understand that majority of the stuff that we talk about is normally a social. It was already constructed in socially versus biologically related. Some of the stuff is not even scientifically backed up. However, one thing I can say is when we're speaking of things that are trending today is I don't, even though I don't, majority of men are under 6 feet. When we're looking at the percentage when it comes on to who is over 6 feet, who is above average, et cetera, it's not a major percent. So I believe that casting out that expectation is normally just like, as you said, a society construct, and it is dangerous and disingenuous. And also when you're not pushing narrative for others to not have a preference, right? Me personally, I feel like it would be healthy. Well, everybody, some people like the big, some people like big girls, some people, I call them fluffy, we call them fluffy in Jamaica, some people don't. However, when I see a man generally say, hey, I would prefer not to date somebody that's big, especially if the fitness influencer is into fitness, I would actually feel like that's a logical statement, because there's a certain, while I don't subscribe to BMI, because there's, certain, it's flawed, right? I can always use that as a base system logically to know that, okay, you're going too far, you're extreme. The fact that you lack mobility, you're hurting your own self, that's where I'm like, okay, that's the logical preference versus, okay, I can you're 5'9", I can't date you. There's nothing logical about that. One is more society preferential, and one is more like logical, like, hey, if I know that you're a beast, you're most likely have a lot of things that that's added to that. If and that's just something that, and it's versus man and woman too, that's like overeating, very obese, and so that goes into how they perform in their daily life, like the influence on that, what they did, how do they act, or will they be are they more likely to be lazy, and it's just looking like somebody having that preference is just like more logical, like. And also any woman that's obesity, there's a higher risk when it comes on to pregnancy, especially if you want kids. So I think that one is, and you guys can argue me or, whatever, but I feel like one is logical and one is just like, oh well, society tell me to date taller man, so I'm gonna just do that, or I'm gonna just chastise you for being short, even though I don't see even I don't see like the reason behind that, because it, like, I've been looking at different tribes, because I do agree with you, cousin. I'm laying here. I do agree with you, cousin, where you have men now or chastising they mainly criticize men for their height, saying you're not as strong as me. If I see a man shorter than me, I'm not gonna be intimidated, I'm gonna look down on you. However, when you look at different tribes, the whole height thing is definitely a social construct, because women were getting married of how high a man jump, how a man perform, how big a man is. Like if that tribe that the men feed on milk and stuff for certain days, and that would determine whether he got married. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm open to pushback, but be ready.
No pushback. I think you're right.
Lucky I missed what half you said. ain't gonna lie.
But I think that to be honest with you, I think it's all primarily a social construct, even the overweight part. Like because and the reason and the only reason I
Being
say that,
chunky is all.
but the only reason I say that is because there's too many men who claim they don't like it, but yet they date it or they're with women who are overweight,
They
right?
sleep with it.
You know what but I'm just saying, like you can say, because if I tell you that I don't like it, I'm not even gonna sleep with it. You get what I'm saying? If I
I
tell you that
get
I'm
you.
not into that, I'm not even into that ever. It's never just
Man
well,
ain't got choices like that though. You gotta realize
right?
some
But I'm just saying.
some
So
just
if
deal
it
with
was
anything.
really, I'm just saying if it was really that serious,
Bro,
we
it ain't
would
super serious.
we would be out of it. You know what I mean? But I
I
think
got
it
you.
is. I mean, I think there is some health. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to debate any of that because I think I agree with y'all. But I'm just saying, I do think that there is a social aspect to that, right? Where like if you're going to get shamed if you have the big girl, but you're going to be praised if you got the model, and so that's something that's I think is still here. But I also think that the height part, if we really want to say, if you're a woman and you are looking to have children, if you look at how big a man is, his height, his genes, that would make sense. Although I don't believe that many women are doing that. So I believe that at this point in the game, they're just doing it like she just said, like as that's just the norm that the talking points. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, they at home with a 5'9" dude. They can talk all that shit, but most of these dudes are not this tall. And you still see, oh, I love the short kings and all this. Yeah, okay. Or you can say that you all only like six. Every woman I ever dated only dated 6 foot and over men. And I'm 5'10". So what does that say? They bullshitting. The point is, I think they say these things because it's the hot thing to say. You know what I mean? But I don't know if it's
Echo
really that
chamber.
serious. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's really that serious to people, to be honest. This thing is something to say.
Yeah.
Okay, can I slight pushback, just minuscule?
Come on with it. Come on with it.
Um, you said something about the damn. I can't think of it. But
Dude,
the height thing. Yeah, I will say this to the
he said,
height
"And
the
all
height
I know, it
thing.
irritated me when you said
The
it."
well, no, it wasn't even irritation. It was just oh. Damn, don't go. Oh yeah. I think that it's more of a thing of not that not that I all out. I just oh man, them big girls. Oh, I just fucking hate them. They just this and they that. I think it's more of a thing of like she cute, but she's a little too big. But she's still a woman. I think that's how a lot of guys that don't want to like when they're looking for an excuse to make it okay in their little social circle or whatever, and so that they don't get clowned for it. But like in all honesty, there's still a woman. It's still a woman, regardless of how many layers of fat or whatever is there. It's still a woman, and they're just looking for. I mean, they don't like I said they don't all out hate her, but it's just not what they would see for longevity. You know what I'm saying? And then to the height thing always been weird. It like if you are a woman, on average, you will be somewhere between like 5'7" and under, and it's just always weird to me that you 5'1", but you can't date short man, but 5'9" ain't tall enough. Like if anybody want to hop in and explain that one to me, like I'm all ears, because that shit just weird. Like You 5'3", but 5'7" is short.
So
And like what?
They call it short phobic. They're short phobic.
Oh,
Mm.
okay.
not short
Okay.
phobic.
You know how they come out with all these terminologies and stuff, man. Fat phobic. Oh well, y'all are short phobic. Y'all don't like short men.
Oh my god.
Right.
Yeah, the only thing that I can say that might make sense
Or they broke phobic.
it's not about us. It's about the potential children. Because I mean, from what I've heard in the past, and like I said, I just don't think most women think like this. But what I've heard in the past is like, if I'm 5 foot and I have a man that's 5'2", what is our son gonna come out to be? And I know he's gonna be looking crazy. So I'll look at a taller man because I'm thinking that those genes are gonna be what my kid is gonna be. So if a woman, I think that would be the only reason that I can ever think of that would be a valid reason. And I don't even know if that's true. You know what I mean? But
Mm.
I'm just reaching on this one. I don't know.
I mean, it made sense though. You did reach, but it made sense at the same time too, though. So that was a
But
good one.
look,
You
okay,
saved them. I'm gonna put it that way. I ain't gonna say you
Right.
reached, just saved them though.
okay.
But you
So
gonna give them a reason to keep using that. I'm glad cousin
okay,
came up with that.
look.
That's the reason why.
So let
Gemini,
me
I got a
let me
pushback though.
dispel that. Let me dispel that real quick. Okay, Kelly, real quick. So I am 6'3", right? My wife might be 5'2", 5'3", something like that. My child just turned 14 a couple months ago. Is only 5'1". Now that she still, like, if my genes kick in, she still got about 7 more years for her height to, to finish getting vertical. But as it stands, like, they are projecting her to be like maybe 5'2", 5'3", maybe. So, like, it ain't guaranteed. You know what I mean? Like, just because
Well,
I'm tall and I get with somebody short, that does not guarantee uh uh somebody for David to be fighting in the Bible. You know what I mean? I just want to just to throw that out.
but I think it might vary with women, females. Like if you had a boy, I don't think he's gonna be an end up 5'1". If you 6'3", you know what I mean? Like at least that's what they think. And I know that there's probably a fallacy, but I'm just saying I think that's the thought pattern. You know what I mean? As whack as it might be, but at least that's just what I heard. So I don't know. But yeah, I don't think that's it ain't a science. You don't never know. You know what I mean? So old wives' tale, I suppose.
Right.
So what I did want to push back is
Yeah, because I have a daughter. She's 5'5".
mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say peace and blessings to the panel, peace and blessings to the host. How y'all doing, man? I'm sorry to
What's
cut you
up,
off,
man?
sister, but I'll go and mute my mic. Say what you got. Yeah, peace and blessings.
Yeah, welcome,
Peace
brother.
and
Yeah, for
blessings to
sure,
you.
man. Just
What's
try to
good?
get in. We on open panel right now, so get in where y'all fit in. If y'all want to put your hands up, I try to catch that in order to, or if y'all can just get in where you fit in.
Mm-hmm. So for
Oh, we doing
the
popcorn. We're doing popcorn style.
You're right.
mm-hmm. Basically, yeah, like whenever we get a chance or if we put a hand in, yeah, that's what we come in whenever we get it. So for Gemini, that's the thing that I would agree with cousin is the hypocrisy, right? If you're not physically, if you can't be sleeping with something, or I'm just gonna say something that's mean the image that you despise, and then you go online and you're bashing that same image that you're laying down with. You're a hypocrite at that point, right? It doesn't matter. Oh, it's this the little woman now that I say the same thing with two women because they're men that bleach right heavily in the Caribbean. And if you're a woman that said, oh, I don't like men that bleach, but at the same time you're it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna still sleep with them. It don't make sense, right? Because what the
Right.
conversation is now when you're talking to these women, try to say, hey, you are responsible for your own weight, they're now making videos saying, well, I still get smashed. So they feel validated
Oh
within their
yeah.
weight and they don't feel the necessity to change because guess what? It's being promoted. If mind you, normally, and it's unfortunate, right? In the Western culture, a lot of women, some I'm gonna say something. I don't want to trigger anybody. Some women perceive SMEX as validation, as okay, I'm attractive, so I don't need to do anything
Mm-hmm.
else. And so as soon as they do that, they start bragging. It's literally happening today. So I just find that when a man come online and say something against that, and you don't stand on business while he's offline, you get caught, doing something that you're not supposed to do. Then at this point, you're a hypocrite. At this point, you just need to just go ahead and marry her. But that's just a joke.
Hey,
So
you taking all the talking points for that next prompt we about to get
right.
on. Chill. That's gonna be part of the discipline thing.
I mean, I
But yeah,
dig it. I dig it. That's valid because on average, I'm not gonna partake in or deal with anything that I'm not fond of personally. So I get it, but I just like, and not to make excuses because they might actually be making excuses themselves. But I
Mm-hmm.
just hear a lot of dudes that's like, I mean, she big. I wouldn't marry her and nothing, but and it's like, so, like, why are you? In my mind, the question is, well, why are you even wasting your time on something that you wouldn't marry? Like, it's so many women, and you could go find something you would marry. So if accidents do happen, or your recklessness catches up with you, and it's more than just the smecks or a simple like come as I want, go as I want relationship, that you at least got something that you can see longevity with. But that's my way of thinking, and everybody don't get it. So like I understand that, but
Mm-hmm.
it's just like that is an actual mindset out there that people trying to make okay. It's illogical in my opinion, but I mean, if
Jim,
it
let
worked for them, so be it. You know what I mean? Huh? Somebody say something?
I think true pill.
yeah,
Huh?
and I want to say this, Jim.
so real quick, this is what we gonna
Hey, how
do
y'all
real
doing?
quick,
Yeah,
just to
man,
make sure everybody. Dang, your junk got an echo too, brother. Truth. I don't know if you got to drop and come back up, but yeah, this we gonna do. So I want to make sure everybody talk though
Oh
before
yeah,
we
yeah.
do the before we do the part.
I'm in the
So,
patrol car. Let me drop that.
oh yeah, just come. Yeah, come right. Oh,
You
is
better
it his
be.
car or is your or is it the thing? Might be the thing. I don't know. Oh, you said
I
it's
was
probably a
connected to
delay.
the.
Okay, I got
I'm
you.
at work.
Okay, I got you. So I'm gonna let you go first, and then I'm gonna let Alicia. Hopefully I said it right, and then Shine. So to make sure all y'all get to talk, and then we can popcorn the open panel again, though, because I basically we just for whatever y'all heard, y'all can talk about that, and then we still on why is it okay for women to judge man's height that he can't change, but man can't judge a woman's weight that she can change. So, cause real, I'm gonna walk away though. Remember, it was Truth, Alicia, and then Shine. I'll be right back.
Yeah, me personally, my fiance, she's 215. I'm 5'11", 175. I prefer women bigger than me. I don't know. I just like thick and curvy women. I don't date if a woman is not 150 to 240. I won't date them because that's to me anything under 150 is too skinny for me. So I prefer, and I'm a Texan, so I'm from Fort Worth. So I like my women thick. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's just a Texas thing or a Southern thing. I don't know, but the reason why I know why men cannot judge women based on their weight because society has told all women that they're tens, no matter what they look like. You know what I'm saying? Men, we don't even we get judged on a different scale. You know what I'm saying? Like Kevin Hart. If Kevin Hart didn't have the money, he wouldn't get the girls that he get. People wouldn't find him attractive. You know what I'm saying? So we have to use other accolades, other things to make us attractive. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like if we judge a woman based on her weight, or we're fat phobic. But if a woman judge a man on his height, you know what I'm saying? That's her preference. So if a man has a preference, he's considered misogynistic, he's considered insecure and all this other stuff. But if a woman has a preference, that's her knowing her worth. So the society is really flipped. Like, men are not allowed to have standards, you know, and we're not allowed to have standards. We're not allowed to have boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Because if we do, like I said earlier, we get called insecure. We get called, you know, fat phobic and all this other stuff. But if a woman has a standard, that's her knowing her worth. And I'm gonna yield my mic.
Before you go, why do you think that is? Why do you think that, you know what I mean? It is set up that way.
Well, because of the sugar and spice, everything nice, you know. And as a disclaimer, I'm not talking about all women, even though it feels like it. So if it don't apply, let it fly, okay? So this is the sugar and spice and everything in life. A woman is perfect no matter what she looks like. And like these magazines and stuff trying to create the standard of beauty for women, you know what I'm saying? They don't have beauty magazines for men. You know, we don't have haircut magazine, not a lot. But since society, Cosmopolitan, and all these other magazines have set the beauty standard for women, men cannot really say what we really want. We have to accept a woman even at her worst. But if we're at our worst, we can't be accepted. If we're just a guy, hey, I just got a car but I ain't got no apartment. Oh no, you can't be with me. But I gotta accept your progress, but you can't accept my progress. I guess it's because we as men we're supposed to already have it together. And we be in a barbershop talking about, well, I want a woman that's already gonna come feminine, friendly, and a joy to be around, fit. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be with a woman that I have to accept her in progress of losing weight. If that's the type of woman I wanted. But if I'm in progress of getting my life together and I'm broke, a woman she's not gonna accept that progress. You know what I'm saying? Or me getting myself together. You know? So that's why that is.
Okay, I got you. Who I got? Was it Shy or was it Truth next?
It was Alicia.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, stuck on the bottom. Got you. All right. It's on you. It's on you. My bad.
Hey,
Hey, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
so who was just speaking? Because I was really listening to what he was saying.
True.
Oh, that was me,
Truth.
sweetheart. How you doing? Peace.
Yeah, peace. So I I was hearing what you were saying, and it's like I feel like it doesn't like I've never judged height. Like I don't judge height, but at the end of the day, like when I date a man, if he's shorter than me, I can't continue dating him. But as like being like over 6 foot, that's never mattered.
So what do you think about what do you think about the second prompt? Why is it okay for women to judge a man's height that can't be changed, but men can't judge a woman's weight that can be changed?
I feel like it I feel like it goes both ways. Like I feel like that if we're gonna judge a man's height, then a man I feel like it's a double standard.
It is a double standard. So let me ask you a question. So,
Hold on,
if you,
before open
hold up.
panel, we still got Shine that gotta go.
Yeah, let's get Shine in.
My bad.
Shine, you there?
Yes, I was unmuting my mic.
All right. What you got for us?
All right. Are men more patient than women? I would say men are more patient because, I definitely need a patient man when it comes to me. Um, Also, men have to understand the way women communicate. Women don't have to understand men why. That one is not logical statement. um, it's best that everyone has, a opinion or understanding in order to make things work. You're not going to always agree on everything, but sometimes you have to, agree to disagree because not everything is going to be agreeable. Um, why is it okay for a woman to judge a man's height? Can't change, but men can't judge a woman's weight. Can change. There are some women that do judge a man's height. Like me, I don't prefer men taller than me because I'm tall too, and it's just awkward for me. But I'm trying to get out of that bad habit. So I won't date anyone taller than 6'3". Uh, One time it was a gentleman that liked me and he was 6'8". I was like, oh no, that's just I feel like a midget. So I I like shorter men, no shorter than 5'7", because I remember one time I dated someone who was 5 feet, and they was like, well, when he sit down, his legs gonna swing. I was like, yeah. Let me stop. Uh, and one time they thought this one guy was my kid. It was really funny. So I was like, 5'7" or better. That'd be better. Far as women's weight, men do have a preference, and women do too. Me personally, since I am a big girl, I don't want to be with a big man because intimately it's difficult. I think when their height difference and weight difference, it makes it more enjoyable. You know, from my personal experience, I find it more enjoyable that way when it's a difference. If men could discipline themselves and lead by example, a
No,
lot
not
of,
that one. Not that one, Shine.
oh,
Stop it.
okay,
That one, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna stop there. So does anyone else have any? I know, Truth, you had something that you wanted to rebut or either ask a question before she started.
Yeah, I just want to address the first one. I just think because men, we get such a bad rep in society of being dogs, cheaters, liars, and all this other stuff. To answer the prompt to number one, I know that women want us to be more transparent, and women, not all women, even though it feels like it, are not so transparent. So a lot of times, the communication, a man has to be more transparent than a woman because of the rep. Because in the back of most women minds, they feel like the man is going to lie to them, cheat on them, and all this other stuff. So I think we have to work as men. We have to work as hard to be more communicative with our women than they feel like they have to. Because, like I said, it goes back to the sugar and spice, everything nice. A woman can't do no wrong. This is what society's saying, not me. I don't make the rules. I'm just reporting it. So, yeah. So it goes back to that. So men have to be, I guess, in a way, with the communication, we have to prove ourselves to the women that we are who we say we are, with strong and transparent communication. But women feel like, not all women, but most women feel like they don't have to be transparent in their communication. And I yield my mic.
I believe, far as with that and everything, if your woman is insecure, it's not going to work because without trust, there is no relationship. Any type of doubt, if you give a person your word on something and they constantly question you, it's their own personal issues. And you can't, keep keeping a band-aid on their insecurities. It's having pity on them. And I refuse to constantly keep, um, because I've been married to a man like that, um, just constantly accusing me, and I didn't do anything, where I had to literally, call the popo on him just to calm him down. I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I wouldn't have married you if I wanted to do single things, I would have stayed single. I would have never married you if I wanted to run the streets or be something like that. His insecurities of being and still living in his past and not moving forward in his future destroyed his marriage. I had to walk away from him, literally. I left the whole entire state. That's how bad I wanted to get away from him. And I divorced him. I said, no, I deserve better. And then in the end, he said, it wasn't my fault. It was his insecurities of not trusting women. I said, well, you should never get in a relationship if you're not healed. And people that are insecure and like that is the most dangerous people to date because those are the ones that unalive people based off of their insecurities and not their reality.
Something that I want to add is the idea or the notion that men also don't have preference, right? They do, right? There's many preference out there when it comes on to body type, when it comes on to height. You ask the average man, will they date a woman taller than them? It would be a no, right? Their preference will be shorter, and that have to do with society. You just got to be height have a lot of things to play with dominance, right? And we got to also understand who influenced the idea of being taller. If you go into a male dominated field, we're talking about a high risk job, not desk job. Um, you have that male boss. He's taking your height into consideration. He's taking now just before character and anything. He was taking your height into consideration. When it comes on to fighting, it's the same thing. Unless there are different fights that height is not a factor. However, it's just something that people are going to look at, including men. So that's also a preference that's in the male dominated field. Any job that you do, security work, same thing. Military, same thing. So it's just that it is there and evident. Men, not just women, have expectation or preference. Men also do. When it comes on to the slim waist, thick thighs. I want a slim waist, thick thighs. That's very prominent when it comes on to, because you spoke on the media, in the media presence. Right, when it comes on to that they call it BBL jersey. I'm playing. When it comes on to that BBL look, that's what is also new norms. I don't know if you're also aware of another expectation called the husband stitch. That's another preference that you have that has been reported, and doctors are now getting in trouble because of that. It's called malpractice. You have fathers that would basically say to a doctor, can you give me that extra stitch
What's the
after
husband's
labor?
what's the
Oh,
husband stitch?
oh, that's the so in childbirth, it's now being called out. There's an ongoing investigation. Doctors are reporting that fathers would ask for a extra stitch for their wife after she gives birth, and that is for their own pleasure, for it to be right and tight for them. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing, but I'm just saying that a lot of time when we say, oh, their men don't have preference, they definitely do, and it have been made clear
Oh,
in
okay.
society so many times, and it's literally the same way you can find that women value height, you can also find that men value height, and will downplay a man and look down on a man if he's shorter.
If Kevin Hart go into a male dominated field right now, he's going to be looked upon because he's short. And so when it comes on to a woman following this expectation, that's like, oh well, that's just something that you gotta, at least we gotta be we gotta be open to the point where we're able to admit these things and observe that it's beyond our experience, just the average experience overall.
Yes.
So that's just the only thing that I would rebut with. Men don't have experience. Men don't get to have preference. Men definitely do. They have definitely. We can talk about the history of the BBLs and surgery, and how it was conducted, what it was done for, the origins of it. And so, yeah, that's all I'm gonna end there.
Yeah, those are good points. I was going to say that was why I was asking, why do we think these things are the way they are now? Like, how did it start? Because if you go back enough in history, you'll find out that most of these stereotypes and pressures and all of these things, they weren't created by women. You know, these were status quo and things that were created by us to basically, assert dominance over others. You know what I mean? Like, and then women over time realize that if we're doing this to each other, then that's what they need to do, and they need to assimilate. And then, a few hundred years later, here we are. But I think at this point in the game, it's getting like a tit for tat. Like, it's not even about what it originally was. It's like now, oh, y'all talking shit? Okay, we gonna talk shit. And then it's like, who can hit the lowest and who can find the wickedest things to say about each other. And so I think at this point, it's just ludicrous if you really want to know.
Yeah, you're right, cousin. And I think what society has kind of like putting women's head to focus on fantasy stimulation over substance. And see me, I'm about to be 40 in 2 weeks, well, a week and a half. And when I turned 30, I became more selective in my dating. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm with a good woman. So she's a little older than me, but I focus on more substance and stimulation. And a lot of times society hasn't. Cause we look at, like, we're 80s babies. Most of us are 80s babies. I don't know how old everybody is, but I know I'm an 80s baby, right? So growing up, I wasn't taught how to be a husband, just like my cousins, my female cousins and my sisters. They weren't taught how to be wives. But when we watch TV, oh, I want a girl like that. Oh, I want a man like that. Oh, I love Disney. Oh, look at Cinderella. We've been kind of programmed to focus more on stimulation in a relationship instead of substance in a relationship. And I think that's why they say SMIC complicates things, because everybody's like looking at the outer appearance versus what that person can bring value to that relationship. And a lot of times society has put physical value over emotional, I mean, not emotional, but internal value. You know what I'm saying? And when Kevin Samuels was talking about women lose their value after 30, he wasn't talking about their personal value. He was talking about their SMV. And that's what we were trying to get women to understand. But I think women didn't want to hear, because Kevin Samuels kind of came with a little harshness, but he wasn't lying, though. And I think if Kevin Samuels had to say, yeah, we're not talking about your personal value, but you're talking about your SMV. You know what I'm saying? And your SMV is important to a man, because when a man goes to get his career and stuff like that, he's not looking for a peer. You know what I'm saying? He is looking for somebody feminine, friendly, fit, and a joy to be around. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, a lot of women didn't like what he had to say, but he was speaking truth to power. You know what I'm saying? And I just think at this stage, we need to focus on substance versus stimulation. The stimulation, yeah, you got to be attracted to the person you're with, but at the same time, if that person does not bring you any value, you know what I'm saying, any value of substance, you know what I'm saying, that can make you want to stay in that relationship. Because when you, like, with me and my fiance, I told her I offer you peace as a man, protection, love, loyalty, you know what I'm saying, provision, stuff like that. That's what I offer. And she said she offered me peace. And we just went over that spiel, right? And we've been going almost a year strong, and we just maintaining it. And maintaining a relationship ain't as hard as people trying to make it to be, because a lot of times a person feel like they're giving more and receiving less, but that's not the case. You see what I'm saying? So let's focus more on substance. My solution to all this gender war stuff, let's come together, focus more on what the person brings versus what he or she can bring on externally. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get my words right because I'm up here doing a report too. So I'm trying to get my words right, but that's my solution.
First of all, congratulations, brother. Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. I engaged myself, so I'm gonna give you that. I do have one little quick correction. Kevin Samuels, when he was talking about the no value after 30, he was bringing up an example that someone else said, and it got put out of context. So I'm not even a Kevin Samuels fan. Let me put that out there, but I got to keep it real. When he said that, that got misquoted. Just so everybody knows, because that he was quoting a book where somebody wrote that women over 30, lost value. And he was saying that in certain societies, that's how men believed. And he quoted that book to prove what he was saying. He wasn't saying it, for us, but I think it just got put out there, kind of messed up. And then they wanted the clicks and views, so they kept it running. So I just wanted to throw that out there. That wasn't really a rebuttal or nothing, just, fun fact.
Appreciate it, Kinfolk.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So I just want to ask the guys on here. Kev is on here like with 3 paper colors. So cousin, man, since I'm a woman, and I don't agree with this perspective because let it rush. Can I? Okay, I can. When it comes onto the perspective with men sleep with who they can, women sleep with who they want. I don't agree with that perspective. I find that those that actually have option, meaning attraction, and as Truth says, money, you don't have that issue with sleeping who you can. You sleep with actually who you want because people throw their body at you. If you talk to a man that is actually like they look good, tall, like there's hey, you guys can cousin, you're 6'3", whatever, you can attain to that. If you're tall, you're attractive, you're gonna have women throwing themselves at you, right? And the same thing if you're a woman, you're petite, if you're the same way, right? And those, if you speak to women that are not that great, mind you, everybody is beautiful in their own way. I believe that because biblically everybody's created in his image. However, when it comes on to aesthetic, like appeasing, it's not always every society. So some women are not aesthetically pleasing to the eye, and so therefore it's like who they can, whoever give them that validation, they will take it. For example, sometimes you have the women that are beasts. They don't get their ideal man. However, it's the men that give them the attention they flock to. That doesn't mean that's why I don't believe that statement entirely through. And even a lot of men that actually have met women throwing themselves at him don't believe in that statement.
You know what? I will say this. I hear what you're saying. I will say that the statement is true for the majority of men. Okay, and remember, the majority only got to be 51%, right? So I'm going to say at least the majority of men that statement is probably true. And I don't know. I'm gonna throw this theory out, and other brothers on the panel can chime in on this. I would wager, not too much, but I'll wager a little bit that the amount of women who are just unattractive, who don't have those options, because there are women who couldn't give it away. I'm gonna be honest. There are some women out there that you just be like, you know what I mean? But those amount of women, right? I think equal the amount of men who can make all of the decisions. Like we run the scene. You know what I mean? Like it's very few men who actually dictate everything. Like there's not that many men who have it all, so to speak. that we could just walk out and all the women is going to be with us. You know what I'm saying? And even those of us who have done well, like it was always easy for me but even I just can't walk in and any woman is going to be, you know what I mean? As easy as it was, it's still, I just can't grab any woman that I want. You know what I mean? So I think but there are certain men who got it like that. So I think that amount of men who got it like that is probably the same amount of women who don't, if that makes any sense. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally understand that. Me, I, me personally, I'm not society standards, but hus, I am a husband standard, because I am the substance of what every man wants, far as in a woman, far as my values, how I was raised, and different things like that. The young man, Truth, when he was saying that, everyone wasn't raised how to be a husband or how to be a wife, but in my family tradition, the women were raised that way and the men were presented that way to be that way for women. The longest marriages we had in our family when family members were still here was 60 years, 30 years. And it just, repeat cycle. The most divorces that we had in our, family in general were no more than 3 people had a divorce out of 19,000 of my relatives and stuff. But um, what I have to say with that, I don't find myself to be like a top 10, maybe a 6 or 7, but intellectually, I attract the very good looking men, you know. And a lot of women be like, "How did she get him?" It's about my mind, my body, far as how I'm very I'm not like a big spender, but when I do spend, I'm not a selfish person. So if I'm going shopping and stuff, I have this house rule. We always bring each other something. I don't care if it's a pair of socks or some underwear. We bring each other something. At least we thought about each other when we did go shopping, that type of stuff. Or even if I'm out, I'm hungry, you're not home yet, but I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna contact you, babe. Do you want me to bring you anything home from the restaurant or whatever? Or when I'm checking up on you and you said, "Oh, I left my lunch at home." No problem, babe. I'll run you something to eat, or I'll order you something and send it out to you. Different things like that. You know, when when both parties are selfless and not selfish, the relationship works out better.
So, cousin, yeah, I did hear what you say. I'm still on the fence with that too because there's so many statements that's being said. Like, the conversation would be a woman date down when it comes on to looks. Then how does that correlate to the further statement, right? And when it comes on to dating who you want versus settling, that's also another factor to even consider. So it's not an argument of minority. Well, if you guys conclude that, the average man ain't it, then I mean that's your conclusion. I didn't say, but
I think you know what, that's a good point. But I think too, you got to realize too, like the idea of what currency is, right? And I say
yeah.
that I hate to use this word, but just because I can't think of a better one right now. So women's currency to a man, primarily, like your beauty as a woman is attractive as provisions are to women, right? Like when you see a man and he's well to do, he got all his shit together, right? You're gonna look at him like, okay, he's stable. He is now that's an attraction. Now everything else has to go with that, right? To make him whatever. But the more, like, that's the reason why we always play this thing where we need money, because we know, and history has proven that if you have resources, you're going to be more attractive to a woman in some, right? So women might look at that before they look at everything else. Whereas on the reverse, men don't look at money in that same way,
They look
right?
at beauty and
Right.
other,
That's
like
going
she
to be
has to have
your
a snatched
first.
waist.
Right. And then if you make money and you're intelligent and all that, okay, that's going to be bonus. Now, that being said, there's still a lot of men who don't think that way. You know what I mean? But I'm just talking about, I think the majority, or like we could say that 51%, that's pretty much how you're going to see it. And so when a man says he's dating down, that means that he is dating to a woman who's not that attractive. Whereas far as a woman is dating down, she's dating to a man that isn't financially on her level. You get what I'm saying? And meanwhile, if a man is dating somebody out of his league, you've heard that before, where he's like, "How the hell did you get her?" They might say that she's out of his league, and I think it's because from a man's perspective, it's the looks, and how bad she is, and from the woman's perspective is his status. You know what
Yeah,
I
and
mean?
that
And whatever, yeah. So I
Because
just
I
think
like
it's,
that.
yeah.
I would
yeah,
say,
that's
so
the
basically what you're
currency of
saying, a
America.
woman's beauty is her wallet and a man's wallet is his beauty.
That's the society. That's the society that we live
I
in.
like
That's
that.
not all
That's
What
society.
other thing you think we living in? What we talking about? But
Oh,
it's that time, man. Because I see you being disingenuous. But
no, I'm not
this
being
this
disingenuous.
it's
I'm having a
funny because
conversation because
yeah,
there's so many statements that's being made, right? A lot of people would
yeah.
disagree with that, but then go ahead and make several other
Did you
statements
sleep with
like,
every man that you dealt with?
hmm,
Did you sleep with any man that you dealt with? Every man that talked to you?
no,
Right. So if the roles were reversed, right?
hmm,
A man, if he had the option, right, a man would a lot of men would sit there, and if it was a wet hole, they would get with it because a lot of dudes would just do stuff for punani. They're not picky when it comes to that thing. Some people will get drunk enough, even if the girl looking nasty, they'll deal with it. So I
oh,
mean,
quick
but
question
I'm
though.
saying I can understand you probably. That's why I said you
Yeah,
probably gonna
if I
understand
wasn't
because,
attractive,
and I wasn't saying, huh?
if I wasn't a attractive person, expected, I'm coming from a
I'm s-
different culture into another culture. If I wasn't on a scale of, okay,
Hmm.
maybe I'm attracted to a group of person. If I hang out with a certain group, then I definitely would be sleeping what I can. So that's something that I can
yeah,
that's a fact, right?
yeah.
And also I can ask you the same thing. Do you sleep with every woman that you dated or you dealt with?
Yeah, you missed the whole point just because I said that. I see what happened though. But
No, I didn't
I
miss
was
your
getting,
point. I'm just
yeah.
asking, like, because
It's a
I'm
reason
being
why I said that
And
nosy.
though.
and
But
and what
I'm just
does
so
the
asking because I'm being
culture
nosy.
what does the culture have to do with the dating
I don't know.
part?
But
It
my
has
thing
a
is like
lot to do with the
the thing
dating.
is I was about to say you look it through a woman's lens, and that's the reason why you're not understanding
No,
it
that's not looking through a
because
woman. What is a
yeah,
woman?
because you
Logically,
wouldn't
okay,
understand
logically
like
explain
men
to me what's a
literally that's
woman's
how it
lens.
is. A lot of men try to sleep with who they can for the most part, back especially if they're not looking for a wife, right? If both of them wasn't looking for just a fling, right, just something to sleep with in the club, we already know you gotta talk to a man. Average man probably had to talk to about 400 women. Oh, that's for a good looking man, right? If he was good looking, no diddy, right?
Hmm.
Uh, if out of 400 women, right, he would probably get maybe 20 or maybe less than that, 20 or 10 women out of the 400 women he talked to,
If he's good
and
looking,
that's a man that looked decent, huh?
if he's good looking, because the birth rate ain't looking
Right.
at the
So
birth rate
imagine the
don't
average
agree.
looking guy, right? Because everybody, so even the average looking guy, if he ain't got enough stuff, that guy, he's barely, shoot. I can't even say. He might have to
They
wait till another day to try it again, type situation. But, but I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
but
you
they
understand the
getting the
struggle
women
that men
pregnant
go
on the
through when they got to
first
talk to
time.
women. That's why I say it's so easy to say. That's why I say
No,
it's 30-year-olds. It's
wait,
30-year-olds that's
Kev,
virgins to this day, and it's not by choice. That's why I mentioned that in the comments. There's
Kev,
30-year-olds that's virgin. They didn't choose that. If they could get something, they would have tried.
Kev. Do you agree that there are guys that don't agree with the statement?
And there's a
What?
possibility that I might have spoken to guys that actually reject that statement in the whole and say there are literally guys that say any
Boy,
man that agree with that statement, they're unattractive. Do
I see.
you?
That
Okay,
sounds like
so
a training
I
tactic.
said all
no,
that stuff and
no,
she ain't whatever.
That's
Okay, that's
not
cool. I see where
true.
you're going with
so
this
that's
though.
what I'm gonna say. When he coming from a woman's lens,
You
I'm
just
just
don't
saying
want
I
to. I
don't.
get you though. You made your mind up, so I can't
No,
convince you or
it's
anything
not a
though.
lens of
'Cause I
how am
use
I able
about
to
four
have this
different examples. I don't even
conversation?
get how you
How am I
still.
able to have this conversation with cousin, but you refuse? First, you said woman's lens. I want you to explain logically what's a woman's lens.
Yeah, because you can't see beyond. You look from your perspective only. That's what it is,
How is that
and
a
that
okay?
you're
So
not looking at how
perspective.
what man might experience. That's what I'm saying. You probably wouldn't understand it. That's what I'm saying.
Mm, oh my God,
You're not
I don't know
Because
open
the
who
fact
else.
that
minded.
you
I don't
acting like
know
it's
who
just
else.
as easy, or you
Maybe
make it seem like it's easy for a man to get some like a woman
That's not
can.
what I'm making it seems. Because what my
Okay.
response to cousin when he gave that he gave a response. My response was is that you have men that actually you have men out there. So are they looking through the at the statement to woman's lens? I did not disagree with cousin. I just said what I definitely see the contradiction with the different statements made that is contradicting the whole men sleep with who they can, women sleep with who they want. It's just a conversation. It's not I made my
Yeah,
mind up or
I see what happened though. That's why I see why delivery matters because it's
oh
like
my
from that
God, that
point.
is
It's from that
crazy.
point she didn't hear anything I said ever since, and I made a mistake. I should have did it backwards, but I guess I messed up. Yeah, so I shouldn't have said that because she just stuck at that woman's lens thing and then missing everything else I'm saying though. So whatever, it is what it is.
Host, can I ask Miss Kelly a question? Miss Kelly, when you look on social media, the most unattractive woman can make herself look attractive, and she get thousands and thousands of likes. But if you see a guy that even look like Trey Songz or whatever, he might get 10 likes on his picture. You know what I'm saying? So that statement right there, you gotta look at how many beta male simps are in these women's DMs that are fours. And these guys are gassing these women up. This is what Coach Greg Adams called them 49ers. You know, these are fours that think they're nines because how many guys say, "Oh, hey, beautiful, let me send your cash out," blah 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 blah. Dudes don't get that. Like I said, you can look like Trey Songz and post pictures on Facebook, good looking pictures on Facebook, and not many women will hit you up talking about let me cash app you.
I think
Women that go ahead.
no, I was thinking about it though. I think because she did mention that she's from a different uh what culture or something like that. So I could understand. She probably don't understand I would say how America operate a little bit though, because it might be a little bit different. I think I might be looking through an American lens. My bad. So yeah, I see what kind of goes on around this, and just in general how men is or whatever, and vice versus girl. That's the reason why that statement is like that. Why a men can sleep with men try to sleep with who they can, and women sleep with who they want, and that's like that in America. Just to let that be known. That's just what it is, though. It just be like that because a lot of if you ever look at it, a lot of women are very picky. You know, or sometimes they even have it to where even if they got all the stuff, all the things that they wanted, they still look for more. They look for more. You know what I'm saying? So this guy have $1,001. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna pick that guy over $1,000. So I mean, that's just how it is. That's how picky the women in America is. A lot of them is or whatever nowadays.
Basic hypergamy, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with it when you say it like, when you say it like that, far as how American men are, they are totally different than the foreign
Yeah,
men.
yeah. That's why
They
so I can
go
understand
more
if
on
she coming from there.
tradition versus American men don't go on tradition. They go on, what feels good for the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree with you, sis, because we don't have no structure. So everybody just operating on autopilot, dating on autopilot without any
Yeah,
substance. So
yeah, it's like once they
Yeah.
get that feeling after the first time, they don't, you know, they all become nymphomaniacs until something slows it down.
Hmm.
yeah, and my thing is I'm gonna break that generational curse because I got three daughters and I told all three of them I got a 14-year-old, 13-year-old, and a 7-year-old, and I told all of them I said we're gonna do this the old school way. Any boyfriend you get, they gotta come meet me and I gotta vet them. So when you bring him
Oh
here, y'all gonna go in
yes.
the back room. He gonna sit down at the table and talk to me. That's what fathers
Hmm.
need to start doing. And if you got
Absolutely.
I
daughters,
got a deep question though for y'all though, because I had a live about this though. Do you believe that children should be dating in school?
At
No.
16, yeah, but not young, not little kids, not small elementary kids. No.
Well,
I feel
well,
like.
both my daughters are dating, so we're
Mhm,
trying to date. And they 13 and 14. So, but I told them, I said, hey, bring the little boy over here. Tell him I'm
mhm,
cooking dinner. Tell him come on over.
mhm,
But I don't agree
mhm,
with the whole dating. But I think they need to kind of like understand what it is, so they can get like some social
mhm.
practices when it comes to dating. Because I told my son, I got a 14-year-old son. I told my son, like, hey, you're gonna get your heart broken one time, son, and that's gonna be a good thing. Because you know why? Because you're gonna learn from it. I
Hmm.
yield my mic.
Yeah, I think the only reason why I don't, and I can't stop it even if I had kids, though. I understand they gonna still probably have their thing, though. I'm gonna try my best, right? It's so easier said than done when you don't have kids, I guess. But reason why I see no purpose in dating in school, I feel like they should be focusing on school until they 18. Because it's like I understand we want to might be a pregame, but I also think that's one of the reasons why it's teen pregnancies too. You know what I'm saying? Because we give them that pregame, and then they got all that temptation in their face and all that stuff. Well, that's my girlfriend. That's my you know what I'm saying? And like that. So it's like I mean, it's kind of like setting them up in a way. You see that stuff in there, and of course they're gonna be an experiment. And it's like if it ain't no intentions of marriage behind it, it's like why even try to test it? You know what I'm saying? So I think all that stuff you can learn at 18. You know what I'm saying? When you out of school, maybe they can date in maybe college, something like that, and you can learn. You can learn within you if you're trying to say like a little test. At least there won't be no teen pregnancies and all that other stuff or whatever. But I
I
don't
think
know.
Can
I
I
think I
say
just trying to
something
look
to
at it a little
that?
different from what happened in the past though, because I think they did allow that so much, and that's why people be so shocked and why it's kids having kids now. Just something to be different now. That's all I'm saying.
you see,
Can I
Kev,
say
think
something
about
to
Oh,
this, right?
that?
yes, yes.
I think it's always education is always good, right? A lot of times when you have these problems, it's because they didn't know any better, so they got dangled. When you have no idea of any type of sexual education at all, then you experimenting. That's what happens. But if you knew, like all my nephews and nieces, I gave them the whole shit. Like I gave you the good. I'm talking to you, and this unc talking to you. So I talk to them different than my brothers and my sisters, and they never fucked up because they had all of the information. So I told them, hey, when a little boy tell you this is what he mean. So this is blah blah blah. Like I gave them the whole game,
Hmm.
and they are smart enough to now know. But if you leave them out there naive, you know what I mean? They might fall for it. You feel me? So I know I feel what you're saying, but I think at the other time on the other side, we have to know our kids and we got to know
Yeah.
where they are and deal with them accordingly. Because if they are smart enough, trust me, they're gonna be on the internet. They getting all this shit from the outside sources. You may as well give it to them right from the inside source so that they don't get confused. You know what I mean? I think we're in a different age where they gonna need a little bit of, you know what I mean? Don't be scared to tell them what's really going on, so that way
Huh.
they can make a good decision. At least in my
Yeah.
opinion. I don't know, y'all. What do y'all think?
And I feel that. I feel that too. Educate them, but I don't mean they gotta still date to learn. But you can educate them. But go.
Dating is just to socialize, to give them some skills, because that's the reason why
They can
somebody
be
everybody.
friends. You don't have to be in a relationship. They can be just friends. You got.
Well,
Can
no,
I
You got.
say
that's
something to
yeah,
that?
yeah, keep it like that. But it'd be, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, go ahead.
I just know. The only reason why I'm saying it's a little different because I see how teen pregnancy and all this other stuff is. Then we get mad because the kid did these things, but you tempting. That's like saying that they might do a cigarette and then say that you can hold the cigarette in your pocket, just don't smoke it type situation. It's like you teasing them. You know what I'm saying? But it's just stuff I
That's why I
just been
wanna.
observing of in life. But go ahead, Alicia.
That's why I want to say something on this because my parents did not let me date.
Mm,
I was not allowed to date, but I did it anyway. And when I went against them and was like, I'm gonna do it anyway, and they didn't give me like why I shouldn't be dating in high school, why I shouldn't be doing all these things, I was like, I'm gonna do all those things despite you. And I think it's important as a parent, because I am a parent of two boys, to teach them why they should focus on school, to teach them why you can have friends, but you don't need to date your friends. Because I think had my parents told me, hey, this is why you shouldn't date, maybe I would have They never said why. Like, and I
Right. They
came
don't
from
talk.
parents who had me at 21 on accident, and then I had my kid on 21. At 21 on accident, I had my first kid, and it was the same situation my parents were basically in. But they never said why. They never explained. They just said, you shouldn't do this. And I think as a parent, we need to explain to our kids the consequences. I think we need to stop being scared of our own past and tell them, hey, this is where you're coming from. Like, this is why you shouldn't, not just like you
Right.
just shouldn't do it, because
Right.
it would have saved me a world of hurt, which is where, as a parent now, I'm thinking, okay, what did my parents not do? They did not tell me, because you do this, this is this is the emotional effects, this is the consequences that you could have. Like, yeah, I knew that I was a product of two people having a kid at 21, but I said my whole life I wouldn't do it. But I never knew the why until I had my son. And that's something I want to change.
Alicia, what age you think is appropriate for adults to have kids?
I don't have an age. I think once you're married, I feel like you should be married before you have kids. I wasn't
Okay.
ready to have my son at 21. I I was I was unprepared, and maybe had I been married it would have been different. But I don't
Okay.
know that the answer to that, because I feel like in the right circumstances, I'm not I don't think there's a certain age, but I do think you need to be married, and I do think you should be old enough to make that decision.
Yes, yes. And I totally agree with you that parents should teach their preteens to teenagers about relationships. Yes, school will teach you about the education at school, but I think when the school is having those conversations with the kids, that parents should also participate to, like, you know how they have career day. Parents should come to the school on S education day
Mhm.
to to give examples of why you should wait until you marry, or why you should wait until after college, because most of the
Mm-hmm.
time, young adults after college, they get married, and on average, the ones after college have longer marriages versus getting married after high school.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah,
what
all
are
that stuff
you
can be
guys'
taught without
views?
physically learning, though. That's crazy, though. You can teach all that stuff. You don't have to be in it.
Oh, yes, because, I didn't have a parent to teach me any of those things. I actually learned from my friends and basically the streets or whatever. And I did have a son out of wedlock when I was 19 years old. But after I learned how things went, I didn't do that anymore. And I always made sure that I was in, a marriage. But I didn't have any kids with any of my husbands. I only had two husbands.
I'm
See,
just
for me it
saying,
was
boy, it's right now. You can Google anything, and these kids got access to images and videos and everything. Man, we didn't have that when growing up. You know what I mean? And so, and we still had to battle just people talking. But now, you got kids at any age can go online on their phones and look at anything. So if we're not diligent in the house to combat that and give them the right direction, it's gonna be rough, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is so. I don't know. I just feel like if you don't equip these kids, because kids they're not dumb. They're smart than we think. You know what I mean? They're smarter than what we think. and they can make decisions if they have the right direction. You know what I mean? So if you tell them the ins and outs and all of everything, and don't, make it to a point where they don't feel uncomfortable talking to you as a parent, because usually that's when kids get messed up. And from when I was growing up, my dad was the type of dude you could tell him whatever, and he'd come at you, and he'd talk to you. I couldn't talk to my mama about nothing. She just wasn't that way. You know what I mean? But my pops, we could talk, and he'll keep it to me, give it to me real. And then my uncles, they was always. So I grew up that way, and then I became that way with mine. And so,
Can I say something?
yeah, go ahead.
I think it's very different for a boy versus a girl because growing up, I had a brother, and he, the things that my family would talk to him about versus me about, like your dad, he'll be like, oh, you're my son, like, but as a daughter, the dad does not want to talk about those things. And I think that the biggest, I don't even think it's the moms when it comes to a girl. I'm raising sons, I'm a single mom, but what, and I think a father is very important for the sons because it's very different. But as a daughter, I needed my dad to have these real life conversations with me about how men are. And that's where I feel like my dad should have stepped up. He should have been the one having those conversations. A woman cannot talk to a daughter about how men are, but a dad can. And it's very important for dads to be active in their daughters' lives. That's all I wanted to say though about that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Anybody want to talk about that? Get in on that?
Mm,
Well, I agreed with what cousin said. Hi, everybody, by the way.
so do
And I do think that, I mean, and again, I know these conversations, everybody's gonna raise their kids how they gonna raise their kids, but I do agree that you have to have like a healthy balance, and I think that's with everything because even me, I decided at a young age, which I grew up in church and stuff like that, so you know. I remember being in like fourth or fifth grade, and they had like the sex ed class where they kind of separate the boys and the girls, and they'll be like, oh, the girls, this is your body parts and stuff like that. And I remember specifically in that class with all the girls, how they were talking about when they wanted to lose their virginities and stuff like that. And people were dropping young ages, like when I get to high school, 16, on my 16th birthday. And I remember then thinking like, I don't want to be a single parent. Like, what happens if you get pregnant? All these repercussions that can come in. And part of that is because my mom, like, talked to me and my siblings about everything. Like she explained stuff. She explained, oh, these are your private areas. These are this is how babies are made. We had those conversations. And I did feel safe with my mom if I liked a boy or, there was something going on with me where we could talk. And I know not everybody has that. So I know, that's not everyone's experience, but the girls even the boys too, but the kids that I know whose parents like were just completely like, okay, you kind of do what you want sort of thing, or they had a lot of free reign, they were usually sexually active very early. And also the kids that their parents were kind of strict, like, you're not doing this, those were the ones who got buck wild too. So it's like, as parents, you kind of have a healthy balance to say they're little people, right? They're gonna do what they're gonna do. It's like the teachings that you give them at home are there to help them navigate through adulthood and coming of age. So healthy balance there. And that's different for everybody, which that's a whole different conversation because we can't control how people parent their children. And that's all I'll say on that, is that there has to be like a healthy medium, and you have to be the safe space for your kids so that you can have the conversation, so that you can help them navigate those decisions. Because you can't stop them. Like, you can't force them not to. The only thing you can give them information and educate them so that they can make the best choices. And that's it. when it comes to, should I talk about the topics or I can let somebody else talk?
Yes, go ahead.
So are men more patient than women? Sorry. So I don't think one is necessarily more patient than the other. I think in different aspects, sometimes men are more patient in different areas, sometimes women are patient in different areas, and sometimes it's just down to the person, right? You have impatient men, you have impatient women, you have very patient women, you have very patient men.
Yeah, I agree with that. Now, how you feel about the next prompt?
Oh, keep going. Okay. Men have so with that, I would say again, and I'm a lukewarm person. I've been told, where I'm like, I can kind of see both sides of everything. So I would say I think men do have to understand the way women communicate more often, kind of in the sense that they're a pursuer. So if you're thinking about, those interactions with dating or people first interacting, there's usually a man approaching a woman. So in order to approach her, to get the girl at the end of the day, you have to know how to communicate with her or in a certain way so that you can get the outcome that you want. So if you think about it that way, I can say men have to understand what women want or how they're thinking in order to get the girl, right?
Yes.
Similarly, I think women, I wouldn't say that men have to do it more. Like when it's a relationship starts, you find that women are usually they're more communicative when it comes to just in general feelings, talking about stuff in general. I will say in a broad sense, I can see women talking more, but I do think it's down to the person, because the same way I can say, oh, one in general, you can also see the vice versa to that all the time, where the man is the one that's more willing to communicate. The woman is the one who's not really looking to see her partner and what they're looking for and needing. And I see it in reverse all the time for men as well. So sometimes the man is like, the woman has a hard time communicating with him. So I think it's down to the individual people, their individual relationship. I can't say one is necessarily more than the other, because I think we all kind of have seen examples of both. And then as far as, is it okay for women to judge men's height that they can't change and men to judge women's weight? With that, I think it's really down to preferences. I personally, I don't have an issue with people who, like a man who's like, oh, I wouldn't date an oversized woman. That's your prerogative. There was a gentleman up here earlier who was like, he likes women to be fluffier or bigger or whatever. That's
Yes.
also, that's his perspective too. Like people are
Yes.
attracted to different things. And people, even though there are plenty of women who were like, oh, I want a man taller than me. There was a lady up here who said, oh, I think she's right underneath me, who was like, there are men who are like, yeah, I don't want to date a woman that's taller than me. Well, even though we can say like people are stuck on a height thing, there are also people who are like, they don't care at all. Like they don't have a preference for it. But I think in anything, there are people who are sexually attracted to certain things, and that's okay. I think a lot of people end up getting upset about these things when they feel like they're being targeted or maybe called out in something. So the times when I see people who are like, oh, that's like, like, as a matter of fact, I will say though, I have seen, there will be, okay, so if women are like, I'm attracted to men who are tall and I don't want to date any men that are short. When I hear those women say like, oh, it's misogynistic for a man to say that, women, they wouldn't date a fat woman or a woman that's oversized. I think what I usually hear, and the reason why, is because the person who's saying it, instead of saying like, I'm attracted to a fit woman, what they'll say
Yes.
is like, women are, oh, y'all women need to not be fat and y'all don't need to
y'all need to lose weight or something like that, in a sense, is so I can date you or so that you're appealing to me. And I think that's a little bit of the difference. So I'm not going to say there aren't women out there who are like, oh, short men are like, you know, the bane of my existence. But I think when I hear women complaining about men who say they wouldn't date overweight women, it's either because they feel excluded or because the person who's saying it is like
Yeah.
saying in a sense where so that I find you attractive, you have to be this way. And I think people don't like that because it's like, who are you? You know?
Yeah. And me being a big woman, I find myself to be big, but men that I've dated,
To
they
you,
be
I'm gonna
like,
let
"Oh,
Stella
you're
go.
perfectly fine." Oh, go ahead.
Now go ahead, finish. You can finish it. I'm gonna let Stella go. Make sure she can see.
Oh, okay. Being a big woman, I'm considered an Amazon woman because I am 6'1", and I weigh 268, and so I'm a big woman or whatever. And when I tell men that, yeah, I might need to lose a couple of pounds, they just be like, "No, you're perfectly fine." I'm like, "Oh, okay." But that's a man that loves a big woman. And I used to be in groups, or if I go to like the Ashley Stewart or something like that, I'm like a junior plus to them. They're like, "Why you in here?" I'm like, "I got big hips, all those good things or whatever, but I'm not big chested, so I can't wear y'all tops, but I definitely could wear some of y'all dresses, bottoms, but most of the time I shop online because I don't even go to the store no more. It's just they don't have stuff for tall girls. But Stella, you can go up next.
Thank you. I was gonna answer the question. I thought the topic was interesting. So men have to understand the way women communicate. I really, my whole view is this: not everybody is for you. You can do all the right things for the wrong person; it will never be enough. You talk to the person who's meant for you. Why is it okay for women to judge a man's height? I don't think they should judge a person for their height. Not everybody's for everyone. And some men who they choose maybe the person that they're not compatible with. They get who they get, and then obviously they want to change that woman to who they would prefer. And I think that's just horrible picking. And it says, if a man could discipline themselves, lead by example, a lot of issues wouldn't be accepted. And made agree.
Not touching that topic yet.
Okay. I just wanted to say that when it comes down to a partner itself, like if you are choosing the wrong partner, you're going to change parts of yourself in order to make the relationship work. Also, you're going to want that person to change as well in order to make the relationship work. I've learned things over the years that I'm not going to force something that's not meant to be. It is the hardest thing to stay in a relationship that you're not valued and appreciated because you don't even like yourself. Like, who wants to be with a person that like you call them and then all of a sudden like it's already like 5 to 10 hours later, you don't know where they're at? Look, people make time for who they want. If a person really wants to be with you, they will make it known. There would be no questions asked. Like they're loud about how they feel. They're consistent. They're reliable. And some people don't know how to receive that. And I feel that you have to be a place of knowing yourself of who you are, because if a person was a healthy person and they gave you that validation, they gave you that attention, like would you able to receive that? And I ask that people all the time is, are you at a place where you feel emotionally safe within yourself? That if a person loved you, all that you are and who that you are, all your flaws, like your imperfections, like would you able to receive that? And some people say they can't, and that's okay. But for each his own, I think that
you have to be self-aware. You have to take accountability for, maybe the things that you tolerate that you shouldn't have, and then forgive people who are, maybe just a bad character, whatever the case is. But at the end of the day, is a relationship is not a be all end all. I think that knowing who you are as a person and hoping to create a life that you're proud of is your ultimate happiness.
Well said, Stella. You should be a public speaker.
Oh, thank you. I think I took a lot of classes in psychology, and I think
Oh,
I came to a place of self-growth and just, reflecting back on why I chose the relationships I chose. And I think I've came to a place of just continual healing and self-development, that I've become a lifelong learner. And I think that if people really come to a place of just self-awareness and why they're attracted to the things that they're attracted to, maybe it's based upon childhood trauma. And if they really self-reflect, like, you know, if they grew up in a very inconsistent home, that eventually a person transitions to adulthood, is they end up attracting partners who are very dysfunctional, and there's some codependency, some anxious attachment issues. And so when an individual really self-reflect upon like their life, like at a childhood, and then they transition to adulthood, they end up seeing like, okay, maybe I am attracted to, narcissists, players, one-sided relationships, abusers, and so are opportunists. And so when you really look at those things and like, okay, like why am I in bad relationships after bad relationships? Because when you really come to a place of like loving yourself and all that you are and who that you are, you come to a place that you're pouring that love back into yourself. The biggest investment is in yourself, because you only have
yes.
one life to live. And I had to realize at some point that I am not a rehabilitation center. I am not doing any more community service.
I
I'm
know, no more community service.
I am
Oh
not
my
being
goodness.
I am not being a mother to badly raised men. Like,
Oh
I
yes, yes,
just can't
yes.
do it.
I'm not your ex. I'm your
Mhm.
future. You know, that's why
Right.
she's the ex. Okay.
I have definitely, there's some men out there who maybe have been discouraged because maybe they've just, came across women that are just trifling, using men for money or
Oh
whatever.
yeah, tricking and all of
Yeah,
that
and I'm
stuff.
just like, not all women are like that. Like, if you
Mm-mm.
encounter like a good person in your life, like, they're gonna pour into you. They're gonna be so peaceful that you're gonna able to sleep at night. You're gonna like love parts of you that you didn't even thought you could do. Like, like loving the wrong person can really f you up. Like, I'm talking about mentally, physically. So there's some people that are liability.
Oh yeah. I think it's
Yeah.
great to date yourself and take your own self out. Some people be like, how you come out by yourself? How you go to the movies by yourself?
Because you have
I'm like,
yourself
I
in the roof
just
of your
do
life.
it.
When you start to, okay, so when you start to spend time with yourself and
Yes.
you pour that love back into yourself, like positive affirmations, and learn to just, be by yourself, you're not going to just settle with anybody, anything. Because the reason
Mm-mm.
why I say that is because when you start taking care of yourself and someone starts to disrespect you, you're going to be like, hold up, wait a minute. Like, I don't even disrespect myself like that, let alone have you in my presence and in my life for you to just run amok.
I know, right?
Um, I was
Could
gonna
I?
ask if the open panel.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's up, Stella?
Yeah.
First of all, I
Hi,
ain't seen
hi,
you in a minute.
cousin.
Yeah. What you said, I like. I always say this, and it is. I always look for the why. And for me, once you keep asking why, and keep asking why, keep on going down the rabbit hole of why, until you reach the point where there is no other reason than yourself, right? And then you start realizing, okay, I've been lying to myself, or I've been telling the truth, and this is what it is. But whatever the case is, you find that realism of why you've been doing something, and this is the reason why I have a lot of these erroneous facts of history of why things happen the way they are and all of these narratives. Because I just keep asking myself why. Well, why do I say this? Why do we have this stereotype? Why did this happen? Why did I fall for this? Why did I do? And I just keep going until I can't ask why anymore. And usually I find that reason, right? And if we're honest with ourselves, the reason 9 times out of 10 is because we fucked up. And I'm just gonna put it out there. I hate to say it in that bluntly, but it's we made the wrong decision. We didn't know what the hell we were doing when we jumped into the situation. We had an unfair expectation. You know what I mean? And then when it didn't work out, now we're hurt. We didn't take the time to vet these people. You know what I mean? We gambled on something and we lost, or whatever the case is. So that why, finding the why, man, that was very. I'm glad you said that because that's a very important thing, I think. And at least it works for me to the point where now, you know, it's like a habit. As soon as something comes up, okay, let's get to the why. Then when you get to the why, it helps in the communication because you're not listening to prove somebody wrong. You're listening to figure out what's really going on, right? Now you're not listening just to be heard. You know what I mean? You're listening to hear. And I think that is a big part of this communication. We were talking about it earlier with the prompts. And people just we have this breakdown of communication because I just want you to hear me and I don't want to, I want everything to be my way. But if we go back to those asking the questions of why and really trying to figure out the answers to that why, I think all of this stuff, we start figuring out and it gets a lot better for us.
And that's great, and I agree to an extent. And the reason why I say this is because that why can be a never-ending cycle, and that could be very destructive. But at the same time, a lot of times people need to look within themselves. Is like there are certain people, maybe environmental factors like parent figures or exes or adult figures that it may in somebody else's life that's telling them like, hey, you're not good enough, you're not smart enough, you're not handsome or beautiful enough. And what happens is that these people, they end up carrying those lies, and they make it into their truth that somehow something's wrong with them, that they're not lovable, they're not good enough. And so even if there was a person that did tell them like, hey, I think you're an amazing person, I think that we're compatible, they don't know how to receive that love because for so X amount of years they've been told that something is wrong with them. But in reality, it's really having a positive self-awareness within yourself. And in order to receive love, you have to give yourself that love first.
But how would you know? So how would you go about knowing, like, how would you go about getting to that point where you say, wow, I can't, I'm having problems receiving love.
Okay,
Like,
okay. I did this with my grief training. So what happens is, okay, so from childhood all the way to adulthood, is that you write like the first thing that happened to you, like maybe the first thing of like either abandonment or a statement that like was said about you, whether like you're unworthy or whatever that case is. And so you write all these things down of like the first hurt that you went through, and whether you've been, in some cases some people have been essayed, and so it affects how you process information and how you receive love and just how you feel about yourself, because that's how trauma is. And so when you write all these things down, then you'll start to kind of like have a roadmap of like, okay, these are things that happened to me. Maybe I need to make peace with it at some point and deal with it, because a lot of times people don't know where to begin. And so I was taught, like when I was like in training, that like as a child, like you, like it's like a backpack. So like every single time that something happened, or it's like a rock that's in your backpack, and as each incident happens, there's another rock. And so it gets heavy over time. And so when you are pinpointing these certain emotions in these events, you're unraveling like all the things that's happening. And that's how you deal with it. But that took a lot of training to really like, you know, reflect upon the things that happened. And when I really finally like reflected upon those things of the trauma and the things that happened to me, you also like, you can also write a letter. And it doesn't necessarily mean like, you don't, whether the person is living or not, you can write a letter like, you know, hey, so and so, you know, I just want to reflect upon our relationship that we had in the past. And, you know, I'm really hurt what you did, or whatever the case is, because sometimes people store up unresolved emotions and it's within themselves, and it carries on to, you know, relationships that you have. And sometimes certain things that happen, it kind of resurfaces those emotions.
So then, isn't that finding the why?
Yes,
See?
yes, that is finding the why, but at the
Yeah,
same
I'm
time,
just messing with you. I
I
know.
mean, yes, it
I'm
is
just,
finding the why, but if you're every single day, you're like, so why is my life messed up like this? And why am I not being where I'm supposed to be? It's a never ending of cycle of overthinking, of never state of, you know, gratitude. Like, okay, I have another day of life, because you're always
right,
choosing of like what could have, should have been, instead of
right,
living
right, right.
now and the gratitude, like I have another day of life. Like, thank you for that. I have like a roof over my head, clothes on my back, you know, shoes on my feet, and food on the table, because those are basic needs in order to live.
Right.
So
No, I got you.
this
I was thinking more of just like when I'm dealing with like whatever problem it is. You know what I mean? Like even if like in finance, you know, if you trying to figure out how to save money, well, why am I? Where's all this money going? Why is this getting? What, you know, what am I doing? It's still finding the why. You get what I mean? I was just talking about individual problems, but yeah, I agree with you. If you're doing
yeah,
it on a perpetual
yeah,
level, yeah,
I
that's
do
the
think that
yeah.
critical thinking skills and problem solving skills are absolutely vital in the self development process. But I mean, as far as like obsessing over it, yeah, that could be very mentally destructive.
I think it's important to, so if you made a mistake, admitting that you made the mistake is good. You can ask for forgiveness, but folks do not need to continue the relationship if they don't want. But I think it's healthy to have conversations with people who have made mistakes and didn't know better. That way they can have a positive feedback on what to do better instead of just being shut out. Because sometimes people need to be able to be heard more than just talked to. You know, it's good for people to have a way of communication when, say, they don't have anyone else to talk to. So yeah, they might contact an ex, and you'll be like, "Why they contacting me?" Like, so I try to stay open minded and listen to them, and then if they ask me for the truth, I'll give it to them in a compassionate way, and that's
I,
pretty much it.
And to be honest, Shy, there's nothing wrong with being there for someone emotionally, but there
Yes.
is an issue when it becomes codependency. Like there
Uh,
is issue when they don't know how to solve problems, and every single time they have an issue, they come to you. And so when you recognize that, like, okay, this person has been trauma dumping on me, because then you're drained mentally.
yes.
And so that becomes a problem. Like, I don't think there's anything like, if they're trying to better themselves, like if you give advice to someone and you know they utilize it, but if a person you just keep on, they keep calling you about a situation and it doesn't get resolved, it's like they're they're going through the same situation expecting different results. Like, that becomes draining. And so I think
Yeah.
it really is important that we're not overpouring into a person's spirit. that they are in some
So
way.
how do you tell? So what would you do to suggest something else like therapy?
I do, recommend that a person, see a professional. I always am an advocate when it comes to that. However, a person can go to therapy, but with therapy itself, it's like that person has to be honest. That person has to be able to self-reflect, because a person can go to therapy all they want to, but if there's no comprehension as far as like changes that needs to be made, what how is it helping them as an individual?
Yes, yes. I agree. I agree with that.
Okay, so Kev, did you want to move on to the next question? Have cousin do another mod break. What's your plan?
I'm saying, play out what's going on.
Right. I was out for a bit, man.
I think Kev might have stepped away too. So I'm just gonna say it right now. We got 38 people. Look, I'm sorry. Yeah, we got 38 people. Let's go on and I know it's early in the morning. I don't know where you are, but let's go on and touch the screen. Just tap 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 to the tap 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 tap. Just a little bit. You can tap on there and it'll be a little pink bar. If you do a little thunder tap, we call them a thunder tap. You just tap real quick, real fast, and it'll come up with a little pink bar at the top. Do that for about 30 seconds. And then when you stop, it'll be some confetti. Hey, they give us about 200 likes. That's nice. Keep the live alive. I think Kev stepped away a bit, but we've been kind of freestyling, having a good conversation. But I'm sure that this is information that you can use because it's been jewels being dropped. Put those in your pocket. Those jewels is for free. But we do take donations in the form of pennies. Okay, you can go ahead on and join Kev's team. It will cost you a penny, I believe, is what it translates to. I think it's like one heart. And you can look at on top. There's a little heart on the screen. If you join the team, you know what I mean? If you're going to get on the team, you may as well get on a good one. This is a good one. So, John, go ahead and give him that little heart. Get him on the team. If you want to contribute to his live goal, that was always appreciated as well. These are the things to try to get him on the FYP page and get him nice to where this live can get out there a little more often and out to more people because it's messages that I think need to be heard. And if you agree, do that. Also, if you know some people that might want to hear this stuff that we're talking about, just go on and share the live. If you're sharing, is caring. So go on. This is the bottom right corner. You can hit that little button, just three little dots. Little thing will pop up. Scroll on down, and you'll see a little share. You can do that, or you can hit up by Kev's chair up on the top, and it'll be a box that drops up, and it'll be a whole lot of people. You can hit all of those and share to all of them. It don't matter, and that'll be nice. That all of this stuff helps the live keep going, and it's all appreciated. That being said, Kev, I think is back. I see his head. So, where you want to go from here, player?
And
Oh,
he
everybody
is in
got it
the
all out
top
their
4.
system. Huh?
I wanted to say I just checked the Explore page, and you are in the top 4.
Let's get it, baby. That's how I like it right now. I mean, I gotta stretch it out a little bit more then, so I can get there. Yeah. Be the first thing people wake up in the morning and say hello. So all right. Let's get it. This the good juicy one. Nah, this the good juicy one. I know this is one. Let's see if Rush trying to come back. Hope she sobered up a little bit. I hope. Where's she at? What's her name at? So we gonna get on discipline with the man. This about to be a deep one. Me to get caught up. Let me see. Yeah, man, hate when you talk about discipline. Let me see, Rush. See if she's trying to come up in. That's what she said. All right, so who we gonna start off with? I missed Stella. I missed on what she was saying though. I missed up. That's because I was cheating on my live. I'll tell the truth. I hold myself accountable. I was cheating on my own live. Somebody called me up. You know something, ain't
Showing
it?
no goddamn discipline. That's what's happening.
Right. I need to show some discipline. Facts. Right.
Bullshit.
Speaking of, in here starting fires in another room while I'm in here. Ain't that something? So let's start off with Nah, I like keeping cousin last because he be preaching. So let me go ahead and I'm gonna start off with unique and do a circle again. So unique. If men could discipline themselves and lead by example, a lot of issues wouldn't be accepted or made. Do you agree?
Um, to an extent.
Okay.
I mean, I don't believe in one-sided accountability for things. So I say this all the time. It's like if you have one group of people who fix everything about themselves, you as a person do not have autonomy. I mean, you can't control other people and what they do. So if we fix all the men in the world, I still think there can be issues in the world. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, I do think that there is a lack of discipline that I see in people in general. And I do think specifically there are a lot of men, not all of them, but a lot of them do struggle with discipline. And I think a lot of issues can kind of completely resolve themselves if that discipline came into play. I'll use an example. As a matter of fact, I was on a live yesterday where there was a gentleman who basically said like they were having conversation and somebody brought up like cheating and infidelity and all that, and they essentially were saying that it's the mistress's fault for that infidelity taking place, and in my opinion, the idea that men are consumers of schmecks or of intimacy of women and they can't turn it down, they can't say no, that they're just meant to eat up whatever vagina floats their way is asinine. So I think that's a lack of discipline that kind of is something that's common in society. Is like, the men are dogs, men don't have the ability to say no, that, they have to go after whatever is presented to them. Even, I have relatives or family members, it's like they have very low level of emotional like stability where it comes to they pop off easily. Somebody bumps into them, it's like, what the da, 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 da. And now you have an issue. Now you have a bigger issue. Now you're in jail. Now there's like charges you have and you're making bad decisions because you didn't have enough discipline to walk away. So I think that's not a men's issue necessarily. I think that's people in general, but I do see little areas where, especially when it comes to like interacting with others, where that can be helpful to men to practice self-discipline, but it's helpful to everyone. So I don't think men specifically, but
Kelly.
Um, hmm. Okay, so I'm on a fence based on my belief. Because prophecy is prophecy. If people are going to be disobedient, it doesn't matter what it's going to happen regardless. However, I do agree that some things that are there, men contributing to it or partaking in it and not holding themselves accountable and not refraining or designing the way that they prefer, it's on them. So I agree with that extent. I'm not surprisingly, I'm on the fence with this last one, but
All right, all right, all right.
Okay.
Nah, too late, Rush. Don't come in here. No, not yet, not yet, not yet. Nah, man, I seen you in the other live. Y'all be doing y'all do y'all dance move. BB. I know. Go ahead.
I'm coming to say that because I saw you over there. You got 3 phones over there or something?
Yeah, I
Because
got 2 phones. Yeah, I'm everywhere. Ain't nobody can hide from me. I call shining in another room. Ain't nobody can hide from me.
well, all right, you already know. Best to be when you on number 3.
All right. Alicia. S is Alicia. 8 accounts. Alicia. Then there's one. What the heck? She just dipped already. So it'll be Alicia. Then Rush. We on number 3, the one she asked for. What the heck? Go ahead, Alicia.
Um, uh, I'm rereading the question. When I was listening to everyone else, it just reminded me of like if men could discipline themselves. My younger kid's dad said he wanted to have a kid. He wanted to have a family. He wanted to do this and that. And it's like, you need to be married. Like, if men could really discipline themselves, I think they would choose to be married.
Okay.
Because a
What's
lot of
up, Lee?
men,
You can come to the panel.
will have a kid with you, but they won't marry you. And they'll say they'll want to have a kid, but they won't fully commit. But I think a lot of the other issues would go away if we put other stuff. If we made other stuff important, I think a lot of issues would go away.
Mm-hmm.
Can I answer this question? Because I feel like I was about to answer the third question, but I didn't.
I think actually you right after Rush though. We doing a little circle around, so it's gonna be Alicia then Rush then you after that because
Okay.
you said you was about to ask her what a personal question or you was about
No, it was just to answer the third question.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. You about to be on you in a minute. Yeah. Rush. Yeah, fix that camera up. Yeah, go ahead, fix that camera up. Yep.
Don't rush me.
I mean that's your name. That's what you expect. Yeah, I just find it funny.
If men could discipline themselves and lead by example, you and your fucking typos with the ants, ampersand, and anyways, and lead by example, a lot of issues wouldn't be accepted or made agree. Well, no, I'm about to be called pick me. So, women control the access of sex. We control more than we think we do. And if women were more disciplined, there would be nothing. The men that actually want to be men, they would have no choice but to discipline themselves. So, but because there are so many undisciplined women, there's undisciplined men. Because why be disciplined when you don't have to? And I'm gonna cut my camera off in 3, 2.
Of course, of course. I would. So as soon as I'm about to say something, you said say your point again. You said something about women.
You know exactly what the fuck I said. Okay.
No, I literally dropped my TikTok, kicked me out. So I was about to say something.
Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna just start over because this my brain. if they could discipline themselves and lead by example, a lot of issues wouldn't be accepted / made agreed. What I said, and what before I said anything, I said I'm about to be called a pick me
Right.
because what I'm about to say may piss some women off. If women control the access to sex and access to actually even more than that, if we are not disciplined, what makes a man would want to be disciplined to be with you if you're not disciplined? If more women were more disciplined, real men would have no choice but to straighten up and fly right. That's what my grandma used to say. So I mean, why? I don't think we control it. Like like what I'm saying. We men are motivated by us and this down there and this a face card and pussy. Okay, end of the day, look. At the end of the day, we control access to both, but a good man knows that he's going to get an equal balance of everything. However, if you just doing whatever you want to do with it, why wouldn't he do? You're not giving him a reason to be disciplined. So, yeah, that's what I said.
Interesting. Okay. Stella, what's up? What you got for us?
Okay. So I wanted to say that I do agree in a sense of with One Rush that it takes a level on both parts of men and women to be self-disciplined. However, are we asking the question of self-accountability or a sense of group accountability? And so it comes down to this, is that there is some men that don't have father figures. And so they maybe need mentors in order to help to be a good man, to be hardworking, to be a provider, to be a man of integrity. So a lot of times is this individual willing to do the inner work in order to be that? And so I do believe that if a person was disciplined, there would be a lack of, if a person was disciplined, there wouldn't be so much infidelity. There wouldn't be so much crime rates as a person that would manage their emotional regulation. And then also emotionally intelligence as well. But a lot of times is, we can't control people, but it really takes a level of self-awareness in order to be disciplined.
Okay. And then cousins, and I'll go after that. The reason why I feel like man will be the problem in that area, though. But go ahead, cousins.
All right. I would say this, and I might go a little anecdotal on this, which is rare, but I think that yes, if men were more disciplined, most of these problems would go away. And I hear about like what women can control this, and if they were to change, to a point, that is true. But with that premise, that is still letting men off the hook, as if the only reason that they're going to act right is if a woman fixes it. And that is not accountability. And for me, as a man, if I tell women to be accountable, then I also got to tell men to be accountable. And that's not being accountable. That's you adjusting to something that you have been forced to do. So if women just decided, oh, we're not going to do this, then that just means that, okay, men just got to deal with it. But that's not necessarily a man taking accountability for himself. So I do agree with that message, but I got to say, I think that, it falls on us And I say us, I mean the individual. So if I want my life to be better and these problems to go away in my life, I have to have discipline. Period. I can't blame nothing else. We can't control other people. This is true. But I tell you what, when you start taking accountability for your own life, you start having discipline, you start living your life a certain way, you have a better ability to discern and get those other people that aren't acting right up out your life. A lot of times we deal with people because we are not complete. We don't know who we are. We don't know ourselves. So we end up dealing with people, and those are the people giving us these problems. But whose problem is that? That person ain't the problem. It's you. You chose them. And if we're going to be honest, and if we're going to be for real, and if we're going to be accountable, that's what it is. And a lot of the problems that I hear men talk about could be completely avoided if you just have some discipline. You know what I'm saying? And my part about being a little bit anecdotal is I can remember, I think 90% of all the problems that I've had in my life have only come when I lapsed on my discipline. I didn't make foolish mistakes when I was on my purpose, but when I got reckless, when I start lacking my decorum, that's when I did fuck ups. That's when things happen to where, you know what I mean? My problems that came in, whatever that might have been. So I can say that once I changed that and got to a point where, okay, I don't make these foolish mistakes because I stay on my discipline, everything changed. So I have to say that from living proof, yeah, when you change your discipline pattern, when you get more discipline, when you start living in your purpose, and when you start living on a more honorable plane, all of these the little nip black problems that we complain about here on these apps, that shit goes away. Your life becomes different because you view it different and you move in it different. So from that perspective, I would have to say I agree with the prompt.
All right. What happened to everybody? Everybody that said they piece and just dropped out of here before I said my stuff. So the reason why, and it's a deep one right here, man. There's so much, man. There's so many things we missing out of this situation. Just overall, it's not even just the relationships, like discipline on how we treat other people. I think a lot of crimes would be dropped, right? You know, if we can control our emotions and discipline ourselves on that. You know, a lot of sensitive men out here that's unaliving each other and in the games. But that's just one part, right? A lot of people unaliving each other because they're not, they not disciplined and stuff. And discipline is like multiple things. It's really just training yourself from things that you should control or whatever. Hold up and make sure I look it up again. I'm gonna make sure. Discipline. I think discipline got a lot to do with control, self control, same thing. Practice training people to obey rules or code of behavior. People is punished by they talking about that. Control regulation, them things. So, but yeah, basically. Um, and that's just one thing, right? Discipline, even with, and there's a reason why I said, and even that, um, even okay, and what Rush was saying, if you don't get a punani, right? All right, so that stuff too, right? If a dude is disciplined, it's a wrap on that anyways. You don't have to worry about because I'm gonna put it this way, and that's why I also mentioned um a lot of issues wouldn't be accepted or made. I believe like a lot of why even a lot of women is now I say that that's one of the number one things they ain't disciplined with the Peter weeder, right? And they got women as the things that we be talking about that we don't we shouldn't deal with, women with attitudes and or even overweight, stuff like that. Makeup, all that stuff that you hear dudes talking about on here. If dudes was disciplined in that situation by not sleeping with them, I think women. And that's why I said leading by example, right? Um, I do believe a man, if men could do that, right? Because that is the power that woman has, that influence. But it's just like if men, I'm just saying in a scenario, if men was actually leaders, right, being leading by example and could discipline themselves. And this is another thing I want to throw. I kept hearing everybody say accountability. Accountability and discipline is two different things. I always said that women, their problem is accountability overall. I think theirs is more than men. And I think men's problem is discipline, the lack of discipline. And those two different things. I don't want to tie those two together. You know what I'm saying? That's two different things though. But yeah, the I do believe like if a dude was to control himself and because like that's what I was meaning about the acceptance, right? Acceptance and a lot of issues wouldn't be accepted or made, right? Because like we wouldn't be seeing like these guys would that be can't control their urges, so they mess with young chicks and or uh the ones that's in DV, all that stuff, right? All that stuff. If dudes was really disciplined and knew how to lead, because a lot of emotional men. You know what I'm saying? Them a lot of you know uh dudes that just can't control themselves overall. You know what I'm saying? So if it overall, like if it was men because men we know for the most part, I think they ones that got that's creating the most crime. Well, I'm pretty sure they is. You know what I'm saying? It only makes sense. Um, and even if a woman was to try to manipulate them or whatever, because they got great power too, though. If they were disciplined and leaders, they wouldn't even probably be listening to a lot of them women. You know what I'm saying? But and that's what I'm just getting to. I think overall, like that's where the man, where they slacking at. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why I believe that's like one of the main causes. Like I said, the acceptance part is like I was talking about when they sleeping with women that they say that they don't like. You know what I'm saying? If they would stop sleeping with the chunky woman that they say or whatever, or if they was to stop sleeping with the makeup or women with attitudes or that put up with me type women, you know what I'm saying? And led by example and, just had and stood ground, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them wouldn't feel validated. They'd be like, you know what? We might have to make an adjustment because the men are not wanting us. You know what I'm saying? Unless they go to the extremes and, how they doing now and got women on women action type stuff. That's a whole nother thing, I think. But I do believe if men was to like, not show them attention because we talk like this one thing y'all should notice that every time you try to get on a woman or body, especially when it comes to accountability, well, it's men that like it. It's men that's in my inbox and stuff. A disciplined man ain't gonna do all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Y'all not gonna keep getting validated by that if a dude was disciplined. You know what I'm saying? And if he could be a leader. Most of them is just following Punani. They're not really leaders. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's just so much. There's a lot I can really say about this, though. But I just give y'all a little bit on that. Why I feel like that's one of our main problems because, like, a lot of stuff is getting accepted. Silly stuff, you know what I'm saying? One's walking around, oh, you're thick and all this other stuff. Like, bro, they. I mean, I know that women be hyping each other up type stuff, but it can only get confirmed by another man because most of them want men. And if a man is sitting there taking it, right, they gonna have their head big in the mud, like, well, somebody like me, you know what I'm saying? But if it was a disciplined man, ain't no somebody like you. You gonna be just mad or you gonna adjust. You gonna start losing all of a sudden you know how to lose weight now. Or all of a sudden, so that's how real that stuff really can get though. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be if a dude told you I love you by the nature and stop sleeping with girls with makeup, I bet y'all gonna stop waking wearing makeup. You ain't gonna be like, I'm just doing it for me. I'm just doing it for you ain't gonna do that. And I think once some dudes stop to showing y'all attention, you're not gonna be doing a lot of them things. So yeah, I do believe the power of discipline could do that, but then like I said, and that's two different things. Like I said, I don't want to tie accountability in because I do believe that's woman's number one kryptonite is that men's is discipline and women's is accountability. Just because of how the world is itself, you know what I'm saying? They don't even hold women accountable on anything, barely. They life only do it. Everybody keeps saying, well, your life, they get held accountable regardless. But I'm just saying that we know that the society itself don't even help push that. It just don't. They're gonna help the system in every way they can, even for all their mistakes in the court. But yeah, that was my point on that discipline stuff. So we back. We on open panel now. How y'all feel about that? Anybody?
And nobody got a Opinion on that?
I mean, I think everybody kind of said some like things similar, similar things. I'm sorry, it's late. I can't talk, but so I do agree though. I think, but this is why I said originally, like it's down to the individual because having discipline in itself is not really about how you impact other people. I mean, that's a benefit of it, but I do think it is literally about yourself and being able to put yourself in the position in life that the life that you want because you're very intentional about your choices and the decisions you make to do or not to do certain things. So I think it could be like bad to tell people have discipline because, it'll impact this group of people. I mean, it can, and that could be like a pro in someone's eyes. Like it could have a positive impact on people in your vicinity. But at the end of the day, it's really just to create the best life for yourself. What you made me think about too, though, is one thing I do see a lot and very often, especially on TikTok, which I know is its own little world, but people do take this off the app, is I have been like in lives where people would be like, oh, you know, let's say, okay, so women, they should have low body counts and be chaste and close their legs and all that good stuff, which is fair, fine. But those same people, like the exact same person in that same sentence or a sentence later will say that men don't have to be sexually chaste and can sleep with as many
Or
women as they want to. And I'm like,
it's in their nature. I'm tired of that.
yeah, I'm like, stop it. Like,
I'm tired
that's
of that
bad
one. Yeah.
advice. That's bad advice for men. And on top of that, you are creating more of the problem that you're trying to resolve. You can't only have that's like that one-sided
That's
accountability
what I
we're talking
mean.
about. We can't fix only one side, which I have heard, and I can't remember. I be wanting to screenshot this stuff so I can remember who said what. But I heard someone say like they were saying, "Well, we want to talk to the women." It was the men. It was like we only talking to women because we can't talk to men. We only gonna talk to the women because women are the ones that blah 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 blah. And it's no point in talking to men basically because they don't listen. And I'm like,
Oh
men need
my.
guidance too. Like everybody
They
needs
do
guidance.
anything to try to, man.
So I think it's good to have like conversations, and I don't think it's a problem when people try to like help others, but I think a lot of people get lost in the sauce sometimes, or even their good intentions could be lost if you're only hyper focusing on like a specific gender, a specific anything, and not bringing it back to yourself.
Mm-mm.
Because like almost everyone has said, it is literally you having control over your own actions, your own life. I can't control what Sarah, Sally, and Tom do, but I can certainly control what I do. And that is the thing that I can make sure I can get the favorable results that I want. So I think it's that simple. It really is. And it's like if people try to change everybody else too. Like one thing I have learned in, I'm still in my 20s, but I've always kind of had this kind of self-awareness of I can't I can't force people to show up or to do the things that I want them to do. So even if I find a man and he's like super attractive or super wonderful on the exterior, but his personality traits or the things that he desires don't line up with the things that I want for myself, then that's not something I should go for. And I think what you were saying, Kev, which I totally agree with, is that you will have people in men and women both do this, but you'll have a lot of men who it's like they are not compatible with the person. They don't like the person. They're not attracted to them really, but they will still engage with them in a
Mm-hmm.
way. And then sometimes that results in you being in a relationship with somebody longer than you were supposed to. They end up crazy and keying up your
Right.
car, or you have a baby pop up and all kinds of stuff. So
Yeah, this stuff can get deep. I'm trying to tell you, man. I
yeah,
think
you can
that's,
talk about these things in a whole lot of different ways. But
yep.
So
I always
something I
say,
really want to. Oh,
go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
when rock paper scissors. Oh my god.
No, you got it. You got it. I didn't think nobody was coming. That's why I was one.
You're good.
So rock, paper,
So something
scissors.
that
You just said on
actually, something that kind of like troubled me, and I was listening, is I don't like it personally. Y'all can give me your perspective on it, like, but when I heard the term, we have power over them, so we just gotta fix them. I did not like that.
the.
And it's just,
Mm.
the conversation, it was that I was hearing the response. I think, what's her name? One source. One.
Oh, Rush.
Yeah, that's crazy. One Rush. Yeah. When I heard that, it's just like, yeah, we have the power. We have power over them using our, our,
Uta Kente.
yeah. And I'm like, how? Like, it to me, that do not sound good.
Yeah.
To have
Just
power
imagine that.
over
A lot of
some.
women getting taught that too.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it kind of let me think. You have women that run around, and that's why you have these movements. If you look at any movement when it comes on to a response to men, it's always have to do with their what? Down there. It always has to
Yep.
do, let me withdraw this, because I do believe a lot of women genuinely, and it's, yeah, the access, I do, there's a fact with what she was saying. I'm not going to disregard what she's saying, but the fact that they believe, oh yeah, I have power over this, so I'm going to manipulate it, because they're going to keep on coming, and I'm going to continue doing whatever I got to do. You have baby moms, I'm going to put that out there, no, not trying to offend anybody, but you have baby moms that will come on here and be like, he will still hit me though, he will still hit it though,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
you will still do it though. And then you have a woman that made a post bragging about how she's a baby mom, she's having a second kid. And then the moment she said that, I was like, I kind of see why you made that point.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and then I asked with leadership, I see a lot of men saying that, they will say, quote unquote, we're leaders. When a leader is, or when, how would I say this? When somebody who's supposed to be your subordinate or your followers have that much power over you, it's over. And we can put it in job aspect or military aspect. If you have a manager that don't know how to lead properly, and you have that power over them, that's over for them. So I don't like, me, when it comes on to the men accounting portion, I don't really like doing that. You did call me up about that, but I'm working on it. It's just that I definitely saw that, and I felt that it's crazy though. It's crazy.
That's the reason why we were bringing this up. That's why we talk about this. We talk about men who claim to be leaders but not leading, right? That's a hot word on this TikTok app. Most of these men, and this is the reason why I think Kev brought up this thing with discipline, because it's like, that's so crazy for that woman to say that, but then at the same time, she has a valid reason for saying it, because men are perpetuating it. You know what I mean? It's like, you can say that wildness, and yet she'd be like, yeah, you're still gonna hit it, and then guess what? He still is. You know what I mean? So this is where that discipline part comes from, and I think it really needs to be discussed, because you're right. How can you say you're the leader, but yet the only fix to the program is they have to stop, or all the leverage is, with who you're supposed to be, quote unquote, leading. And so I think, it's a real crazy paradox with this, because there are so many, and, before there's men getting on the panel or in it we talking about bad about men. Hey, it is what it is. If the shoe fit, wear it. If it don't, shut the fuck up. It's just like that, because there's a certain kind of person that we're talking about, and we always have to preference it. There's not all men and not all women. Yes, we want to say that now, because I know that there's going to be somebody listening who thinks that we're trying to bash people. We're not. We're just trying to bring up the conversation so that we can actually really start having the tough conversation that we need to. So yeah, I'll just end with that. I know Print is in the building, and I think who else we got? The kitchen is that they're new as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. I saw Print first, and then I saw you. Let's hear from Print, and then we'll go to the kitchen.
Hey, what's good? What's good? Can you hear me?
Hey, Brent, how are you?
Oh yeah, we hear you.
All right. So I've been waiting for this, like straight up. I've been waiting for a deep dive on discipline. So, um, my observation is that a lot of people will pass the advice discipline is good. You need discipline. You should be a disciplined man. You should be a disciplined woman, disciplined mother, disciplined father, etc., etc. But I don't see anybody really explaining why it is that we want discipline. Um, Seems like we're trying to go down that path. So I'll start us off with the thoughts that I've put in on why discipline is important, why we should value it, why we should have it. Not just that we should, but what makes it important. So ultimately, I heard this beautiful phrase that discipline is the purest form of self love, because ultimately, discipline is the future you depending on the present you to keep the promises of the past you. And when you can do that, I mean, that's truly an expression of love when you can say, in the future, I want to be here. And regardless of how I feel in the interim, I'm going to maintain myself and I'm going to strive for this goal because I know the destination is going to be good for me. And I think that's why it's important, because it's showing yourself that you love yourself enough to keep the promises you make to yourself. So I'll start that conversation with that remark.
Yes, sir. The kitchen. Did it get hot in the kitchen? What's happening? Talk
What's
to us.
going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's up, kid? Hey, everybody. So I came in when they were saying something about basically these different movements that was being started. Uh, but I wanted to know like what exactly was the topic because I heard so many different things since
So we're discussing the third prompt, talking about the discipline, and I think that particular comment was made. It was kind of like we were responding to another comment, but the topic was all about discipline, and I think it was like why sometimes these movements and things are being made because people have if we don't have discipline and people are acting a certain way, it gives them license and gives them you know to do all these different things, and then as a result you have these types of movements coming up. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something to that effect. But the
I
topic is
got,
like number
I
three.
got.
Yeah.
Okay. So discipline, discipline is very important in all aspects of our lives. But I know this comes off. A lot of people don't like to get into religion and things like that. And the more and more I understand, it's like we know that the human nature is, we know it's like barbaric, right? Uh, and we know that it, like everyone, to me, I just look at it like everyone is acting, right? You have to, you have to take on a role, basically, and the objective is not to break character. And when you take on this role, whether it's to be a leader or a provider or be submissive or to be loving or kindful, to be angry or bitter, or to be masculine. It's all roles that you play. And depending on your understanding of when you take on these roles, what are the consequences, whether they're good or bad. And a lot of people don't take into consideration that the consequences that come from your actions of your acting is going to be good or bad, right? So, for instance, when a man say, "Hey, you acting masculine to a woman," or "Man, you are acting feminine," that's a that's a role that you're playing. So a lot of times, what's happening is people take on, like they say, a woman take on a masculine role. That's because at some point she was broken, whether it was from childhood, from abuse, from moms talking to her crazy, saying you ain't gonna be nothing, you're just like your daddy, to the son, and different things like that. And so they was broken, so they had to take on another character, and that's how you know. I mean, like when people get in later years, they try to reinvent themselves. They have to go through midlife crisis. They trying to take on another form of another role, another acting role. Some people get tough, feminine. Some people they trying to mold themselves into being something that they feel like is necessary to please other people. So anyway, I said all that to say this is that discipline helps you perfect that character that you're trying to take on, whether it's to be a better artist, to be a better singer, to be a better lover, to be a better friend. And as you cultivate that particular discipline and the acting role, so to speak, uh, you have to make sure your heart is genuine about it. Because if it's not, then you're gonna break character again. So that's why I believe God said He searches the heart. Because yes, you're acting. You really want to knock them upside. You really want to knock somebody upside the head, but you took on the role of being humble and you being kind and you being submissive and you being nice. But you really wanna act out. And because you changed that negative or bad character, just like with the disciples and all that kind of stuff. They were men that fought and men that were thieves and people that were liars and they were cheaters. And then they said, you know what? I have to change the lifestyle that I'm living. So they broke away from that old character, that old image, and began to put on a new character and a new image. And as long as they stay positive and stay focused and stay with their minds on a positive outcome, they won't break character. That is what's happening. People are breaking character because they are broken and they're trying to find another one. So when they come up with these movements, I'm gonna land right here. So when they come up with these movements and they come up with these things, the reason why they don't work is because greed and lust. Greed, if the reason why it works in other countries because the women are not known for being promiscuous. A lot of them have their B card until they get married, different things like that. So they're not missing something they never had, right? So same way with um, these movements, they don't work because greed. People want money. People are poor. People are broke. So as long as a man flaunt money in some women's face, they're gonna succumb. They're gonna give in because they want the money, the greed, the love of money is the root of all evil. So I land on that. I hope I was making sense.
I get you. I get you. Um, so, hey, Kelly, you said you need the prompt again? Oh, okay.
Hey, cousin
Yeah,
or Kev. I mean, Kev's the host, so maybe he'd be
yeah,
better.
yeah. I'll see him. I'll see him if he back.
Um.
You never know
What
about
happened?
Kelly.
So
When you see a
What
so
joker,
happened?
when
what
you see a
what
joker up here,
what
you never know
exactly
where
are
he back.
men supposed to be leading an example by?
Say it again.
What do you think men should be leading an example with?
You talk about towards the prompt, or you just saying in general?
Towards the prompt, I'm just curious. In when you wrote the question, like, what were the areas in society
themselves.
that were in your head
That
that
should lead an example.
hello?
I can hear you, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah, he kicked
I
out
was
again.
just curious,
He might have got kicked out again.
like what areas of society he's wanting men to lead in.
Shoot, TikTok be making me mad. I swear this don't make me mad, bro.
Yeah, kicked him out
Me in the
again.
middle of talking, this thing be wanting to shut me off. Um, I don't even know what you heard. The last thing you heard.
We didn't
You
hear
had
nothing.
asked.
We didn't hear nothing. Just go ahead and repeat everything.
Yeah, you probably asked what are they? You said what are they lead example by? I was saying, I tied those two together, right? I noticed everybody got caught at just that part about what is the leader part, but it's the as I say, that's a subjective thing. But I think as in if a man was a leader, right, and also discipline, that's why I want to tie those two together. A lot of these issues would be accepted or made. So I think, like, all right, if a dude, because a lot of people be acting like, I think, like even cousins mentioned that earlier about that when dudes be like, well, she left her legs open, I wanted to go for it and stuff. I couldn't control myself. So that's the discipline part, but they acting like they also following the punani at the same time too. It's like, so it's different stuff like that. So it's case by case with that leading because I mean it's so broad that I ain't gonna be able to answer accurate accurately. I'm gonna put it that way. I ain't gonna be able to do that.
Yeah, man. Okay, so I guess you're saying men should be leading in the example of discipline. Is I
Yes.
guess the premise of the question. Okay. I mean, I fully agree, man. I think that the when you look at society and you look at feminism and the women that claim to be feminists and how they're living, um, they're literally just following men. Um,
Mm.
Men filled the workplace. Women wanted to fill the workplace. Men filled the C-suite. Women wanted to fill the C-suite. Men wanted to be able to be promiscuous. Women wanted to be able to be promiscuous. Men wanted no fault divorce. Women wanted no fault divorce. So it's like all of these things we're actually leading. It's like, yeah, granted, women will say, access to the kitty cat is the great manipulator. Yeah, it's the great manipulator of a man without discipline. A man with discipline knows that all that warm flesh is found on half the people on the planet. So what else you got to offer? So I agree. I think that men should lead by example. A lot of women could use being told the phrase no. I think it would do them some good. And I think it would do men some good to exercise the power in saying nah. And like I had said earlier about discipline, it's one of those things that do you love yourself enough to be disciplined, to do the thing that you think you're worth.
You just brought up a good point. And when we look at like a lot of these things that you said, like how women or women in feminism in particular are following the actions of men, right?
Yeah, dude, feminism turned women into the fuckboys they claim to hate.
But here's the thing, though, right? Why do you think that men are now going against those very things now that women want it? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't think a lot of men are upset. Men, because
like
I think fundamentally men, it's easier for men to disassociate the physical transaction from the emotional side. It benefits men.
I mean,
It doesn't benefit women.
from the sexual part, yeah, but everything else, like with no fault divorce, now that women want it, men are now against it. They're trying to overturn it or bring it. You know what I mean? Because it's like all of a sudden they, now that women want it, nah, we don't need that. Or you know what I'm saying?
Well,
It's like
I think it's an abuse of the system. I don't think it's so much because women want it. There's tons of men who want it. I mean, we've discussed this before. The main problem with divorce statistics is that the majority of divorces are happening from repeat offenders. You know, and you remember we've discussed that
Right,
before. You
right,
know,
right.
like
I'm just
like
saying, like, does it?
people
You
who
know, I can
want
see.
no fault divorce. It's not really a gender thing. It's a more they want to be able to pack up and leave without the need for an explanation beyond I'm not happy.
But I'm just saying, it was good when it was for us. Well, I guess my point is,
Well, when was it just for us? Because they're in reality, divorce has never been beneficial for men, and no fault divorce incentivizes women to leave men.
oh, it used to be when the economy was able to support it. Men
I'm just
didn't.
saying I don't understand the
No, I'm
divorce
saying
thing
when
being for men and men being like, yeah, divorce is great, and then women wanting it and men all of a sudden saying no. I don't know.
I'm
I don't know
saying,
very many men that say have that position. That's all.
okay. What I'm saying is, when you said I was going by your example of when, and I just it was just the no fault divorce was the one that stuck out because that's currently being tested, right? And so if
Yeah, and
feminists,
I think it's bad for both men and women. To be honest, that's my opinion. I think that no fault divorce is bad for both.
well, I mean, I don't know. I guess we could. My personal opinion is if I don't have to have a reason to get married, I shouldn't have to reason to get divorced. Period. In a story. Why don't I have to? I don't have to go through all these loops and shit to get married, right? But now you want to make me because now we are married. I got to get all the ready. So in my personal opinion, it's like fuck it. The same shit that you need to do to get it, would be the same thing that you need to do to get out of it. That's just my opinion. But like I understand, I can see it both ways. You get what I mean? Like it's like, hey, if why I don't know. It's just crazy to me. I think that it's, you know,
I'm just saying, man. You know, I mean, we've talked about it. You know, and it all boils down to for me, marriage doesn't have much to do with the state.
you say what?
Marriage doesn't really have much to do with the state, in my opinion. Um, for me, it's something that was done by God that can't be undone by man. Is how I look at it. So, it's like for me, it's about commitment from the man's standpoint, not about happiness. It's about doing what you said you would do, and the test of time is the actual test of it. But we all have different opinions, and I'm not trying to say I'm right.
Oh yeah, no, that's good. I was just saying, what do you think is the catalyst for that? Because it seems to be like when we were talking about like discipline and we had a couple other things brought up. And since we ain't got nothing to talk about, that's why I brought it up now.
Oh, that's
Unless
fine. That's fine.
we want to move on to something else, we can. But it seemed like we didn't have anything else going, so I said, well, let me just get on, start prodding on this a little bit. But like, when the no fault divorces were originated, or when everything else, it was like, okay, if a man wanted to divorce, he would just pay his little alimony, which was a drop in the bucket for him at that time, because this was for well-to-do men, wasn't made for like regular people, and no thing. I can pay her to get away from me, right? That's how they looked at it. But now we start moving up to the point where now it's getting taken advantage of the other way. Now they want to get rid of it. It's just funny to me because I'm like, we create these systems, and if we say that we are, you know, we orchestrate this stuff, and then when it starts coming back to us, then we want to change it. But it's like, I don't know. It just depends. It just seems like this idea of discipline and leading, and it's all good as long as it's working for us. And this can go either way. I'm not talking about just male or female. Like it just seemed like when if it works for us, we're all for it. And as soon as that shit starts coming back around and biting us, then all of a sudden we want to, make these movements and you know what I mean, like all this stuff.
Well, see,
But like
cousin, I
nobody was
think
tripping when
that
it was on the other side. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's just
it
funny.
seems like you're accidentally arguing kind of my point. You're saying that we change it, and then we don't like what happens after a little while, and we change it back. That whole wishy-washy mindset is very insecure. You know what I mean? It's not a good place to live. So for me, the institution of marriage is something that needs to have stipulations, needs to have protections in place, and it needs to be treated as something important, not just something that uh, can be thrown away with a couple scribbles. I think that that's irresponsible with treating it that way. So it's like I'm all for people making a decision and then owning up to that decision regardless of how it makes them feel, which it sounds to me like you want people to do. Make a decision on the matter and then stick to it. Am I wrong?
Right, but I don't need someone to force you to do it. That's what I'm saying. That goes back to the discipline part. So if I as a person want to be shitty and not do it, okay, that's me. My thing is we should kind of like figure out a way to where we don't have to have these dumbass laws and whatever to try to keep people in order and let people keep themselves in order. You know what I mean? Like that would be my, and that's why I was getting at because I didn't disagree with you, right? I wasn't disagreeing with your point because I agree with your point. But I was just saying I was asking you why do you think it happened because it is just to show how wishy washy it was. You get me? Because that's
Yeah,
part of
well,
the thing is like if we had more discipline, we wouldn't need these laws. You get what I'm
yeah,
saying? But it's
and I
like,
think that no
yeah.
fault. I think, and I could be wrong on the history. So if there's anybody that Google searches and comes up with a official statement to correct me, please comment it or whatever. But from my understanding, no fault divorce arose because before that there were women who were trapped in marriages that were abusive in ways that weren't easy to identify or photograph or log. And so so by law they weren't able to get out of these marriages that were we would use the word toxic for today. So I'm not in support of that measure of it, but what I think you're seeing is that the way we've altered marriage, it doesn't have any finality to it. It doesn't have any weight to it. And so people are entering into this union that's supposed to be a lifelong commitment, not lifelong happiness. And things get tough and then they throw in, they say, okay, well, let's just get a divorce. When before, the state would say to them, you need to figure it out together. Like, you need to figure this out. And so I think that we've lost a degree of people treating marriage with the value that it needs. So, it's just a
When actually
disposable
it's supposed
item
to be
now.
mutual. Excuse me, my bad, brother.
So it was just, to me, it was just one of those things that, we had to, we saw the downside. The downside is that we're destroying the family unit in America. The atomic family is being destroyed. We have a fatherlessness problem spanning pretty much all the demographics. I mean, you can look at all of them. They're all hurting in this regard. So maybe we have a right to say as a society, this was kind of the wrong direction. Look what we're doing, because as soon as we destroy the family, what do we really have in this unit, in this political sphere that can hold against the government?
Right. All we have is casualties when it get down to that. Once it get to that matter, everybody suffer. Instead of progressing and everybody building and getting things together, it's like we taking that step backwards, you know? And when everybody's supposed to live and build and heal together, you know? That's how we make a foundation. The foundation starts from where it is. It's mutual respect for us as people anyway. So once we gather that, I mean, we can build from there. Nobody trying to tear each other down. We trying to help each other build, you know?
Absolutely.
That's the way I see it in life, you know?
Yeah. Do you think that it is the and I asked the question to Brent and yourself, do you think that is the commitment problem in general? It seems like there's a commitment problem to
Yeah.
everything in
It's
life.
most
Like,
depth.
is that was that? Is, do you think that's the biggest culprit?
Yeah, yeah, it really is because because one thing, when certain people give certain people respect, like certain people feel like, okay, I'm bowing down to you. Why should you feel like that you're bowing down to your beliefs and your measures and everything else that you live by just because you're trying to have a mutual agreement? Even if a person have, a difference of opinion and okay, all right, maybe we could just agree to disagree. It don't have to be like all the time where a person feel like they're bowing down. You feel me? And most of the times that's what something was was within their mind. You can't feel defeated just because you're being a human being and okay, we can have this mutual agreement not to agree upon a certain point, but why can't we coexist? Some people try to sit up there and base their type of, oh, all right, yeah, they're not with me, fuck them. I mean, excuse my language. I mean, I don't know how this room rock, but but still, that's off up to the same thing. The most problems come when people don't see eye to eye. And when in actuality, it's more easier to sit up there, understand, and reconcile than for it to turn into a rough measure like that.
Right,
That's in my
What
thought,
was the question again, cousin?
right. So, do you think that is the like because it's we talk about the marriages, but like, would you rather? Do you think that it's more of the problem is just the commitment level of our society in general? Because it's like it's trickling down. It seems like there's no commitment to jobs. There's no commitment to anything. You know what I mean? Because it's like we just flip flop on every damn thing. It seems like
Hey,
nowadays.
T-Bam, hit the mute button when you're not talking, buddy. There's a lot of feedback.
I
It's a
got
lot
you,
of
brother. I got you.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah.
Excuse me,
We're no
family.
no shit on you, my guy. Just when you're not talking, mute up, please.
yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you great now.
All right. So yeah. So it seems like the commitment level, which is faltering in everything, and it's like it's a trickle down effect, which from hell work to everything in life, and then is that now is trickling down into marriages, right, into relationships, because it's almost like we even back in the day we had relationships, committed relationships, right, where people were not married for 30 years and still raised kids, was in the house, did all of that. They didn't need a piece of paper because they had commitment. But do you think that that's the problem? Is just the commitment levels is down? Why we don't have marriages and a lot of other things? What do you think?
I mean, obviously I agree with that statement, and I think that I think it's an improper expectation of marriage that people head into that causes the lack of commitment. I mean, I forget who I was in, but I've been in a few rooms lately, and there's been discussions about patience and loyalty and respect and submission.
Apply to just
And
relationships because them shits ain't
yeah,
nobody out
yeah,
here.
and it's like, there's been a lot of discussion about all of these topics that are all kind of dancing around the same thing. And loyalty, okay, we'll say loyalty. What shows loyalty? Loyalty is when you maintain your perspective or your commitment to someone even when things aren't good for you, right? Like, if you're loyal to the mafia, you don't say a word in interrogation or in court, and you go and serve your term, right? That's loyalty, right?
Right.
Okay, that's also submission. He's submitting to the mafia, and he's doing what needs to be done for the mafia's benefit over his own. Okay, boom, loyalty, submission, right there, all in the same explanation. Patience, understanding for something that is outside of yourself, controlling yourself, having decorum. Those things fall right under loyalty, right under submission. So when we're looking at commitment, your commitment isn't tested when you're happy and when you're feeling good, and you guys get butterflies in the stomach when you look at each other when you're doing dishes and stuff at the beginning. Like, that's not a test of commitment. The test of commitment is when you're tired of hearing her damn naggy voice and she's yet getting at you to do it, something you've been putting off for 6 months, and the kids are crying and the bills are late and the dog has a broken foot and the car needs a repair, and you're sticking through it, and you crawl into bed next to your person and you say, I love you, thank you for being here with me, and I'm going to do right by you and myself at the same time by sticking this through and working on it. People forget, it's like you promise yourself those vows, not just your spouse. You promise yourself and you promise your God if you have one. So when you break those vows, you're breaking a promise you make to yourself, my guy. And if you can break promises to yourself, you got a hurt soul in my heart, and you need some help. You need to reach out. You can actively
I
break promises
totally
to
agree.
yourself. So it's like people don't understand what they're doing when they say I do. They think commitment till I'm not happy, not commitment, not it's not over until I win kind of attitude. You know what I mean? Like, I've been married
Can't
15
be
years,
documented on papers.
and it's like in 15 years, man, like there's been moments where we've looked at each other and been like, man, if you were someone else, we wouldn't be talking, like, but it's staying there because you said you would is the test of the commitment. People don't want to have that test.
Would you say that that's to sum that up? Would that be honor? Because I would call that honor.
I'll just tie it back to the fourth prompt there: discipline. The future you depending on the current you to keep the promises made by past you, my guy. Discipline. But honor falls in there too.
Gotcha. Anybody else want to get in on that?
And then all I could do, I just piggyback on that one though too, because for real, that's all it's really about. Everybody wants y'all establish a type of agreement. When it comes down to it, it's like, okay, everybody might as well. It's not about a paper bond. A lot of people think, okay, yeah, you signing on that line, all right, we're married, all right. It's not a paper thing, it's an energy thing. If y'all energies do not match, that's something that's gonna be detrimental to the situation if you don't know how to play through it, everybody, that's just like in any sport. Okay, you still have to play the game through adversity. You still have adversities that will come across. Hey, if you're not there for the game, you have to have love for the sport to play the game, right? And guess what? It's not actually a game, but you know what I'm saying? I'm just using the analogy about it.
Right.
Because it's just the way that you do. You feel me? Hey, they're gonna have hard times, of course.
Yeah, man,
Everything
we keep
is
fighting for
not
the
gonna
final
always
bell,
be
though. You know what I
smooth
mean?
sailing. Yeah, it never be smooth sailing. Shit. Certain times when it happen like that, that's the test of time, and it's the test of the way that you even deal with a person. Life through wrenches in your works to see if you know how to fix it. You know? That's my ideology about it. Hey, I know some will agree and some may disagree. And that's the way of life. Everybody not made to get along at any time. Because if I got along with everybody who I met, something will have to be phony. You know? Because everybody will have a disagreement about something at some time. And that's especially including your spouse, the lady, and to the women, to the men who they deal. However. You feel me? It's all about living and growing and learning. If you're not doing those, you're really not doing that. Something not connecting. That's just me. I'm gonna land my plane on that one. On to the next.
Hey, cousin,
Yeah.
what do you think about the issue around commitment? Do you see what I see? Do you have a different take?
I think that, commitment is like to me, I call it honor, right? And that's like one of the foundations to it, right? Um, and I think that because commitment is like what you were saying is discipline, right? Loving yourself, understanding your promise to yourself, and committing to that. So I think that for me, it might be semantics, you know what I mean? But I think that it falls into that same relevance level because you know you have to be committed to yourself for one, right? You have to be, and before you could be committed to anything else in life. And then if you don't have commitment in life, you just flip flop. You just going through like a fish out of water. You have no direction. You can't stay online. Like we could say, you have no devotion, no discipline, nothing. Because you don't have a commitment bone in your body. And then what does that also do? It keeps you in fear. It keeps you. I can't go over here. I can't make a decision. I can't commit to that. I can't do this. And so my thing is, even when you make decisions, sometimes you say, "Look, I got to stand on this shit. I done made the decision, and good, bad, or ugly. You know what I mean? Whatever the outcome is, I'm gonna deal with it. Now, okay, I messed up. Didn't make that right. Well, guess what? I gotta now take that consequence and flip this shit and go through it because I'm committed to my decision, right? And now that doesn't mean that you're just like stubborn. Like we all know that you can learn new things and change and adapt and things like that and grow. But I was talking about as far as standing on your square. You know what I mean? If you're not committed to your honor or to whatever creed you have as a person, you know, especially as a man, but as a person, period. If you don't have a
I mean,
commitment to
what
that,
did
you fucked up.
Scarface say? What two
Yeah.
things do you got that you can't break?
Listen, word my balls. What you talking about?
Balls in my word.
That's it.
Yeah, and you
So
don't break them for nobody, my
that's
guy.
it. That's it. And
Oh
And
that
if
no.
is
That's
that
why I say
is
you never bow down.
right.
and if
And
you're
that right there
if you
is the
said the
ultimate
words
commitment.
"I
That's a
do,"
commitment to yourself. So yeah, I felt exactly what you're saying. I think I might have just called it a different word, but I think we're on the same page.
Y'all good?
because
Y'all
I know
good?
you playing devil's advocate, my guy. I know you.
Oh yeah, come on now. You already know we're gonna have to prod the bear. That's what we do. We gotta make it interesting at 5 in the morning. What you talking about?
Brad, then guess what? I feel like we all on the same page. We might be wording it different, but guess what? We at the end of it, you feel we still seeing the same light. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Right.
We seeing the same light. We just speaking it in different ways, you know? Our
Yeah.
narrative's probably different about it, but hey, we still there. We all agree
Right.
the
We're
way
all
I
going
see
in the
it.
same
So
So
direction,
listen.
now
just in
let's do
different
that in a
order.
good note. Now, it's not that
I
we
was about to
agree.
say, cause
Oh yeah, I
Candy get
mean
up out of
nothing
here.
negative.
Now
Nothing
that we
negative.
agree, we can all agree. I can go to bed.
Yeah. Can't get on here since
I hear you, homie.
I'm glad that we
I
can end it
feel you,
like
bro.
that. Everybody's agreeing.
Yeah, I'll
You
commit to
did.
agreeing.
yeah, we're gonna
That's
commit to
the real.
that. We're gonna commit to that.
For
Uh,
real. I
We didn't even make
understand,
it to
brother. I
that
know you
last
gotta
one,
get your
man.
rest.
I might have
I
to run
can't
this back
I
again
can't really
tomorrow,
comment
then.
on the last one. I can't really comment.
Uh,
Oh, let me.
what happened? Oh, yeah. Who was that trying to come up at the last minute?
Wait, what happened? I
Zizu.
thought brother was about to say something else. You know,
Yeah.
I'm in a loud spot right now. That's why I keep
Yeah.
muting every time. Just like
Word.
how homie asked.
Was the man I know I was virtual. I was at a virtual birthday party. Oh wow, now you can get to
damn,
virtually see me go to bed now. So,
it's a virtual
but
Hey,
birthday.
I'm
Okay.
just curious. I missed the whole night on the set on the prom about the height and the weight. Would
oh
y'all come
my.
down on that?
Huh?
I missed that one as well, bro. I came in at the end too. I didn't even see
What
it.
was the ending of the height versus the weight?
Um, I guess they was getting the root of it, where it came from, and another thing was, what did they say for the most part? They just got told they was stuck on the weight part, so I guess that's all they was talking about for the most part. And saying some men settle and some don't. So I mean, I don't know. It wasn't. It
We
was
ended it
kind of
off
off
on
the.
a we ended it off with like basically it has become a tit for tat bullshit narrative that really nobody cares about, but we keep on putting it out there like we do. But men keep saying that they don't like weight, this, that, and the third, but yet they still out there with the women. And
Yeah.
women are saying they need this height and all this other stuff, but yet they still out here with the short dude. So it all is
Very hypocritical.
exactly, and the whole thing is just a
Yeah.
way to get at each other and talk shit. Like that's what we ended up on
All right.
as a
I
consensus.
mean,
You know,
if I
Even.
can put in my 2 cents on it, my anecdotal, it's like, my wife, when we had our kids, she was worried about putting on weight and stuff, and like, I just told her like straight up, I said, just decide you're gonna lose the weight, and maintain your figure if that's what you want to do. I don't want to hear you crying about it for the rest of my life. If you're gonna put the weight on and that's how you're gonna be, like, I'll stay here and we'll be happy, but I don't want to hear you crying about it. Or do something. And she's been 105 pounds for the last fucking 12 years,
Mhm.
and you know, but I maintain myself too. I mean, I'm no Adonis of a man, but stay fit too. You know, 'Cause I told
I
her,
think
I
the
was like,
ain't.
listen, I was like, I want to be attracted to you. I was straight up, I want to be attracted to you. I was like, I grew up with heavy women my whole life. I don't want a heavy wife.
Mhm.
I was like, my mom, she was heavy. My grandma was heavy. My aunts were heavy. Everybody, all the women in my life were heavy. Like, I don't want to see that lifestyle for you.
Mhm. I guess I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna do this again. I'll probably do it again tomorrow.
I mean, is that a
But
bad
the angle,
perspective to have that
the
expectation?
huh?
Would that be a bad perspective to have that expectation?
No, I think every person is different on that. But I think overall, like I said, with this question, I don't think nobody really answered it the way I was expecting it though. And I wasn't talking about, reason why people. It was more of that. It's more accepted in this world. That's all I was talking about. Because you can literally go on live, online, or on live, and you can say how much you don't like a man at certain height, but then as soon as you say something about a woman's weight, then you will get the hate speech and all this other stuff or
Yeah,
whatever.
you're
So
right about that.
yeah, so
Now
that's what
I
the
feel
angle
where
I
you're
was coming
coming
from.
from.
Yeah, that's the angle I was coming
Yeah,
from
all
though. But I
right.
don't think nobody kind of answered that straight how I was putting it on that one though. But we gonna get back to
Well,
it
see,
though,
I
cause
probably,
Hey,
yeah, I
Kev, good night,
probably
my
had to
guy. I'm passing
misjudge the
out.
character.
hmm,
All right, man.
Good
I
night,
catch
my
up with
guy.
y'all brothers, man. Y'all be blessed, man.
for sure. Tito.
You be blessed, Kev. Nice to meet you, T-Dun and
Mhm.
cousin. I'll see you around, my guy.
for
All right,
sure,
for
for sure.
sure, for sure. Yeah, we gonna run this back though, cause I'm gonna get another group tomorrow, Sunday.
Yep.
Oh man.
I understand, brother. Like I said,
Mm,
man, y'all take it light.
for sure.
All
Enjoy.
right, y'all.
Cause
Yes,
I
indeed.
appreciate you.
For sure, for sure. I'ma holler at you.
Might see me snuck into
All right.
somebody's live, but I gotta stretch out. I'd rather fall asleep in somebody. That's not well. That's not funny though. Fall asleep in somebody's box.
I know what you talking about, though. I
Yeah,
know
I'm
For
just
what you
sure,
trying to
for sure.
stretch
mean,
out in
I'ma
this
dog.
holler at
bed.
you.
I'm all crunched up in this chair.
I better spread out on somebody
Yeah,
else
man.
live. No diddy.
Right, exactly, exactly right.
All right, y'all.
All right, fellas.
All right, y'all.